Alright. Do I have in-game audio? It's a little delayed. For you guys. Not for me, but... Hope everyone is having a wonderful evening. We're back on the Boredom Hub. We're gonna do... I tried to find true stories for tonight, but my PC just wants to pull up Reddit stories. Let's see if this one is true stories or Reddit. You decide. Is it true or is it Reddit?
People open up about their most disturbing, scary, and creepy experiences. Join us as we explore the depths of these true stories. And don't forget to subscribe if you enjoy the video. I grew up in a small town in Florida. It's so small that the population, probably, nearly doubles during snowbird season, when old people from up north move down for the winter. It is extremely dark at night, and there usually aren't many cars on the road after 9:30 or 10 p.m. When I was 16, I had a boyfriend who lived across
Reddit
the street in a local neighborhood.
stories.
I would usually visit him on Friday and Saturday nights because he didn't have a license yet. It was probably a good 15-minute drive from his house to mine.
I hate Reddit stories. I've really begun to detest them. They were okay when I first started listening to scary shit, but honestly, not worth the effort. Really not. Um, yeah. Gotta say, don't like it. Don't like the Reddit stories. They're all the same, and they're all horrible. They are literally terrible stories written very terribly by people who are not that inventive. It's all the same old tropes. I mean, they pull that shit from old movies. Stupid people doing the stupidest things humanly possible. Stuff that they think is disturbing and scary, which is easily preventable. Yeah. people's childhoods. Hmm. We will judge you.
This happened when I was a young child, maybe like 8 years old. My parents had me late. My two older siblings are both at least 10 years older than me. I was woken up in the middle of the night to a commotion from downstairs one night. It was my parents. I cracked my door open and heard my parents freaking out about something. I wasn't sure what it was. I went to the stairway and stood at the top, calling down, "Mom, Dad?" My mom came to the bottom of the stairs and said to me, "Go back to bed." I listened without asking any questions. I could tell they were stressed about something, though. I was trying to go back to sleep when I heard the front door downstairs slam shut, and then it was dead silence. I presumed they left the house, but I wasn't sure why. Either way, I listened to my mom and went back to sleep. I woke up again to sounds downstairs once more. It was the sound of the front door closing, and then footsteps, but no talking. Naturally, I assumed they were back home and just being quiet so that they wouldn't wake me up. I heard occasional steps and thuds from downstairs. I heard drawers and cabinets being opened and closed, and I thought for sure I heard the fridge opening too. I thought it was my older brother Chris, who was 10 years older than me, and at the time he was already driving, so he was going out and coming home late. So him getting home at like 2 a.m. and rummaging the fridge wasn't abnormal at all. These are all things I was telling myself, logical explanations as to what I was hearing. Eventually, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, getting louder and closer until they reached the top and then made their way first thing to my door. My door quietly and slowly opened. I didn't sit up or move. I just had my eyes open, facing the door as I was still laying down. There weren't any lights on outside of my room. Whoever was walking around was doing so in the dark, so all I saw was this black mass at my doorway, resembling the shape of someone's head. I said every name starting from Chris to Mom to Dad. Then I just said, "Who's there?" They didn't reply. They just closed the door, and I was left there confused but mildly creeped out. I heard footsteps going downstairs.
Mildly
I was
creeped
convinced it was my
out,
dad
huh?
now, just coming to check on me after getting home, though I wasn't sure why he was ignoring me. I didn't hear anything from downstairs for a while now. I allowed curiosity to get the better of me. I went downstairs in the dark. I kept all the lights off as I was approaching the kitchen, and I froze at the doorway, noticing a tall figure standing right in the middle of the kitchen. I said, "Dad?" assuming it was him just based off the size of this person. A deep voice said, "Go back upstairs." I ran back up the stairs to my room and closed the door and jumped under the covers. All I was thinking was, why did my dad's voice sound like that? The reality of a stranger being in the house didn't dawn on my innocent little mind. Not until a little later, when I heard the front door opening and a commotion from downstairs again. The voices of my parents. I went to the top of the stairway again, and they were shocked to see I was still awake. I asked what happened. They told me that Chris had a little accident, but that he was going to be fine. I found out months later that he had gotten into a car accident driving in a condition that he shouldn't have been driving in. My parents got a call from the hospital, and so they rushed to see him first thing, leaving me to sleep. I asked my dad if he had come in my room before, and that was when I learned that they had been gone for hours. My mom started freaking out, yelling at my dad because he had neglected to lock the door when they rushed out of the house. Me telling my parents about the person at my bedroom door and in the kitchen caused my dad to search the house with his gun, and my mom to call the police. The last thing I really remember was being asked by a police officer to give my story. My parents tell me that they felt like morons having to explain to the cops that they left me alone and left the door unlocked. I don't think anything of value was stolen, even though whoever broke into the house clearly didn't have intentions of harming me. Having a complete stranger in your house is already a terrifying ordeal. Now imagine going through that at 8 years old.
Credit story.
It was around 2013 to 2014. My brother was about 7 or 8 at the time, and we had just moved into a new house to be closer to school and for cheaper rents. It was a pretty nice house, all things considered. It even had a cozy fireplace for the winter. Anyway, my brother was really into Batman and had this Batman car that, if a button was pressed, made noises and lit up. It was basically his favorite toy, so he played with it often. Then, one afternoon, he came inside from playing out back and told us he found something. So obviously, my mom and I asked what it was. It was a picture of a young boy in the form of one of those tags you get if your parents paid extra for school photos. The picture was dirty and full of wear and tear, even to the point you couldn't see the year it was taken. We thought that, okay, some parent lost their kid's picture, no big deal. And then my brother said something that confused me. "That's Buddy," he said. And I looked at him with a facial expression that basically asked him to repeat himself. And he did. He pointed at the picture and said, "This is Buddy, he's my friend." I slowly nodded my head, as if I knew who he was talking about. The main reason this confused me is because my brother didn't make friends easily, and he had no friends that I knew of. And this Buddy only came up once we had moved. I shrugged it off and figured he'd made friends with the next door neighbors or something, and he somehow got the school picture as like a keepsake. That night around 3 a.m., when everyone in the house was asleep, I woke up to my brother talking. So, naturally annoyed, I walked into his room to tell him to go to bed or else he'd wake up our parents. It was weird because when I walked into his room, he was sitting up straight in his bed as if he was actually talking to someone and not just to himself or his toys. I told him to go to bed, and I went to bed myself. A couple days later, my mom was talking to me about my brother and asked if I'd seen him get up at night. And I said no, I woke up to him talking a few nights ago, but that was it. Why? And she said he had been acting weird. But as usual, we both shrugged it off as him being a kid. Now, in my room, my bed was right across from my door, meaning if I turned over, I could see into the hallway right in front of me. One night, I woke up to use the bathroom, and since I myself was and still am very afraid of the dark, I left the hallway light on, knowing my dad would turn it off once he got up and I'd probably be asleep by then. I was laying in my bed facing my door when a sudden noise made me jump. It was my brother's damn Batman card. It was making noises. So I got up to tell my brother that he shouldn't be up this late playing, but when I got into his room, he was asleep in his bed with the toy across the room on the floor still making noise. I walked over to it to turn it off. I was finally able to go back to sleep, but the following days, my brother would not shut up about Buddy. It was honestly starting to freak me out, so I went over to the neighbors' houses to the right and left of us. One house didn't even have kids, and the other was vacant. This started to worry me, but my dad said it was probably just an imaginary friend he came up with. I went along with it since I couldn't think of any other solution, but almost every night, one of us, my mom, dad, or sister, would say we heard my brother's toy making noise and had to go into the room and turn it off. I explained that I had to do it as well, and once again brought up my brother talking to someone one night. My dad swore up and down that the toy was probably motion activated, but when we bought it, there was no advertisement for motion activation. My sister and I were so unnerved by it that we started to sleep in my room together, which I'm glad we did, or else I'd probably write this off as a bad dream. My sister and I were talking, trying to keep each other calm and in good spirits, until we heard the dreaded noise of my brother's toy.
Reddit stories. Horrible, horrible Reddit stories. Gotta rephrase that. See if we can't get some real stories. Get that's not off of Reddit. Because Reddit sucks. So let's reword that. Let's check this one out. Like super loud.
Welcome. In this video, you will hear mostly true scary stories, with new rain sounds that I mixed together myself. Let me know in the comments what you think of it. I completed my youth protection training and was allowed to become a leader/chaperone on camping trips and other wilderness-related outings. I had a longtime friend in the troop. Let's call him Sam, and he was a close friend of my whole family. Sam was a little older than me and had already been a Boy Scout leader for several years at this point. This story takes place in November of 2018. Sam and I were made the leaders of an upcoming camping trip, the annual fall canoe float down the Buffalo National River in Arkansas. The Buffalo River runs about
Arkansas.
125 miles through the Ozark Mountains, with enormous bluffs on at least one side or the other through most of it. It flows through some of the most beautiful parts of Northwest and Northern Arkansas, and despite my incident, I still encourage you to take a trip there. We had made camp that afternoon on a riverbank after about 15 miles from where we put it in. The scouts put up their tents about 25 yards upstream of my tent, with the campfire and cooking station situated in between us. As I was setting up, I mentioned to Sam that I was a little nervous about sleeping in my tent alone for the first time. He shrugged me off and told me it would be fine, that sleeping alone was actually quite peaceful. I remember rolling my eyes because, unlike me, Sam had not only been camping completely alone for years, he had also done it in a hammock with no other what I consider protective gear. I didn't bother to ask him to tent with me because, according to the scouting rules, males and females cannot share tents, and I didn't want to get in trouble the very first time I was leading the troop. However, I think Sam sensed my unease, and he set up his sleeping arrangements outside my tent, which consisted of a sleeping pad on the ground with his canoe flipped over on top of him, like a coffin. To this day, I admire what it must have been like to live with so little concern. We all spent the evening around the campfire, talking and making dinner. The forest and the river all around us was so full of life that I felt a little more comfortable when we all decided to turn in for the night. I watched Sam lay down on his pad and flip the canoe over on top of him, before sighing with contentment, and I climbed into my tent. I spent the first hour or two reading, while listening to the sounds of the boys up the riverbank fade, as they all started to fall asleep. But I couldn't. The nighttime temperature had dropped below freezing. Then, of course, I needed to pee. I spent probably another 10 minutes trying to trick myself into forgetting about it and fall asleep, but it was impossible. Finally, I got out of my tent.
Well, we have enough for...
and then headed up the bank for some privacy. I don't know how many women on here have peed in the woods, but if you have, you'll know it's one of the worst things about camping. What made it even worse was because I was cautious about being seen.
pair
I
of pants.
all the way up the embankment and walked about 10 feet into the woods before stopping. And oh my gosh, it was miserable. Not only having to drop drawer in the freezing cold, but also being completely vulnerable. But the worst part about it was the woods were completely silent. Not a cricket, not a rustle of a squirrel. Nothing. It didn't click. It actually is. Just the primitive part of my brain started screaming to leave immediately. I ran back to the embankment before sliding down onto my butt and sprinting back to camp. Once back around everyone else, and in the glow of the full moon, I had a little more sense of security. The river was burbling on quietly, and I could see the dying embers of the campfire before warm rocks from the campfire and put them in my sleeping bag to try to get enough warmth to sleep. I drug about 4 or 5 decent-sized stones into my tent and slipped them into the bottom of my sleeping bag. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. I was awake for hours in pain from how cold I was, trying to rub the ache out of my legs. I remember actually tearing up a bit with how exhausted and cold I was. That's when I heard a noise, like footsteps walking around downstream from my tent. The bank was covered in smooth river stones, so any kind of footsteps would make noise. The sound of the rocks shaking told me that this was something large. Then I heard them enter the water, and I worried one of the boys was awake and going for a midnight swim. I quickly unzipped my tent and poked my head out to see an elk drinking from the river. At least it looked like an elk. It was massive, but it was far enough away and standing perfectly in shadow that I wasn't quite sure. It was much too big to be a deer, but we don't have moose in Arkansas. I quietly watched it, hoping to see more of it, when it looked directly at me. Its face, even in the shadow, triggered my primitive brain again. If my blood wasn't running cold before, it was now. I felt this prickling up my neck as this unknown terror crept into my bones. I ducked my head back into my tent and stayed completely still for hours. The combination of fear and the cold wasted any hope of sleeping. I never heard the elk thing leave the bank, but I also didn't even think about listening for it. The woods were that almost screaming silence again. After what felt like hours, someone tapped on my tent and said, "Come on out, it's time to go." I pressed my face into my hands and breathed this sigh of both relief and exhaustion. I had made it through the night, and even though I didn't get any sleep, it was over. I quickly stuck my feet in my boots and stepped out of my tent to find nothing. It was still night. I had confused the light from the moon as dawn. No one was around my tent, and the time it took from when they spoke to me to when I came out was not enough time for one of the boys to make it back to their tent before I saw them. That pricking feeling came back, but this time it was all over my body as I heard a voice in my head say, "Don't turn around." I slowly sat backwards in my tent and zipped myself up into it with shaking hands. I laid down in my sleeping bag and covered my face and prayed. I prayed for so long until I finally fell asleep. In the morning, I woke up to the familiar voice of Sam talking to another scout outside my tent. I could feel the warmth of the sun beating down into my tent. I know I looked terrible by the way Sam did a double take upon seeing me. "Oh, geez, you look like you didn't sleep at all." "Did you come to my tent last night?" I asked him. Sam, still studying my face, slowly responded, "No." "Please don't play with me. If you did, you got me good. Great. Just don't continue the joke right now if you did, please." I felt a little bad being accusatory, because Sam was actually a pretty no-nonsense guy, especially when it came to being in charge on camping trips. "Diana, no. I wouldn't try to scare you. I know how nervous you were about sleeping alone out here." He folded up his pad before tossing it into his canoe and throwing it over his shoulder. "But I guess you were too scared last night." I looked confused. "What?" Sam gestured up the embankment into the woods. "I heard you make a few trips up there. Next time just get a Gatorade bottle and you won't have to leave your tent." Around that time, the rest of the scouts had announced that they had finished cooking breakfast and everyone migrated to the campfire. But I felt like I had just sunk down to my knees in the river mud. I had left the tent Once. I went up the embankment and came back down. Once. So if it wasn't me, what had Sam heard coming out of the woods and checking out my tent multiple times that night? Why hadn't I heard it? I have told this story to people before, and they say I had just dreamed it, but I know that I hadn't. I had been too cold and had sat up in my sleeping bag most of the night, rubbing my legs. And since I know it wasn't a dream, what is hiding and hunting in the woods along the Buffalo River?
The boogeyman.
I work at a restaurant in a small town, and I have been locking up at the end of the night for a year now. It's nice, easy money, and I usually get paid an extra hour while doing simple tasks like cleaning or rolling silverware. It's actually calming after a hectic night in the kitchen. I never check bathrooms or anything before locking up. Usually the restaurant is empty well before I am finished, and I have a lot of time to myself. There is something so eerie about being in a restaurant alone after closing. What was once a bustling place full of people is now empty and silent. The sounds of the
Easiest
machine
way
kicking
would
on can be heard across the
probably
restaurant.
be
The sound of the ice machine dumping ice
go
usually makes me jump.
that way.
With the layout of the restaurant,
Go
the
north
light
and go
switches are
up
on
and
the opposite side of
around
the restaurant from the door with the alarm. So I usually lock the back and
to
front doors and then turn off all the lights. Then I make my
favorite.
way through the dark restaurant to the side door, which has the keypad. In order to arm the system, all doors need to be closed and there needs to be no movement in the restaurant. If there is an error, it will tell me the door that is open, or infrared, and the area where there is movement. When I first started locking up, I needed the flashlight on my phone to navigate to the door. But now I know the layout, so I just walk in the darkness. For some reason, it is less scary to just speed walk through the dark than to have a dimly lit phone light casting shadows and reflecting off surfaces. I hate to say it as a grown man. The dark creeps me out. Tonight, the restaurant had been closed for almost 2 hours. I mopped the kitchen, cleaned a bit, and rolled some silverware for the morning crew. I locked the doors, turned off the lights, then made my way through the dark restaurant to the door. I typed in the code and got an error. Error. Infrared detected. Dining room. I felt my stomach sink. I know I've been alone in this restaurant for 2 hours. I know I had just walked through that pitch black dining room. Just then I heard footsteps pounding on the tile coming towards me from the dining room. I have gotten chills down my spine before when something creeps me out. But this was different. It felt like my entire nervous system was overloaded. I didn't even turn around. I just opened the door and bolted out into the parking lot. I didn't hear any footsteps behind me. I got in my car and peeled out. I drove down the street and called 911, and then my boss. I waited until they arrived before I went back into the restaurant. The door was wide open. There was no sign of anyone. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was broken. I gave a report of what happened, and that was it. The only interior camera that is pointed at the cash registers didn't see into a majority of the dining room, but the exterior camera caught something that scared the life out of me, and that I will think about for the rest of my life. It captures me running out of the building and around the corner to my car. Shortly after I exited, you could barely see the elongated shadow of someone standing by the door beneath the camera, watching me run away. The person casting it being just out of frame before turning the opposite direction and disappearing. Just seeing my terrified self running away and that shadow watching me do so. I have never felt so vulnerable. I'm not really a believer in the paranormal, but I just don't know what kind of sick person would wait in a restaurant for 2 hours after close. just to scare the employee that was locking up. I know for a fact it wasn't any of my coworkers. Obviously, there wasn't much that could be done to find out who it was. Nothing shows anyone entering the building after close, and from what we could tell, everyone who entered that day had left. This event still has me questioning myself on whether it was a sick prank, someone mentally ill, or something supernatural.
Well, at least some of these are more original, and I haven't heard them before.
I can't breathe. My eyes are open, and I am able to see everything around me. Yes, it's shrouded in darkness, but it's still my room, and I am still in my bed. Except I can't move, and I can't breathe. I can feel the eyes of something sinister on me. Something is watching me from the darkness that is surrounding me. I don't see it. I can smell it. A putrid, stagnant smell, like sulfur, acid, and bowel movements all in one.
Ew.
I feel it.
That's pretty
I feel
nasty.
anger and the hatred in the air around me. The room I fell asleep in was peaceful. It's my room. I can see the Jack Skellington tapestry on the wall across from me. The television is in sleep mode. The little bubbles dancing around the screen. I can feel the weight of my tiny dog beside me under the blanket. My drawings hung where they were when I fell asleep, but the darkness in the room is darker. The feeling in the room is evil. There's a sound. What's that sound? It's not me. I can't breathe, I can't move, and I for sure can't speak. But something is moving. Footsteps. Those are footsteps that I can hear, coming from my closet. I cut my eyes, looking as far to the side of them to try and see who or what. But there's nothing there. Until there's movement at the end of my bed. Looking down, still unable to do anything but stare. There he is, the guy in the top hat. He's tall, all black. He's not a he at all, but a thing. No facial features are eminent.
The cat in the hat, minus the cat.
Across his blank and stoic face.
In the happiness,
He's enjoying
chat.
this. The torture and pure terror I feel. I can tell he's feeding off of it. Tightly shutting my eyes, I'm hoping that doing this will make them go away. My eyes fly back open in a panic when I feel breath on my face and neck. There he is, hovering over me, the grin wider than it was before. I tried to make him disappear. He's mouthing something, but no words are audible. And then in a growling whisper, I watch you sleep at night. So lovely you are. From this night forward until time ends, I will watch you sleep. Time and time again. Praying in my head that he will just go away. I can feel the tears gliding down the sides of my face. I still can't breathe, move, or speak. I am so beyond trapped, and the terror welling inside me needs to be released. I open my mouth, forming a scream, and in my mind, that's all I'm doing. Screaming as loud as possible. Finally, the only thing filling the silence and the darkness that surrounds me are my screams. I sit up as quickly as possible and gather myself. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. After I had pulled myself together and obtained the courage to go to the bathroom, I head that way. Upon returning to my bed, I grab my phone to check the time, and there, present on the screen, is a picture taken of me from above. my eyes wide and filled with tears that are streaming down my cheeks, mouth open in the form of a scream, and a dark glaze over my eyes. Those don't look like my eyes.
Hmm.
This story is from my hike from Graz, Austria to Venice, Italy. It might not be as frightening as some other stories, but I want to share it. In the summer of 2023, my two friends and I, all 17 years old at the time, were in the final week of our hike from Graz to Venice. It was late
Reddit
at night,
story.
and we still hadn't found a place to set up our tents. We were walking along a seemingly endless beach, exhaustion weighing heavily on us after 20 days of walking. Our
You're on a
legs
beach
felt
and you
tired.
can't
We
find
had
a
already
spot to
taken
set up a
many short
tent?
pauses to regain energy. We were all eager to rest. Eventually, we found a suitable spot on the map, a beach further away from the city we were in, and decided to head there. By this time, we had briefly entered the city but hadn't gone deep into it. The streets were empty except for some tourists near the beach. I was so exhausted that I was even walking with my eyes closed. To reach our campsite, we had to take a small gravel path connected to one of the streets. As we arrived at the intersection that led to our intended campsite, a man suddenly emerged from the path we needed to take, which led right into the woods, and walked right past us. My friend, distracted by fatigue, walked past the intersection without noticing it. I quickly called out to him, pointing out that we needed to take that path. Just after I corrected my friend, I don't know why, but I glanced back and noticed the man standing in the middle of the road, motionless, staring at us. For a few seconds I looked at him, but it was pitch black, so I couldn't make out his features. I didn't think much of it and decided to continue walking. However, as soon as we entered the gravel path, we made a chilling discovery. The man was now following us, heading back from where he had just come. As we began to worry, all our exhaustion and pain vanished, along with the weight of our fully packed backpacks. While still walking down this dark path, we started discussing what to do rather loudly, not expecting him to understand our language, since we weren't locals. After a brief discussion, we decided that jumping into the field next to the path was a better option.
There's 3 of you and 1 of him.
So, after about
He
30
just
minutes
rushed the
of walking along the
motherfucker.
path, we jumped into the field. The field was full of crops and difficult to wade through, including jumping over some kind of ditch in the middle of the field. But with adrenaline pumping, we barely noticed.
And you're
that we
full of
just
adrenaline.
and kept running as fast as we could with these huge backpacks.
Charge him.
As soon as the man saw us move, he immediately
Fuck
turned
this
around
shit, I'm
and
out.
walked to the road.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Hi, Sins.
Don't mind me, I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope.
Our short
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. This shit, I'm out.
city. And as soon as we didn't see him anymore, we calmed down a bit. Still, fear kept
Thank you
us
for the
going,
lurk.
trying to stay in the darkness so
I
we couldn't
appreciate
see
it.
us. Walking past the gas station at the end of the city, which could be seen from the street where we had met the man.
So you're either
we
lurking
walked
or
about
you're
5 kilometers before finally
saying that
finding
if
our
that
base,
happened to you, you
far
would
away
just
from where we had
fucking
encountered
bounce.
the man.
I wouldn't
Today,
bounce. I'd charge that
if it was
motherfucker.
just a drunkard playing a twisted joke, or if he had more sinister intentions. And who knows what might have happened if it hadn't been for those pauses that we took. We might have been right on time to meet this mysterious man further down into the darkness of the woods.
I'd beat that motherfucker to death. Wow. I'd beat him within an inch of his life.
Years old. My family and I were going ice skating one evening. My family
Especially if there's
consisted of my
3 of you and you outnumber
and
him.
my mom.
You'd
My
be weak
stepmother.
as fuck and kick
I
his
decided to get my
ass.
girlfriend to come with
Even
me
if he was as big as Schwarzenegger.
at our house so that we could leave. She eventually
If
made it,
nothing else,
and
you'd
we all
scare the
piled into an
fuck out of him and
and headed downtown.
chase him off.
The ice skating rink was packed, as it was only open at Christmas time, and it was 8 o'clock on a Saturday. After driving around the rink a few times, we found a parking spot. We all started walking over.
Oh, and I gotta go to the
We
fucking.
saw that all of the lights went off in the skating rink, and for about 1 minute, green
Gotta go to the
and
hunting
lights
trader
lighted
too.
the whole place up.
Got wolf
It was
pelts
pretty cool,
and
I
meats that I
thought.
gotta
I was
sell.
looking forward to getting my skates on. They were serving hot cocoa right next door in a little booth. My little brothers wanted some, and so my parents jumped in line, while my girlfriend and I headed to the window where we could rent some ice skates. There was no line there, and we got our skates pretty quickly. We sat down on the bench near the window and put on our skates. My girlfriend had never been ice skating before, and she was a bit nervous. She was afraid she would fall, but I told her it's really not that difficult, and even if she did, it's not a big deal. We got to our feet with our skates now on.
You just try not to land on your face.
Stepped onto it. Suddenly the lights switched to the dark green and red lights again. You could barely see when the lights switched, and people were running into each other all over the place. Some people were falling down. It was a cool idea to have the lights switch to green and red for the holiday, but whoever set the lights up made them way too dim. My girlfriend told me to wait for the lights to switch back on, and we did. A minute later, the normal lights popped back on, and we stepped onto the ice. My girlfriend skated awkwardly for a few minutes, but got the hang of it fairly quickly, and we were soon flying around the rink. After about 6 laps, the lights went out again, but this time, it seemed to me that it was even darker than before. My girlfriend grabbed my arm and clung to me as we tried not to run into anyone. As we skated in the near darkness now, she asked me, "It's getting darker, don't you think?" I agreed, and the lights popped back on again. We sighed with relief and continued skating. As we made our way around, we passed a man wearing a dark red trench coat that was about to step onto the ice. He had a dark red hood over his head, which covered most of his face. After noticing him, I looked around for my family and spotted them sitting down on the benches, drinking their hot cocoa. I looked over to my girlfriend who had broken away from my arm, and she looked nervous. I skated closer to her and asked her if she wanted to get off the ice. She said no, but that she was worried about when the lights flipped to the dark green and red again. She was worried that they would flip off completely and leave everyone in complete darkness. As if on cue, the lights switched off, and they switched off completely. My girlfriend gasped along with many other people around us. For the briefest of moments, everyone was quiet, and it was pitch black. It was an incredibly eerie feeling. Then suddenly, being on the ice with so many people, but feeling alone. Then suddenly, I heard a woman scream. Then I heard commotion. The woman's screams were silenced, and then I heard a man yell in a similar way, like they had just been really hurt by something. My girlfriend and I ran into a group of people, and we all collapsed onto the ice. She started calling my name, and I could hear the fear in her voice. People were falling all around us, and then I heard another woman.
Bring it on, Wolfies.
This scream was piercing, and I knew at that moment that something
Just over
was
here
very
shooting
wrong.
zombies.
The woman continued to scream when I heard
Bring it
someone
on.
scream bloody murder. At this point, I could hear noises of frantic people falling, moving and screaming, trying to escape the ice rink. I tried to stand up, but was hit by people in all directions, and my hands were sliding across the ice as I crawled. It felt like razor blades. I was hyperventilating when suddenly I felt an extreme pain in the tip of my just skated over it. I stopped crawling and heard yet another ear-piercing scream of agony and terror. I started calling my girlfriend's name, but did not get a response. Somebody skated into me, their knee hitting my face hard. I fell flat onto the ice, and my breath was taken away when I felt random people topple on top of me. One person landing on my stomach. As they all tried to separate from each other and myself, I felt an ice skate slice my thigh. I started crawling again fast, and I could feel my finger pulsating as blood gushed from the wound. I hit a wall, and I remember feeling the tiniest relief. I called my girlfriend's name again, but once again, no response in the midst of screams and frantic mayhem. It sounded as if everyone was screaming now, and I thought that I might have a heart attack. I stuck to the side of the wall and attempted to stand up onto my skates again. I reached my feet and started coughing. I felt somebody clip my back as they skated by me. And then suddenly I felt pain. Pain in my back. Monumental pain. The worst pain I've ever felt. At first, I thought somebody had somehow cut my back with an ice skate, but I twisted my arm and reached around to my back to feel what it was. Somebody then crashed into me and I fell onto the ice once more. Tears poured from my eyes and screams erupted from all around me. I twisted my arm to reach my back again, and I felt it. Somebody had stabbed me. My breathing started to get heavy, and a full breath was difficult to achieve. The pain was growing more intense, and I felt panic set in, as it felt like the pain would not reach a stopping point, and would just increase and increase. Suddenly, I heard another scream very close. It was mine. My screams joined the rest, and I began sobbing in between screams. I started crawling once more, but I couldn't move as I did before. My muscles were becoming weaker, and I felt as if I were falling asleep. I moved slowly, and I could feel thick, syrupy liquid wherever I put my hands on the ice. It was warm. I knew it was blood. My blood. And I suddenly began coughing again, with no control, and didn't stop. I put my hand over my mouth and stopped crawling. I felt blood coming out of my throat as I coughed, and it started to block my nasal passage, and I could barely breathe. The screams were absolutely ear-shattering at this point. I lay on my back and started to shiver. After a few minutes, I felt people fall and trip over me once again, and I flipped over onto my stomach. After this, I looked up, and I could see small beams of light all over the place. And then I heard people speak. It was the police, I thought to myself. They were running and tripping over people, trying to get people out, trying to help. I put my arm up and said the word, help, but nothing came out. I couldn't say it. I dropped my arm back to the ice, and I felt my eyes start to close. I cleared my throat, full of blood, and coughed it onto the ice. Everything at that moment went black. I awoke in a hospital bed. 24 people were murdered on the ice skating rink that night. My girlfriend included.
Wow, that sucks. So, ooh.
During the summer of 1975, my grandfather worked at a car dealership as a mechanic in a major city on the West Coast. That was where my Aunt Cece got her first job as a receptionist for the dealership. They were from a small town out in the countryside, so she was excited to start work in the big city as Cece had just graduated high school and wanted to save up for an apartment. Despite the fact that she was in a major city, Cece's job was what you would expect working as a receptionist inside a car dealership. The immediate area was
She
devoted
answers
to
the
industry work
phones?
and other car dealerships. It was, in effect, a social desert for a 17-year-old social butterfly like Cece. This was a blue-collar area that was predominantly men working hard, dirty jobs. Despite that, Cece enjoyed her work and the chance to carpool with her dad, and got along great with the staff, with what my grandfather called the gift of gab. She could make friends with anybody. Now, as it was 1975, most transactions were done in cash, and as a result, paperwork and money deposits had to be done with daily trips to the bank. That task fell upon Cece as part of her duties, and she was entrusted with taking deposits to the bank, located within walking distance of her place of employment. As she worked in a successful car dealership, she could deliver thousands of dollars in cash per deposit. To put the money in perspective, $2,000 in 1975 is equal to well over $10,000 now. So here was Cece, a lone 17-year-old girl with a daily routine, walking from a popular car dealership to a bank, with large sums of money, at a somewhat isolated and rough neighborhood inside a major city. To say that her employer did not foresee an opportunity for disaster was naive on their part, and for my grandfather as well. All that I can say about that relaxed attitude was that the 70s was an entirely different world almost 50 years ago.
You
Cece was
think?
the one to pay the price. On that summer's day, the dealership had quite a few successful transactions that resulted in netting over $3,000. So with the paperwork done after lunchtime, Cece put the money into her purse and began the short walk to the bank. She was a few minutes into her journey when a rusty van screeched to a halt behind her. Before she could react, the sliding door opened and a man pulled her inside before she had a chance to do anything. The doors slammed shut and the engine revved as they took off. And just like that, she was kidnapped. Inside the van were 5 rough-looking men in their mid to late 20s. The back seats had been taken out for a mattress and several pillows to convert it to a party van, as was typical for the time, as evidenced by the empty beer cans and bottles, as well as other paraphernalia. The men were laughing as they shoved Cece onto the mattress, commenting that they had wanted a pretty girl to join the party, and she had the misfortune to be that random girl in their path. They seemed either oblivious or uncaring that they had abducted a young woman off the streets against her will. Now, I don't need to emphasize how dangerous a situation Cece was in. She was fully aware that what was likely to happen to her, with 5 strangers taking her to God knows where. The men didn't look like college students and by appearance had a rough lifestyle. She also realized that they weren't aware of the money in her purse. These were men looking for a good time at the expense of preying on an innocent woman, not criminal masterminds who had cased her daily trip to the bank for a deposit. Regardless, her chances would likely plummet to 0 if they discovered the $3,000 hidden inside her purse. That much money might be too tempting a prize than to leave a witness behind. Cece then did what she was gifted with. She kept her cool and turned on the charm. She laughed along with the men, as if being held against her will was a joke, saying to the effect, you guys seem pretty cool. It's too bad I can't party with you as I'm expected back at work. I would hate for all of us to get in trouble as my boss will be mad if I'm not back soon. He'll definitely call the cops because of what's been happening lately. At this time, the then unidentified serial killer Ted Bundy was active on the West Coast, especially in that city. Cece and her sisters had even cut their hair short as a precaution because the girls targeted at the time all had long hair. Those murders were at the forefront of the public's minds, and Cece used that as leverage for her kidnappers to take her words seriously. It was enough to plant a seed of doubt in their minds, but it also showed that they never had good intentions, aside from the fact that they had abducted her, with the added risk of her being immediately missed and the cops quickly involved. Cece continued talking with the men as they mulled this information over while she downplayed her own fear. You guys really don't want to do this. My boss is really strict about my breaks. and we'll all get into trouble real soon. I don't think any of us want that. Those terrible men decided that she wasn't worth the trouble. They took her to the
Dang.
grocery store and opened the door to let her out, and then quickly drove off. Cece, who still had her purse with the $3,000, ran into the store to call her dad. The cops were also involved, but without any identification or a license plate, the kidnappers were never caught, and no follow-up was ever made. In retrospect, Cece's kidnapping might not have been taken seriously by the police. This was 1975, literally just 1 year after American women were legally able to open their own credit cards in their own name without a male partner. So it's frustratingly likely that Cece's whole abduction was written off as some harmless joyride prank, and she was neither assaulted nor robbed. Hopefully those men thought better than to try again on another innocent bystander. But sadly, that might just be wishful thinking. I want to finish this story by stating that I love my Aunt Cece, and I'm so grateful that she is a part of my life. She is an incredibly brave woman who has had many adventures traveling all over the world doing photography and using her gift of gab to cultivate friendships that reach across cultures and language barriers. I'm glad that her narrow escape at being abducted as a teenager did not diminish her adventurous spirit, but instead taught her how to better survive in this dangerous world. She has many stories, but tells this one as a lesson in not getting too relaxed in daily routines, and in keeping emotions in check during scary situations. After all, she is certain that the outcome of her abduction would have ended badly for her if she had lost her cool, and those men discovered that payload inside her purse. I recently moved into a big house, just temporarily. It's kind of a complicated situation. The house belongs to a family member. They were going to be gone for a few months, that sort of thing. I was going to be there on my own, so obviously I thought, what if this place is haunted? There wasn't anything in the house when I moved in, but there is now. I was in the main hallway unpacking some stuff when the doorbell rang. That put me on edge right away, because the house is at the end of a long driveway and kind of out of the way. You have to go looking for it. There was an old woman at the door, or sort of old. It was kind of hard to tell. This was in broad daylight, but there was still something kind of off about her. She was really tall, like a full head taller than me, and there was something weird about the way she looked. It was like none of her clothes fit her properly. She shook my hand and smiled, really wide, and told me that she was from the neighborhood council or something, and asked if she could come in and talk to me. My gut reaction was to say no, but I couldn't really think of a reason to. She was just an old woman. What was she going to do? I really wish I had just slammed the door in her face. I brought her into the living room, and she sort of tottered behind me, like her feet didn't fit into her shoes properly. She sat down without asking, and grinned at me until I took a seat across from her. For about half a minute, she didn't say anything, just smiled and stared at me while it got increasingly awkward. Just as I was about to break the silence, she fished into her pocket and pulled out this really big, old-fashioned candy, the type that comes in see-through wrapping. "Here," she said. "Eat this." I
No.
should probably point out here that she spoke really quietly, so it was difficult to hear anything she said. I accepted the candy, kind of taken aback, and unwrapped it. It was dark red, almost black. I popped it into my mouth because she was still grinning at me and nodding her head. Have you ever walked around behind a supermarket where they keep those big bins? They throw meat that's gone bad in those bins. Imagine that rancid smell, but on a hot summer day. It's so thick, you can almost feel it in the air. That is what the candy tasted like. I almost spit it out onto the floor, but social niceties made me chew the thing and force it down my throat. The woman
In your house. Fuck that shit.
between the taste.
Why did you even let her in, you idiot?
My mouth tasted like rotten meat, so I politely told her I was going to get some water and walked back into the kitchen. When I came back, she was gone. I had been in the kitchen for at least 30 seconds. My first reaction probably should have been to assume that she went to the bathroom or had to leave in a hurry. Instead, I searched the entire house. I went through every single room, convinced I was going to open a closet or look under a bed and see her stuffed in there grinning at me. That didn't happen, obviously, but I was still extremely on edge as the sun started to go down. I felt like I was turning off the light in my bedroom after spotting a giant spider in there. That night, I propped a chair against my bedroom door because I just couldn't shake the feeling that the woman was still in the house somewhere, hiding. I woke up at around 2:30 in the morning and heard creaking floorboards downstairs. It was an old house and unfamiliar. I kept telling myself that until the noises stopped. When I woke up the next morning, there was a red candy on the living room table. I'll tell you the same thing I told the police. No, I couldn't be absolutely certain that the candy wasn't there the day before. Maybe I had just overlooked it, but I didn't think so. They told me that the organization the woman claimed to come from did not actually exist, and clearly thought I was wasting their time. After they left, I searched the entire house again, and the grounds. Then, I searched them again. By the time I was finished, I had managed to calm down a bit and looked at the situation rationally. The woman probably left the candy there the previous day, and I just didn't notice. I had searched the whole house twice now. There was nowhere she could possibly be hiding. She was probably just some doddery old lady who wandered off while I was in the kitchen. As I prepared to go to bed, I had managed to fully delude myself into thinking nothing strange was going on. I decided not to do anything childish like blocking my door. Because what was I afraid of? Even if she somehow was still inside the house somewhere, what was she going to do? At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up abruptly, knowing in the back of my mind that something was wrong. I guess I must have heard something in my sleep. I turned over onto my side and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, groping around because I was in an unfamiliar room. When the light came on, I saw the old woman standing right next to my bed. I only got the briefest glimpse of her before she vanished into the unlit hallway outside my door. I now believe that the human brain has a special compartment for dealing with experiences far outside the realm of the natural. If I had woken up to find a burglar in my room, I probably would have gone numb with panic. If there was a lion at the foot of my bed, I would have been too paralyzed with fear to do anything. But as soon as the woman was gone, that special compartment took over. I jumped out of bed and slammed the door shut, and then shoved a chair up against the handle. Then I dashed for my phone. No signal. No internet. I later found out there was nothing wrong with the phone or the local service. I think she was interfering with it somehow. The drop from the bedroom window wasn't too high. If I landed just right, I would probably avoid injury. But what if I sprained my ankle or broke my leg? I had a sudden vision of pulling myself across the dark garden while the woman sprinted after me, and decided I didn't want to risk it. That gave me two options: wait out the night in my bedroom, or try to get out of the house now. I went for the second option. I had a thought that my flimsy barricade would not hold if the woman decided she wanted back in. I broke one of the chair legs off and crept slowly into the hallway, reaching carefully for the light switch. When I pressed it, the lights came on for a second and then faded out. I flicked the switch a few more times. Nothing. Some gut instinct told me she was sabotaging them somehow. I used my phone for light as I slowly, quietly crept along the upstairs hallway and down the stairs. The light barely traced the shapes of the walls and the dark, yawning frames of open doorways. I jumped at every single shadow and unidentifiable shape, certain that any second that grinning face would appear out of the shadows. I got downstairs into the front door. I had double locked it and put the chain in place. Just as I was reaching for the first lock, I heard rapid, uneven footsteps at the top of the stairs, approaching swiftly. I undid the first lock. A high-pitched shriek came from the hallway down the stairs, and I screamed as I undid the second lock and wrenched the door open. It stuck fast. I had forgotten the chain. I glanced behind me and saw the tall, spindly shape of the woman half running, half falling down the stairs toward me, her head lolling backward and her mouth hanging open. I can't even remember getting the chain off. I might actually have just yanked the door open so hard that it broke. In any case, the last I saw of the woman was her face, inches away from me, as I slammed the door shut. I sprinted to the nearest house, and they called the police, possibly because I was half delirious with fear and babbling incoherently. The police once again failed to find anything unusual. It's been a week. I'm staying at a friend's place, sleeping with the lights on and the bedroom door barricaded. The house's real owners aren't back yet. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell them, but I have to stop them from going back there. Somehow. This isn't a haunting. It's an infestation. I can't stop thinking about all the holes in our defenses. The windows and doors left open. The strangers invited into our living rooms. I just hope it's the house that she wanted, and not me.
He's gonna swallow your soul.
When I look back at my younger years from around the age of 9, all I can picture is the holiday home that we visited and what happened there. The location that we stayed in was a frequent choice for us, with about 3 or 4 visits in the past. Each time we visited, we had consistently positive experiences. It was located in a remote area about 30 minutes away from everything, and there wasn't a phone signal for at least 3 miles. The memory of that night still haunts me, even now as a 28-year-old man. I frequently attend therapy sessions to address my anxiety about that night. So let me take you back to the winter of 1996. After a long and challenging drive through harsh weather and treacherous
Sounds like the
terrain,
start of a Kid Rock
my family
song.
and I finally arrived at our cabin in the dead of the night. The cozy little house we were staying in was a charming 2-bedroom cabin nestled within nature. The kitchen was small but functional, and the living room was even tinier, giving it a snug and intimate feel. As my father prepared wood for the campfire, and my mother lovingly tucked me and my sister, who was 7 at the time, into bed, a sudden loud bang on the door startled us all. My father cautiously peered through the keyhole, only to find no one on the other side. He bravely opened the door to investigate, but the surrounding area appeared empty, leaving all of us puzzled and a little uneasy. At first, we thought the incident was just an animal running into the door, but I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. That night, I was terrified thinking about something
100.
outside in the dark, creeping around our house. Despite my fear, I eventually fell asleep, but it was restless. A few days passed, and little happened, apart from a few strange sounds coming
Okay,
from
those are
outside every now and then,
500K.
the odd stuttering of the lights.
That is
Everything was
50
going
slots.
and our trip appeared to be rather ordinary.
Do I have a belt?
That was until we saw him.
I have a regular
I
belt.
couldn't accurately make it out in the dark.
I have a regular
I could
belt
see there was a
with
slender, lanky
2
man
bears
peering
on it.
down through the window. His skin was gray. His eyes were jet black, and he had a massive, gaping grin stretching across his face. Everyone fell silent. We were all just staring directly at the window,
Which is
petrified
60
and
slots.
The silence was broken by a blood-curdling scream from outside, which was shortly followed by the disappearance of the creature at the window. I don't know what it was or who it was, but I sure
And that
didn't
has
want
slots
to
on
find
it
out.
that you can add bears
The
to.
car was parked about 5 seconds away from the door, so this would have taken us around 10 seconds to sprint over there,
Their
open the doors,
baller
turn the
Z
key,
belt.
and drive away. My father instantly sprung into action, grabbing the double-barrel weapon our family kept for emergencies and smashing through the front door. He stared down the sight, watching as whatever it was dashed towards him and shot 2 slugs directly into the chest of the beast. Within a split second, we all sprinted outside and into the car as we watched whatever it was lay on the floor. As soon as my father started the ignition, we were out of there, as if a bullet leaving a rifle. We never went back to that
That's
place.
100
And I
slot
hope no one
vest.
else did either.
100 slot
I don't know what I
vest
saw that night,
for
but what I do know is that if my father hadn't
250
made that split-second
grand.
decision,
Or do
my
we
whole
save
family
up
may eventually
for
be
pants
dead.
or a shirt? Shirt is 500 grand.
12 and 14, I would often sleep in my older brother's room. I would set up my blanket and pillow on the floor next to his bed. Talk about dreams and nightmares we had had, fictitious scenarios, and other random topics that I have no recollection of now. But after the conversation and laughter would end, I had to deal with the part I dreaded most about sleeping in his room. The awful silence and the oppressive
And
darkness
we
that
have,
surrounded me.
oh, maybe
I
we
could
should
have
go
sworn
sell the
I would
meat
experience
first.
something paranormal almost every night in that room. Whether
Because
it was
we're at
things or
almost
shadows, I
400
may have very
grand.
well been imagining.
So we
Strange
sell the meat and the
voices,
pelts first,
or the
and
cold,
then
melted
maybe
pulsing,
we
real
can afford
sensation
pants.
of something gripping my blanket.
If
That
nothing
night,
else, we
was
could still get a vest
and I remember rushing my
and
brother to turn the light on while I lay
maybe the
in
belt.
absolute terror. However, in typical paranormal fashion, nothing was there. But this one experience I had in that room still freaks me out to this day.
And we still kind of need
As
to
I usually
get,
did, I decided to sleep in his room.
uh,
The only thing I did differently that night was set up my sleeping space on his recliner. We talked for a few hours past midnight, and finally, we fell asleep.
I still need to get
He fell
a
asleep. To tell the truth, I was
weapon
stuck in my
cleaning
usual
kit.
state of impending doom.
I thought I had one,
But
but
this time, I think my
I
fear
think
was
I may
justified.
have sold
While
it.
I lay there, reclined with my arms on the armrests, trying my hardest to fall asleep, I heard the worst thing my younger self could ever hear. Scratching on the back of the chair. My eyes immediately darted to my brother's bed, wanting to call out to him for help, to get whatever this thing was behind the chair to leave. But nothing came out of my mouth. I lay there motionless and unable to speak, my heart pounding so hard that I could feel it in my wrists. The scratching persisted, slow and sinister. My young mind imagined a horrifying dark creature with gray hands and long black fingernails, crouched behind the chair, purposely trying to scare me. But another, more logical part of my mind wondered if it was possibly a rat, or some fabric in the back of the chair ripping. But none of that made sense. The scratching was too slow and controlled to be an animal or something tearing. I ended up not saying anything and just waited for the scratching to stop. Eventually, after what seemed like forever, it did. But I knew better than to stay in that awful room, straight out of a horror film. So I went back to my room. When I told everyone about the incident in the morning, I got a bunch of comments like, "That's creepy," or "That's weird," until it was brushed off. My brother never minded hearing things in his room. One time he heard an object fall off his windowsill in the middle of the night, and instead of getting freaked out like a normal person, he just thought, well, whatever, and went back to sleep. Now, I am not that type of person. Every paranormal experience I've had in that house is probably going to stay ingrained in my mind for the rest of my life. Walking to your mailbox to get the mail and mowing your lawn are normal, trivial tasks that no one thinks much about. But when someone is watching you do those things, it's a different
Ow.
story. For as long as my dad could remember living there, every time he went outside to cut the grass or do any other task, she would be watching him from across the street. In the scorching Texas heat, out there in her nightgown, no shade, no drink, just sitting there. Her borderline emaciated figure and lack of expression stood out as concerning to my dad, and most times when he saw her, he would wave. But she never waved back. My mom said that when she would wave at the old woman, it would be returned, but for some reason, she never acknowledged my dad. One day, while my dad was sitting on the porch having a drink with his friend, the woman was there, quiet and motionless. A guy who lived with her returned home from work and was assumed to be her son. Tom parked his car in the driveway, got out, and walked right past her. What a jerk, my dad thought. He didn't even say hi to her or offer to bring her a drink or help her inside. He and his friend continued their conversation, and about 10 minutes later, Tom walked back outside. "Hey, man, you want a beer?" My dad called out. He knew Tom, and though he was frustrated with his actions, or lack thereof, toward his mother, he thought he would invite him over and possibly ask him about her. Tom said yes and walked across the street to join them. After they chatted and got comfortable, my dad decided to bring it up. "Is that your mom who sits in the chair outside?" Tom looked confused. "What do you mean?" The old woman who sits in that chair every day," my dad said, waiting for him to catch on. But he didn't. My dad then went on to describe her appearance and informed Tom that he had been seeing her daily. It was difficult to tell whether Tom was shocked, sad, or scared. He then went on to tell my dad that his mom had passed away a few years ago and used to live in that house. The chair my dad said he saw her sitting in was her favorite chair. Tom brought my dad across the street to tell his girlfriend about what he had seen, and she was equally baffled. But it gave them comfort knowing that their mother was still there with them. Ghosts and demons weren't of any interest to my dad back in the day. He never believed in them. He thought any sightings of ghosts could be explained by logic and reason, and that the people telling the stories
Well, they usually can.
lying. probably for attention, but this was one of the experiences that made him question what he believed and ponder
It was her favorite chair,
of the spiritual realm
and that's her idea of heaven.
and evil.
Sitting on her porch out in Texas.
This story happened over the summer. I had started seeing this guy I met through mutual friends, and we had been hitting it off for a while.
Reddit
I won't say
story.
exactly where for privacy, but one of our first dates was a late-night drive to a popular lake area in the Roaring Fork Valley of Colorado. The first night we went, we enjoyed some green and spent time chatting under the moonlight. A night full of romance, conversation, and a little bit of passion after we left and went back to my place to watch Hulu. He and I
Oh,
both have busy
ow.
schedules, but we had another whirlwind date to the same area about 3 weeks later. The moon wasn't quite full, but that didn't stop us from
Ouch.
enjoying each other's company. Now, for a bit of layout of the lake,
Whiplash.
this lake and park area has two places where folks can park vehicles. One where you can pay a sum of money to park while you enjoy the lake, or a dirt track where folks usually go hiking. We were parked in my car.
Or to get buck wild for 20 minutes.
The second time we pulled up, there was another car parked there. It was past midnight, and we assumed that whoever was in the other car was likely doing what we were, as well as what we were about to start doing. We got out.
Getting a little freaky deaky on in the backseat of your Camaro.
Something felt off. You know that feeling that someone's watching you? Amplify that by 5, and that's what I was feeling. I figured it was a mixture of exhaustion and a few hits off the joint made me feel a little jumpy, so I didn't pay much attention to that feeling. But I did keep in mind to be aware of my surroundings. After smoking, we climbed into my back seat and started cuddling and
I told you.
I had the car running with the headlights on, and just because I was feeling a little anxious, I had the doors locked too. As my date and I started getting a little hot and heavy, he began to lay me down on my back in the passenger seat. As our lips broke apart for a second, I glanced out the windshield quickly, and my blood ran cold. I saw something dart behind a tree that was lit by my headlights. I froze for a second, and after a pause, I saw something that has been seared in my mind permanently. There was a shirtless old man wearing torn-up overalls with a scraggly beard peeking out from behind that tree, almost like a kid peeking around a corner during a game of hide-and-seek. It was almost as if he knew I saw him, because he quickly darted back behind the tree. But I could still see the side of his leg from where I was positioned. My
How's the peeping going?
and his head began to move back to my lips, but I stopped him and whispered, trying to remain as calm as possible, with the adrenaline rushing through me. I wish I was making this up, but we have to go right now. There's a man behind that tree right there. I motioned slowly with my head to where I had seen the man. I don't know how long he's been there. I don't want to find out. My date quickly darted his head to the side and whisper shouted, "No way." I instructed him to follow my lead. Since we had locked the car, I didn't want to exit the vehicle after seeing what I had seen. As carefully as I could, I sort of spider crawled over to my center console and settled into the seat. My date followed suit, accidentally bumping my head with his knee in the process. I began the process of trying to get the car out of that bumpy dirt lot as quickly as possible without bottoming out the car.
Oh,
I white-knuckled the steering wheel for the 5-mile drive back into town. As soon as I was far enough away to finally process what had happened, I became nauseous from the fear. I also began to shake, and my date, being the absolute gentleman he is, calmly asked me to pull over so that he could drive us back to my place safely. As soon as we entered the doors of my home, we began a debrief on what we possibly saw. At first, I thought of the first logical explanation. The other car that was there. Maybe the owner had to step out to relieve himself or something. But this was past midnight in Colorado, in the mountains.
A father says to his son, "Now the and then you'll go and fuck the is coming with your little sister." The son replies, "You're an idiot. This town is teeming with lovely girls, and then you'll go and fuck the stork."
Behind the tree, only to peek out and watch for as long as he did, and then dart back behind it. Was he watching us? Who was he? My date from that night and I have still been going pretty steady, and we still try to figure out what it possibly could have been, even 3 months later. If you're going for late night drives where you park, please make sure you never go alone. Make sure someone has your location. And always, and I really do mean always, be aware of your surroundings. I have lived in Colorado for the majority of my life, encountering bears, mountain lions, and coyotes. Heck, I was even chased by a bull when I was a teenager. But none of those encounters compare to the sheer
120 seconds, so a minute and a half.
After midnight.
Mod update. Not a big deal, though. Hopefully it doesn't go down for too long.
I, a 9-year-old boy, was playing with my friends at my local park. Being young and oblivious, I didn't really notice anything unusual at first. I kept playing until I noticed my best friend, who was 1 year older than me, and someone I looked up to, staring at the tree line with a pale, wide-eyed look of sheer terror. He couldn't tear his gaze away from it. Curious and fearful about what could have caused such an intense reaction from someone I knew to be so fearless, I followed his eyes and tried to catch his gaze.
I'll be right back. Enjoy the story while we wait for the update, and I'm going to go use the restroom.
Were hard to make out as the sun was shining directly behind the trees, blinding me. But even with that, I could see the way she was standing was surreal. Her feet were crouched on the ground, and she had her hands pressed against her eyebrows, like she was trying to make binoculars with her hands. Peculiar as it was, my friend and I decided to brush it off and continue playing. At our young ages, we weren't really aware of the dangers of the world, and were more focused on enjoying our time together before summer ended. A few hours later, around 10 or 11 p.m., I was lying in my bed when I heard an eerie sound coming from my window. It wasn't the usual scraping sound of keys on glass, but rather something like sharp nails dragging back and forth across the window pane. To understand how strange this was, you need to know that my room was on the 2nd floor, and my window was positioned high up, about 16 to 18 feet off the ground. It was not a low-hanging window. It was placed at the top of the room to my right. So, when I decided to push past my fear and investigate the sound, I stood on top of my bed and peeked out the window. To my absolute horror, I saw the same woman from the park. Even though I hadn't had a chance to get a good look at her features before, it was unmistakably her. Her unique posture and physique made it clear. She was gripping my windowsill with her hands, her cold, dead eyes staring directly at me. We locked eyes for what felt like 5 minutes, but in reality, it was probably only 5 seconds. Then, to my horror, the woman broke the silence by scraping the window. Not with her nails, but by opening her mouth so wide, I could see the back of her throat. She then pressed her teeth to the window pane.
What is the similarity between math and sex? You add the bed, take off the clothes, divide the legs, and hope that the math doesn't double.
Bang her head against the glass over and over again. That was all I needed to snap me.
Oh, perfect timing.
I bolted out of my room and ran straight to my parents' room. As soon as I told my dad what I had seen, he sprang out of bed, grabbed a weapon from his nightstand, while my mom called the police. My parents and I waited anxiously for the police, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived. They searched the house and found nothing, except for the broken glass on the floor of my bedroom. They were as confused as we were. There were no traces of how anyone could have climbed that high, and no footprints or evidence were found anywhere around the house. After that, my parents didn't allow me outside without a guardian. Security cameras and an electric fence were installed.
I'm going to put the intermission screen on. Nobody panic.
How could have someone climbed that high and left no
And then
evidence
I'm going to
whatsoever
see
in such a
if
short span of time?
the we can do this. I can do this because
I've had nightmares
we
for as
can
long as I can
check
remember.
Discord.
It started with recurring dreams about friendly childhood figures like Snuffleupagus chasing me and devouring me. And
Oh,
progressed
that's
to more
creepy.
realistic scenarios, such as being
Snuffleupagus.
shot as I got older. I'm not bothered by my nightmares anymore. I have unfortunately grown quite accustomed to them. However, there is one nightmare that has stuck with me for years, and it was unlike any other scary dream I've had. Let me preface this by saying I had recently visited the Museum of Shadows, a museum near my hometown that showcases supposedly haunted artifacts from around the world. I consider myself a bit of a skeptic when it comes to ghosts, but I don't limit myself to what could possibly exist and what could not. Growing up in a religious household, I was raised in a family that strongly believed in demons and possession. I still admittedly believe in such things, which may have influenced the experience I am about to tell you, but I still don't know if it was purely psychological. In the museum, there's a basement filled with demonic objects, items that allegedly contain spirits that have harmed people. Being someone who loves thrills, I excitedly explored this section, reading the stories and seeing the things that supposedly caused so much harm that a jar of holy water is kept at the entrance to bless those who enter and protect them. I had rented one of those ghost detectors that beeps when there's a fluctuation in energy, which is often associated with ghosts. I wasn't getting any response from my device, and when I did, it was usually because I was pointing it at spots where electrical wires ran. However, when I stood in the center of the basement, where no walls or electrical wires were present, I suddenly got a large response from the ghost detector. I looked around to see what could be causing it, holding the device up, down, and side to side, checking for possible energy fluctuations. I was then surrounded by a cold air that gave me goosebumps. I looked up, expecting to see an air vent, but there was none. I stepped out of this one spot and immediately felt fine. Experimentally, I held my hand out to see if the cold was contained to that spot, and to my surprise, it was. I looked down at the ground and suddenly noticed that the spot I was standing on was marked with an X in duct tape. After finishing up my museum experience, I decided to ask the curator about the X on the floor to see what it meant. "Oh," she said, "this building is very old. There might have been some tragic incidents long before we moved in here. We mark areas like that to show where someone has died, according to the history of the building." I was in disbelief and a bit shocked. I did feel like it was a gimmick, and I was unamused by this fact. I thanked the curator for her explanation and left. That night, as I was about to sleep, I started thinking about my experience again. Had I really encountered a ghost? A demon? Or was it all circumstantial and psychological? I slept on it, trying to ignore the unease I felt. When I
Anyway,
finally fell asleep, I woke up in my dark room.
uh,
Confused, I looked around, wondering why at
I'm
night it
going
was so
to put the intermission screen up and close this. And then keep an eye on server update. One nasty ass finger. Ah, ah, ah. Two nasty ass fingers. Ah, ah, ah. Reinstall early winter or late fall. Update pending. Bet you a freak.
As I grabbed the Xbox controller I kept there, in case I needed to throw something. It felt solid, real in my hands. Too real to be a dream. Suddenly, I felt her jump out onto the foot of my bed. She began crawling toward me at a terrifying pace. I was then startled awake, sitting up as fast as I could. My room was dark, and it looked exactly the same as it had in my nightmare. I felt insane. There was no way that had been real. I pinched my arm. I was for sure awake this time, but in my left hand, I still gripped the black Xbox controller. I couldn't explain it. I am not someone who sleepwalks or does things like this in my sleep. My only conclusion was that it was a very vivid dream. But her face still haunts me, and I can't help but wonder, did a demon attach itself to me that night?
Maybe just had bad tacos.
To provide some context, I was in my senior year of college. It was a bit stressful all around. In order to make some extra cash to fund my thesis project, I decided to pick up a job at a nationwide retailer that sold
Oops.
scented products, shower gels, candles, lotions, etc. What was nice about this job?
Sorry,
I was able
Cal.
to move up from sales associate to key holder, essentially a manager on duty, within the year. This story takes place shortly after that promotion.
Not really.
Another thing to note
I'm not
is
really
that
sorry I ran over the cow.
in order for employees
We're
to
going
access
up to the
shipments,
hunting critter
every store had a
anyways.
back door that led to a private hallway,
A
which
little
allowed me to
extra
be
cash never
This
hurt
way, we didn't have to worry about
anything.
customers, and it provided a quick path to wherever we needed to go. So, with that in mind, this was one of the first nights I was not only in charge of the store as the manager on duty, but I also had to close up, including balancing the tills, preparing the store for tomorrow, etc. My other closer had left at 9:30 p.m., and I was finishing up balancing the tills, checking all the numbers and counting the cash. Since we were closed and the doors were locked, I had my own music playing softly from my phone because our stereo system had broken earlier that day. As I was walking back with the money from the till to the safe, I began to hear a banging sound coming from our back door, the one that only employees use, which customers don't know about. At first, I figured it was someone from another store, probably trying to get in after closing time. I thought that they would stop once they saw the label on the door indicating it was our store and not theirs. Nope. The banging kept going for a good 5 minutes. At first, I didn't think much of it, but when I looked through the peephole, I saw nothing. And yet the banging continued. Then I started hearing a voice from the other side of the door. Let me in.
Let me in, let me in.
It grew more and more annoyed with each repetition. Since I was the only one in the store, and I knew for sure it wasn't the coworker who had closed, I began to do what any 21-year-old would do. Panic. Should I call my store manager? It was 10 p.m. at night, and she worked the day shift. She was probably already in bed. Should I call the assistant store manager? Unlikely. She wasn't fond of me, and I doubted that she would answer. Should I call the store supervisor? A friend of mine? Yes. So I gave her a call, praying that she would pick up. She didn't. I called her 2 more times, hoping she would answer, but nothing. I realized I still had to finish any remaining closing duties. Leave, lock the store, and walk outside in the dark to my car. About a 5-minute walk.
Lock all the shit up.
When the banging finally stopped, I poked my head out the back door to find no one. Nobody was there. I started to wonder if all the stress from college had been messing with my mind. Since the person hadn't gotten into the store and I wasn't hurt, and it seemed like he was gone, I figured calling the cops wouldn't do much. I did, however, call security to ask for an escort to my car that night, which was a bit of a relief. Fast forward to the next day. I'm telling my coworkers about my creepy closing the previous night, and we are all speculating about what it could have been. Homeless person, drunk guy, etc. Just then, a man in a repairman type uniform walks into our store asking for our boss. I go to get her, and he proceeds to tell her that he's here to fix our stereo. Great. He also mentions offhand that he tried to stop by the day before, but he couldn't get in. At first, I thought, oh, that makes sense. He wanted to fix it while the store was closed, and there were no customers, so nothing could be disturbed. But here's the thing. I had worked the previous day. I never saw anyone come by to fix anything. And the man talking to us that day had a completely different voice from the guy I heard in the back hallway last night. So there's no way it could have been him trying to fix the stereo the day before. He said that he was the only one scheduled to work on our store, so it wasn't like it was a coworker of his. That's when it hit me. Who was trying to get into my store last night? I never did find out.
Never open the door when your business is closed. Simple as that.
I'm a 21-year-old female, and this happened when I was around 14.
Another Reddit story.
Shortly after it happened, so I could remember.
Because Reddit stories suck.
But I'll recount it the best I can. My best friend at the time, Courtney, and I were very into the world of the paranormal and all things spooky. We used to make Ouija boards out of paper, take them to our local park and graveyard, and play with them frequently. There are many stories I could tell about what happened during those sessions, but I'll save that for another time. Now, I am a firm believer that if you're calling out to the spirit realm, even just in your bedroom during the daytime, you're always leaving a door open. and anything could come through. I think that's what happened in our case, as we used to call out to things often, not just with the Ouija board. For some context, let me tell you about some other things that happened around that time. Courtney and I would have frequent sleepovers where we would watch movies, eat snacks, and just hang out. Nothing out of the ordinary would happen until we woke up in the morning. We used to top and tail in a single bed. For those unfamiliar with the term, it's when two people sleep in the same bed, but with their heads on opposite ends. I have always been a super light sleeper when sharing a bed with someone. This is something that has continued into my adult life, so every little move Courtney made, I could feel, and it would wake me up briefly. After we had eaten all of our snacks and watched some movies, we would get pretty tired and decide to call it a night. As you can imagine, we would leave behind bowls, cups, and other things that we would clean up in the morning. But when we woke up, everything in the room would be in places that we hadn't left them. I remember one time I had placed both of my TV remotes on my desk chair after turning the TV off, and the large popcorn bowl we had been using was on my desk, along with the glasses that we had been drinking from. But when we woke up, both TV remotes, along with the popcorn bowl, were on the bed between us, and the glasses had been moved to my bedside table. We have both sworn to this day that neither of us moved anything around. This happened so frequently that it got to the point where we had to take pictures of the room before and after we went to sleep to see if anything had moved. I should mention that my house isn't haunted, and this happened both at my place and at hers when we stayed over at each other's houses. Neither of us have ever been sleepwalkers, so the whole thing was just bizarre. Another thing that happened during one of our sleepovers was that we had just woken up in the morning. By this point, Courtney had been sleeping on a mattress on the floor to give us more space. I was lying on my bed, and she was on the floor. Suddenly, I felt a very distinct single fingertip harshly poke me on my spine. It was so hard that
Poke,
it made
poke,
me
poke.
and startle verbally. You know that feeling when someone comes up behind you and pokes their fingers into the sides of your waist to tickle you? It felt just like that. I laughed at first because I 100% assumed it was Courtney. But when I saw her very confused expression when I asked if it was her, she swore she didn't do it. By this point, I had been friends with her for 3 or 4 years, and I knew when she was lying. I knew she was serious, and I was freaked out, to say the least. Now, this last experience is the one I'm recounting in this post, and it's by far the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me. I still can't explain it to this day. Courtney and I had agreed to have yet another sleepover. This time, though, her little sisters weren't home for the weekend, so we could use their bunk beds for the night, which was the first time we had ever done this. I should mention that around this time, we would often get boys' phone numbers and message them during our sleepovers, like most teenage girls do. We grabbed our snacks from the store and made it back to Courtney's place. We decided to chill out for a bit in her sister's room since that's where we would be spending the night. We were both sitting on the bottom bunk when we got a message on Courtney's phone from an unknown number that simply said, "Hey." We looked at each other confused and asked, the reply was the same. Who is this? At first, we assumed it was a boy or someone from our school trying to mess with us. But the messages started getting stranger. They started saying things like, "I know you." And again, we assumed it was someone messing with us. blood ran cold. How? We both looked out the window to see if we could spot anyone, but we saw nothing. We decided to shut the curtains just in case. The messages kept getting creepier, saying things like, "I know everything about you." At this point, we were getting really freaked out. We decided to ask something no one would know. Something Courtney did not tell people, just to rule out the possibility of a prank. No one knew her middle name. And that's when she asked, "What's my middle name?" The reply, CBN. We were confused for a moment until my blood ran cold again. Those were Courtney's initials, her first, middle, and last name. I remember we asked the number, "Where are you?" It replied, "In the walls," which freaked us out even more. There were other creepy things the messages said, but those are the details I remember most vividly. We were pretty freaked out at this point, so we began cross-checking all the numbers I had in my phone against this one texting Courtney. After a while, we found a match. It was Courtney's own phone number sending the messages. We checked a dozen times just to make sure we weren't going crazy, but it was definitely her number. The messages stopped after about an hour, and it began responding the way it normally does when you text your own number. We sent "Hi" and got a reply. "Hi." We sent "How are you?" and got the reply, "How are you?" and so on. I have tried to search online to see if anyone has had an experience like this, but I have found nothing. All I have come across is stuff about people being able to hack your own number and send messages from it. But even then, you usually get spam text about bills or someone has used your credit card. And even if it was some weird hacker, how did they know where we were, what we were wearing, and everything else about us? The whole thing was just incredibly creepy. I am still searching for an explanation.
Okay,
My grandma was a simple woman, a firm yet kind,
where the fuck is this sleigh crash?
a passionate baker, and above all, a devout Christian. Her identity revolved entirely around her faith. Even her sense of humor was so plain that the plainness itself was what made her funny. We had all had our quarrels with her over staunch religiousness, but beneath it all, we knew she cared so much. She just couldn't bear the thought of our poor souls being damned. That was the world she lived in, but she was a loving grandma. When I was young and sleeping at her house, I often was too scared to sleep alone. I would come to her bed and tell her that I was too scared. I was always terrified of being alone in the dark. She had this Bible verse she would sing, "Do not fear, for I am with you." Isaiah 41:10. She would wag her finger before tapping my heart to relay that God would always be with me. Thanks a lot, Grandma. She would always sing Bible verses to us instead of sharing her own thoughts. This one stuck with me, though. Whether it actually made me feel better, or I just realized that was all Grandma was going to do when I came to her scared, I always went back to bed and eventually fell asleep.
Okay, where's the reindeer? Where's Rudolph?
After the funeral, my extended family gathered at her house for a long get-together since we hardly saw each other. Being one of the oldest kids, I found my place entertaining my younger cousins, some of whom I had only seen a few times in my life. We decided to play hide and seek, and after being the designated seeker 5 or so times, I said that it was their turn to find me. I snuck into her basement, which was cluttered with things she had kept over the years. There was a bed frame and mattress springs leaning against one of the walls, with various frames, paintings, and other items stuffed between and around it. So I crawled underneath it. It was dusty and filled with cobwebs, but I knew the kids wouldn't find me so easily. The basement had one light, and it was underground with no windows. No one really came down here other than to grab a soda or ice cream from the extra refrigerator.
I got the
So there I
soda.
am, hiding in old cobwebs, hearing my little cousins stomp around looking for me. They came down to the basement to look around, and then sped off somewhere else. After a while, I started to move out a little, and the bed frame shifted, pinning me against the concrete wall a bit. I start working my way out, but my feet are stuck in an awkward position that I can't do anything about. Just when I'm halfway emerged, someone opens the door, and I realize the kids have now found me and the game's over. Oh well, I'm ready to come out anyway, I think. But then, the light goes out and the door shuts. One of the grown-ups must have figured the kids were finished playing in the basement and didn't want them down there anymore. So they turned off the light and shut the door. Now it's pitch black. I am cramped against this wall. I am not okay with this. I start struggling to move out of the way, and panic starts to set in. I shout, "Hey, I'm down here!" But no one can hear me. It was only probably 10 seconds of panicking in the darkness, and then I heard it. "Do not fear, for I am with you." Isaiah 41:10. My blood freezes. I can't breathe. I know what I heard, and I know whose voice I heard it. I stood in absolute bewilderment, with the lower half of my body still pinned under the bed frame. "Grandma?" Silence. Only the silence that follows after you hear the words of your dead grandma while you're trapped in a pitch black room blares in your head.
Well, that's kind of creepy, but kind of cool at the same time.
The door opens and the light flips on. Little careful footsteps inch down the stairs. "Found you." It was one of the littlest of my cousins, my niece Sarah, only about 4 or 5 years old. Sweating, I relent. "Oh, you sure did. Great job. Now let's get out of here." I start up the stairs, but she's at the bottom, staring into the cluttered room. I admit, I was eager to forget what had just happened down there, but as if that were ever possible, it was about to be firmly cemented into my memory. "Come on, Sarah, let's go upstairs," I said in my best sweet uncle voice. Still looking into the dark corner of the basement, she started waving her hand. "Bye-bye, I love you too, Grandma." My breath was pulled from my lungs. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and little Sarah just carefully crawled back up the stairs on all fours, like kids do. I took a moment, drew in one last breath of the dusty basement air, and said, "Goodbye, Grandma," before I followed her up the stairs. Since then, I have wondered why only little Sarah came down to get me, and no one followed her. I theorized maybe Grandma led her into the basement. I could have hurt myself in the dark down there. I think Grandma would have been worried. It's funny. That Bible verse used to be what she would tell me so I wouldn't be scared. And it ended up being the single most terrifying thing that I've ever heard. Well, thanks for trying, Grandma. I love you too. My family is from the rural townships of Ayrshire in western Scotland. My grandfather moved his family to Ontario, Canada in the mid-1960s when my mother was only a baby. I was born and raised here, and my mother often took my brother and me to visit our family overseas, to enjoy the ancient landscapes and rugged coastlines of our ancestral lands that our family had been immersed in for centuries, if not millennia. I fell in love with the whole thing, the folklore, the old traditions, the cultural differences, and the connection to familial history that we lacked back home. I had been brought up alongside folk tales and retellings of old kings, fairies, and spirits roaming the desolate fields and peat bogs of my ancestral homelands from a young age. For the most part, I took comfort in it. The far-fetched and fantastical mythology in familiar settings echoed a connection to a timeless past that I have always found to be something of a powerful emotional bond, something I could always count on in my darkest hours and my fondest daydreams. I always had a pretty wild imagination. At the best of times, I was prone to all sorts of bursts of creative inspiration: music, drawing, painting, and making up little games in my head. At the worst of times, I could be plagued with nightmares and anxieties about waking life. I was afraid of the hazards of the outside world, seen or unseen. What could go wrong? What I didn't know. And in particular, especially as the light scattered in the dimming of twilight and led into the dead of night, I was afraid of ghosts. In a sense, I did it to myself. I really enjoyed ghost stories, folk tales, and the like. Anything old, really. But with my overactive imagination, such a young and fearful demeanor, I would frequently spook myself. I often found myself dreading the turning of a dark corner at night, or feeling as though I was being watched through the cracks of the blinds that didn't quite cover my windows. At night, before bed, I would watch television programs about ghost stories and unexplainable accounts of all manner of paranormal activities. Of course, being from the background I was, my favorite stories were about old buildings, castles, and the hidden catacombs of Britain and Europe. Anything that seemed outlandish was right at home amidst the late-night glow of the box TV in the living room, while I sat there snacking until the very last minute I could get away with before being ushered up to my room to go to sleep. Most nights were pretty uneventful for me, but I've always been the sort of person to wake up in the dead of night, around 2:30 to 4 o'clock a.m., for whatever reason, and usually I was able to drift off back to sleep with relative ease whenever this happened. On occasion, I would wake up to a feeling of being watched, which usually preceded a sense of dread or doom, like I was lying in bed, ever exposed to some sort of inevitable terror hidden just behind the closet door, or on the other side of the window, peering in through the cracks of my blinds, or worse yet, right behind my back as I lay still on my belly, shrouded by a thin blanket that somehow kept me safe from harm. One summer, when I was 11 or 12, I woke up in the middle of the night during a sweltering heat wave. The hum of the air conditioner loudly worked away through the humid and sticky July air, a common sound at this hour, cut only by the odd flyby of squeaking bats over the high treetops in the woods across from my house. But when I awoke, I became aware of absolute silence in my immediate surroundings. No sound of crickets, no bat screeching, no rise and fall of my family's breathing. The air conditioner had stopped. I didn't think much of this at first, and for a while, I just sat in the silence and looked around my room in an almost peaceful state. For about 20 minutes, I sat still in the silence, just awake in thought, the sort of liminal headspace where you aren't really thinking about anything, but your mind is tuned in and active nonetheless. I began to think it was a little too quiet, almost like it was unnatural. I tried to brush the feeling off, but as I started to notice how out of place the lack of sound was, I began to feel a building sense of dread, like it was permeating my room through the walls. At first, it was only slight, as if I were just starting to spook myself with my mind wandering. But eventually, it became uncomfortable. Off in the distance, I heard some sort of high-pitched hum, but even from my upstairs bedroom, I could tell that it wasn't coming from the air conditioning units or from anywhere on the property. It seemed to be coming from the other side of the empty field that sat across the road between us and the forest. I couldn't tell what it was, only where it was coming from. It almost sounded like the whinnying cry of a horse, faint and muted.
Whining?
It would
You mean the
slowly
whinnying?
fade back into silence, then return again.
Or the neighing?
I told myself it was just some animal, maybe a screech owl or something I hadn't heard before. As I listened, the sound became more frequent, and every time it rang out over the hills, cutting through the silence, it seemed to be getting louder, as if it were getting closer. The ongoing sense of dread surrounding me intensified tenfold. Each time the sound got louder and more frequent. As the pitch gained in volume and frequency, I noticed the unmistakable sound of hooves trotting up to the house as if on some cobblestone road, old and unseen. They slowly clip-clopped up to what I perceived as the front of our lot, and seemed to make their way up the driveway. By this time, the sound had become almost uniform, and was no longer coming and going. It ceased to be unknown to my young mind, and now sounded undeniably like the wailing of a woman. Whoever it was sounded as if they were coming right up to my window. I could hear the breath of a stationary horse, positioned directly under my window, down where the driveway met the gate to our side yard. I was absolutely petrified. I shut my eyes almost immediately and rolled over quickly, curling up and huddling underneath my bedsheets until it was all over. It seemed like ages, but the woman eventually stopped shrieking. But I didn't hear anybody leave. I was still so scared, and I was more afraid than I have ever been, even to just move, lest it be some fatal miscalculation on my part. The sense of dread was still there, but things seemed to lessen to some degree. It wasn't so pervasive, and I no longer felt my world was coming apart at its seams. But still, as I lay curled up in the safe shroud of my thin bed sheets in the summer heat, I could hear her. At this point, she seemed to be murmuring, softly crying from down under my window. Curiosity eventually got the better of me, and looking back, that same curiosity could very well be the death of me one day. With care, I slowly swung myself out of bed and softly crept low up to the window, peering out from just above the sill to see down into the side yard where our kitchen lights shone out onto the path and the gate that led to the driveway. Down on the other side of the gate, I could see the faint outline of a shrouded woman, head bowed down, sobbing into her hands. She was indeed atop a large black horse, and though I could only see her silhouette, I could tell she was wearing some sort of thin veil around her head and a laced overcoat or cloak. "Go away," I stammered out, terrified and all the more surprised at my stupid choice to utter something more than a staggered breath. Her sobbing immediately ceased, and I drew back away from the window, low back onto the floor, afraid of what that might mean. I didn't hear anything at all after this point. The gloomy feeling of dread was still there. I almost jumped into my bed, and I'm not sure how I did so without making so much as a sound. Maybe she had some effect on sound? I'm still not sure, even years later.
Total Spider-Man leap.
Stiff as a board, with my head on my chest and my arms over my head, eyes shut tightly, holding my breath, hoping that she would just go. The sense of doom was so intense by this point that if I thought it was unbearable before, now it was almost hellish. She was watching me. I just knew it. I don't know how, but she was. After what felt like either a lifetime or 10 seconds, the feeling lessened again, and I could hear the soft sound of hooves slowly heading away down the driveway into the distance. But as I turned around to check, I looked over at my window to see two bright and glowing eyes, blood red and shining with some ungodly light, peering through the blinds and into my own eyes, locked gaze to gaze with something not of this world. I couldn't move a muscle. My window was on the second story. At this point, I didn't know what was happening, and I was convinced this would be the last thing I would see. As I lay there helpless, locked eye to eye with this fiend, she began to shriek and howl at an ungodly volume that seemed to take up every corner of my bedroom and every inch of my soul. As the dread intensified with the volume of the relentless screaming and howling, the woman's jaw began to unhinge, and her sallow face contorted under the cover of her thin veil. I started to black out, and the last thing I remember about it was her wrathful, hollow eyes, as the sound began to fade into obscurity, and I lost consciousness. I woke up to the sun beaming through my windows, which my parents would often open when they woke up to get us all up and keep us from sleeping in. The sound of people mowing their lawns outside, the cicadas in the trees, and the familiar buzz of the air conditioning unit were all back, and it was as if nothing had even happened. The events of that night had a huge effect on me as a child, and even today, decades later, it still creeps me out to think about. I never really did get an answer as to what happened or what I saw, but in the days following, I convinced myself that I had come face to face with a banshee. I have since developed more of an interest in cryptid encounters and folklore from around the world, digging up all sorts of accounts of otherworldly beings, fairies, demons,
Cooking some
Fairly recently, I
potatoes,
stumbled upon some of
yeah.
my Scottish heritage and found something within the folklore that matches what I had seen to a pretty high degree. With almost absolute certainty, I'm convinced that what I saw was something called a kunyag. It couldn't have been a traditional banshee. According to folklore, only certain Irish families are associated with the banshee. And after all, nobody in my family died or even came close to death, and I'm obviously still here. However close the kunyag is to the banshee, there are some key differences, and the most common distinction is this. Banshees aren't actually there to torment you. You can even talk to them by most folkloric accounts, and they will often respond with some message about a loved one who is in danger, or somebody you know who has passed away. Do not talk to the kunyag.
Actually, I don't need to cook those. I've got MREs to eat.
One night, my good friend and I were hanging out, having some beers at our favorite bar, located in my neighborhood. We had decided to call it early, since it was a weeknight, and we had work and school in the morning. So we left around midnight. My friend offered to walk me home, but I refused, since I knew that night he didn't have his car, and had to walk 20 or 30 minutes in the cold to get home, and I felt bad. Plus, we were in my neighborhood anyway, so my place was pretty close. We hugged goodbye, and I started walking home. It was pretty dark out, and there was no one around at first. A little bit into my walk, I noticed that someone was walking far behind me, but I of course didn't think much of it. I am pretty used to walking alone at night, and I don't get scared easily, so I just kept walking. After a minute or two, I turned around again, and I noticed that the person who was walking very far behind me has now somehow gotten very close, like much closer than they should have been if they were walking at my pace. And I was walking pretty fast since I was tired and cold and just wanted to get home as soon as possible. I was trying not to be paranoid, but at this point I had a really bad feeling. I can't exactly explain what it was. It was just like all of my alarm bells started going off. So I grabbed my phone in my hand, opened my recent calls, and just continued walking. At this point, the person who just a few minutes ago was so far behind me that they were basically a shadow was so close that I could hear their footsteps. The good thing was I was almost home. I just had to get through the parking lot in front of my building complex, However, just as we get to the parking lot, I turn around one last time, and I can see clearly this older man carrying a lot of bags in his hands right behind me. We make eye contact, and just as that happened, he started running towards me. I know that every normal human being's reaction in this situation would be to start running, but for some reason my instinctive reaction was to pretend I didn't notice or care, and just picked up the phone and called my mom. My mom answered in a sleepy voice since I had clearly woken her up, and asked me what was wrong. I just said
Oh my god.
but the man ran right past me and into the first building closest to us at the moment. I was still very shaken up, and I noticed that I stopped talking to my mom on the phone, who was mad at me for forgetting my keys and waking her up. But when the man went away, I told her exactly what happened, and she freaked out and ran outside in her pajamas. I still don't know for certain what that man's intentions were, but they definitely weren't good. And of course, I'm glad I never
Ooh,
found out.
we're almost able to get pants. Pants or a jacket.
My Uncle Dave is super awesome in a really goofy sort of way. He's always playing pranks on me. He once convinced me that a hot pepper was a pickle and got me to eat the whole thing at Chili's, which prompted me to wash my mouth out with soap in the restroom. He lived in Connecticut, and when my family moved down south to this neighborhood, we didn't see much of him. One weekend, after several encounters with a creepy guy, Uncle Dave announced he was coming for business and would be staying in our basement. My mom let me stay up late to wait for his flight to arrive. However, after seeing me fall asleep on the couch several times, she ordered me to bed and said I could see Uncle Dave when I woke up.
I have an Uncle Dave.
I woke up with this eerie feeling. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and goosebumps covered my body. I had this uneasy feeling that someone was watching me. Stiff as a board and trying not to move my head, lest I announce to the watcher that I was awake and aware of their existence, I moved my eyes around the room to look for anything out of the ordinary. My nightlight was on in the corner of my room, which created a pretty decent glow. It was easy to make out the details of my Beanie Baby collection, my desk, my dresser, and the man crouched next to the dresser. I could see this guy with dark hair sitting with his back against the wall and his right side leaning up against the dresser. His knees were pulled close to his body, and I could see his teeth and the whites of his eyes gleaming. He was facing me. I stared at him for a long time, and he didn't move. At first, I was terrified. Then I remembered Uncle Dave. Of course. He always pranks me. It's his life mission. He's probably trying to trick me again right now. If I cry or scream, he'll jump up laughing and shout, "Gotcha!" I can't let Uncle Dave win. I stared at him for a while, and he didn't move a muscle. He never gave up the game. After what felt like hours, I felt this sense of dread fill me. As much as Uncle Dave loves pranking me, I couldn't picture him staying up all night long to do this weird, creepy prank. A small voice in my head tried to convince me it was someone else, not Uncle Dave. I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. I peeked and saw the man was still there. He was not a figment of my imagination. I closed my eyes again and imagined myself shouting for my mom and how she would dash in and rescue me. Even if this was Uncle Dave, I wanted no part in the prank. At some point, after hours of adrenaline, I crashed and fell asleep. When I awoke in the morning, I immediately checked by the dresser and saw no one. Feeling relief wash over me, I felt firmly convinced that was Uncle Dave being dumb again. Leaping out of bed and rushing out of my room, I ran into the living room gleefully shouting, "Uncle Dave, you got me again. That was the dumbest prank ever." My mom turned to me with this weird look on her face and told me that Uncle Dave was still in Connecticut because his flight was delayed. I figured my mom was in on the prank too and told her what happened, insisting that Uncle Dave was there in my room. When she shook her head no, I felt a wave of horror wash over me as I tried to figure out who was that in my room. My mom told me I was just imagining things and she wouldn't entertain it. Fast forward a bit later, and I am again in my bed. My nightlight is on. I had somewhat forgotten about the creepy man and was more focused on stuff like Captain Planet and Game Boy. I woke up in the middle of the night
Captain
to that same
Planet?
feeling. I checked by the dresser but didn't see anything. Feeling relieved, I settled back into bed and tried counting sheep. While lying there, I saw a slender hand creep up the side of my comforter from under the bed. It felt around, looking for something to grab onto. At that second, every alarm system in my body was screaming except for, of course, my mouth. I tried so many times to open my mouth and shout, but nothing would come out. I felt paralyzed. The hand was on my bed for probably only 5 minutes, but it felt like the longest 5 minutes of my life. I lay there, petrified and fantasizing about running out of the room or calling for my mom, but I could not get my mouth or legs to work. Instead, I lay there frozen. I eventually was able to call for my mom, but in the middle of shouting, "Mom!" my nightlight turned off. I don't remember what happened after that, but I think I must have fainted from pure fright. When I woke up, I stood up on my bed and took a flying leap, then ran out of the room and into the living room to tell my mom what had happened. My dad checked under my bed and again told me it was all my imagination. Despite my mom trying to convince me that I was crazy, I was firmly convinced that a man had been in my room not once, but twice.
He look like a man.
I worked at domestic violence shelters, and I've seen a lot of disturbing things, some paranormal, and some just the truest chills of human nature. One of these instances was when a woman came to the rather large shelter I was working at after leaving her partner. Pretty typical, except her partner was an ex-military sniper. Naturally, she came in during the weeks our regular night shift worker was off on vacation, so I had been voluntold to take off my regular day shifts.
Voluntold.
I started my shift, and nothing much happened at first. I helped the residents get their medications, did some chores while watching Netflix. Usually, I'm a horror junkie, but I never watch it at work because it would make me extra jumpy, and I was certain the place was haunted. There were women who had passed in the building, but most of the spirits were chill, and I'm certain they were messing with me at times. Our office had windows that showed our tall pine trees in the backyard, designed to give us privacy for our residents' sakes. But at night, all you could see was darkness leering at you with no shielding from curtains. Naturally, our backs were turned to the window too, so we were just vulnerable. The windows had tints, but it didn't matter, because we could still see outside regardless if something could see us. By this point in my job, I had seen multiple residents' ex-partners trying to peek in or break in, but nothing like this dark night, with not even a glimmer of moonlight. I went to complete my assigned chores, as I could finish them and then chill until everyone got up this morning. I took my time in the basement, where most of my chores were. The basement is the floor below my office where the residents stay. When I returned, I started getting cozy for my shift. Blanket on, some goofy rom-com playing, and I'm just chilling. That is, until I felt like I was being watched. I had a habit of always feeling like something was watching me, as I grew up in a house with a similar window situation and was a very anxious kid. I initially brushed it off as me being super paranoid. Not a bad thing, but I checked the many cameras that we had and didn't notice anything out of place inside or out. I continued snacking and watching my movie. Around 2 a.m., when most residents were asleep, one of them knocked on the office door. This always spooked me at night, but when I went to answer it, it was one of the residents looking very panicked. She explained that she believed she heard someone out in the backyard while she was in her room, and was worried that it was one of the many women's ex-partners. The women all have windows that can open to the backyard, too small for anyone but a small child to fit through, but they are still there. So I double-checked with this resident that hers were closed. We had a policy that all windows had to be closed at night, especially, which we enforced at curfew at midnight. She said hers were closed, but that it sounded like someone was in the backyard. I suggested she go to her room, close the blinds, and I would look into it. Again, I peered outside into the darkness, both on the cameras and with my eyes. I saw nothing out of place, but I felt an absolute pit in my stomach as the darkness stared back at me. I let this woman know I didn't see anything, but would check regularly. She thanked me and said that maybe she was just paranoid. I reassured her the building was secure, but I understood her fear. One thing about working at a shelter is that even if you are scared, you cannot show it to the residents, or they will panic, rightfully so, tenfold. Despite my stomach being in knots, I kept a calm and cool demeanor. At about 3:30 a.m., feeling a little better, I went to sit down and noticed something dash into the pine trees. Absolutely petrified and going against my human nature, which said to bolt like a madman, I went to investigate near the window. At this point, I was cautiously crawling because I didn't want to be seen by some wild man. I couldn't see anyone, but I again felt that gaze and noticed one of the pines move. When I say that I have never called the police quicker, I mean it. Luckily, because my workplace was well known by the police, they arrived pretty quickly. I met them at the front door, explained the situation, and mentioned the woman with an ex-military partner. The police fanned out and looked around the pines. No one was found, but they did find something that disturbed the pines, and one of those fake leaves from a camouflage suit. They might as well have commanded me to crap my pants. They suggested that it was possible someone with a military background was in the pines that night, trying to scope out the shelter. I felt as if I had lived 3 lives in one night. The police said it appeared that the person had left, likely after seeing the flashing red and blue lights. The police then left and said to call back if I felt unsafe again. The rest of the night was uneasy until my manager and other coworkers came in. Luckily, I have never seen curtains put up so quickly and security guards hired. This woman and another resident with an ex in Hell's Angels were no longer with us. I have no certainty it was the ex-military partner, but just based on how I felt I was being stalked like prey, and how she described her ex-partner, I do believe that it was him. I no longer work at that job, but that night, that one night, haunts me. I was 10 years old, and it was the late 90s. I was a fat kid, and the other kids certainly let me know it. I remember when the movie Free Willy came out, and that
Hey, I'm a fat kid too.
a year or so. Needless to say, I didn't have many friends, and as those who don't have friends do, I gravitated more toward my console and computer games rather than basketball or boxing or whatever the kids did outside. I did make one friend, however, who lived a few blocks away. Steve was older than me, a nerd, and cool as hell. I won't get into particulars of our friendship, but he introduced me to all sorts of great games. Diablo, Dungeon Keeper, Duke Nukem, games that weren't always
Brokeback Mountain,
He would even loan them to me
Dirt
sometimes.
Poker.
One Saturday, I called up Steve to ask if he wanted to hang out. He said he would ask his parents, but they declined due to some travel plans they had. So I asked him if I could borrow one of his games, and he agreed to loan me a little gem called StarCraft. Now, anyone who knows StarCraft would not be too surprised to hear that I about jumped off the couch and hustled my fat butt across the neighborhood to Steve's house. I was so psyched, I would have skipped home if I were the skipping type. And though I didn't do that, someone did see me. I was walking back down the block about halfway home when I heard a man call out, "Hey, hey kid!" I paused, turned and looked. There across the street was a pizza delivery car. One of those big chains, not a small one.
Ugh.
The guy had a uniform on, I think, but I wasn't close enough to see a name tag or anything, and the car hood was popped up. He was looking at me and called out again, "Hey kid, can I get a hand?" I had never worked on cars before. My dad did that sort of thing, and I think even he would agree that I'd only get in the way and probably hurt myself if I helped him with anything at that age. So I wasn't really sure what I could do. What's wrong?" I asked from across the road. "I just need your help with something real quick," he said, looking back down at the engine. "Can you
Okay, I'll go get my
Just
dad. He's a
when he asked a
mechanic.
question like that,
He
I
can
felt something
help.
I can only describe as a tingling sensation in the back of my neck. Not like goosebumps.
That's what you teach your
but something
kids.
instinctual. In that moment, stranger danger kicked in, and I could almost feel a tug pulling me back in the direction of my home. Sorry, I gotta get home now." The man could have been in his 30s, though I'll say that kids aren't the best approximators of age. It did seem odd to me that he would ask a child for help when there were any number of houses and doors that he could have knocked on to ask an adult. Furthermore, I remembered it being about 11 a.m. at the time, and I remember this because of how badly this encounter confused me. But that just goes to make things stranger, because all I could really do to help in that situation was maybe hold a flashlight. But this was in the middle of the day, in suburban Southern California. Nothing felt right, so I just turned and started walking faster. And I really did feel the hairs prickle at the back of my neck now. I glanced back at the guy to make sure I wasn't being chased, and thankfully, I wasn't. Instead, he just looked at me and watched me walk away. It was as if he had the same realizations that I did. It was Saturday. It was early. People were home. No one was out mowing their lawns or walking their dogs. I remembered looking for an adult, looking for help and finding no one. But people would hear a kid screaming for help. Maybe this is one of my bullies talking, but this guy definitely would have struggled to pick me up and carry me any distance. Now, I made it home in one piece, obviously, and some years later I recounted the tale to my mother. She went silent for a good moment, then told me that one of the parents in the neighborhood reported a man in a pizza car one time. He was talking to her son. When confronted, he complained of car trouble, but when he was pressed on the matter, miraculously, wouldn't you know it, the man's car started right up, and he drove away very fast. Nothing came of it that I know of, but my mom had always told me that she was grateful that I was the type to play inside. Even if it made me a little heavier and I would just about ruin my eyes staying up late gaming. At least I was safe at my friend's house, or at home.
Right. Playing video games keeps you safe. Remember that, parents.
For some quick context, this happened last year around Christmas. My girlfriend and I were on our way from college to visit my family and spend Christmas with them. This is important, as it is my first time ever speaking about this story publicly, because every time I try to talk about it with my girlfriend, she always
More
laughs
Reddit
and shuts it
stories.
down, saying the place was just creepy, but nothing else. During our trip later
Damn
in
it.
the night, my girlfriend and I decided to pull over as it was already really dark, and we were both tired and needed to rest. We pulled over to this really odd-looking motel on the road. You know those sort of cliche horror movie motels? Like the ones where you can tell a cheap snuff film was recorded? Yeah. We parked the car there.
That
And
one.
I vaguely remember looking over at my girlfriend and making a comment about the presentation of the motel. Although I don't remember much about my comment, I vividly remember my girlfriend whispering to me about this eerie feeling she got. Like when you have that feeling you're being watched but can't really describe it. Yeah, that feeling. We decided to ignore it, as both of us were really tired and not in the mood to argue about finding a new place to stay overnight. The weather seemed to be getting worse over time, so we were definitely not in the mood to be driving late into the night. When we got to the reception desk, we were caught off guard by the sight of an old woman, maybe in her mid-70s. She appeared to be sleeping, and both my girlfriend and I did not want to wake her. Fortunately, as we were about to give her a light tap on her shoulder, she snapped out of her daze, greeted us warmly, and apologized for falling asleep. This lady appeared to be in her 70s, like I mentioned, so my girlfriend and I understood and didn't give her a hard time. The warm welcome made us feel a little bit more comfortable and helped us settle down for the night. After this incident, the lady escorted us to our room, and we thanked her for everything. The usual motel booking stuff. We started to settle down for the night, and although we were tired, things started to get hot and steamy. While we were finishing up, I looked through the window and I could have sworn I saw a figure disappear. Although I couldn't be sure what I saw, I could have sworn it was the old lady's figure, just out of view. I didn't want to weird my girlfriend out, so I decided to keep it to myself and just act like everything was normal. After we had finished and my girlfriend fell asleep, I decided to go out for a quick smoke break to help me sleep, as I suffer from insomnia and didn't want to disturb my girlfriend by playing videos out loud, which are the only things that can help put me to bed. Just as I was about to head back into our room, the sound of loud crashing followed by a woman's screams pierced my ears. That feeling when you just know something is very wrong. The primal fear that makes you just want to hide under your blanket and close your eyes. To this day, of all of the things I have ever experienced, it is the one thing I truly never want to experience again. Just as I caught myself zoning out, thinking about what could have happened, I saw a woman, maybe in her 20s, running in the opposite direction from where all the rooms were. To my shock and horror, a man came running out of the same room, chasing her. Without thinking, I quickly ran in their direction, and I think this was enough to scare him off as he quickly backed away and left the woman alone. I took her back to the reception, where I asked the same lady who booked us in to call 911. She refused and told me to do it myself, which at the time I thought was really odd, but in hindsight now, it makes complete sense. Although I was taken aback by the old woman's sudden rude demeanor, I realized there was no time to waste as the man had more time to run away. As I began to call the cops, the old lady suddenly began to throw a fit, telling me to hang up the call and that she would pepper spray me if I didn't. Realizing that something was really off and that my girlfriend was still alone in our room, I decided to go get her and our stuff and take the woman who was chased by the man to the nearest police station and just get out of here. As we got into the car, the woman started breaking down and began telling us how earlier that night, She too first saw the old lady peeking into her window and decided to brush it off, thinking she was seeing things. When she had finally decided to get some rest later into the night, she woke up to the sounds of heavy breathing by her door. Looking up, she saw the same man that I saw chasing her. She panicked, throwing the closet thing next to her at the door made of frosted glass, hence the breaking sound that I heard. Quickly grabbing the things closest to her, she ran out, leading up to what I had seen. After we had dropped the woman off at the police station, and although exhausted to death, I drove us to my parents' house and blacked out. I asked my girlfriend about it, and she just brushed me off. So I decided to put it aside, as it was Christmas time, and I didn't want to ruin the mood. Now that it's around that time again, I remembered what happened, and decided to follow up with the police report, as I was a witness for the case last year. Apparently, this wasn't a random man. It was the old lady's son, which makes sense why she didn't want us to call the cops. And this was not their first run-in with the law either. I didn't ask further than that, but I did ask about the woman who fell victim to this act. If anyone is wondering, yes, she's doing okay, and we still keep in very frequent contact. My dog and I love to hike. She's a blue heeler mix I found in 2019, and we have been inseparable since. We were living in Florence, Alabama at the time, and decided to go to the TVA Nature Trails, which is home to about 30 trails and over 180 miles, and is beside a river. I was familiar with the area, so I knew where a lot of the trails led, crossed over, etc. It was either late fall or early spring when this happened. We got to the parking lot, and my gut told me to back my car into the parking lot. I never do that, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. I was still in my car, getting my fanny pack ready, when I looked forward and noticed a man in his late 40s or early 50s who looked very out of place. He was wearing jeans, a brown blazer, and leather dress shoes. In any other context, I might have just assumed he was heading to a job interview or something like that. But this was a Sunday afternoon, and we were in the middle of the woods. I had a really bad feeling about him and kept my eye on him while I laced up my boots and got my dog out of the car. He never looked over at us as far as I know. I watched him start down a path and decided to go on a trail that did not run into his trail. Here's where it goes down. Let me paint the scene for you. The river is to my left, and my dog is playing in the water. The trails make a backwards lowercase y shape to my right. Two of the three trails come down a pretty large hill, probably a 50-foot drop in elevation on each trail alone. So the little river coast was almost tucked under a cliff. You wouldn't know I was there unless you were trying to see down onto the beach area. While my dog was playing, I got the most intense, "you need to get out of there" feeling in my guts that I've ever had. I listened to that feeling, leashed up my dog immediately, and started walking
Always
back towards
trust the gut.
back to the Y, and had to choose which path to go, when I heard the parking lot man shout something at me from the highest of the trails. Based on the trail he went down from the parking lot, he should not have been there. He must have turned around after I started down my trail and went down that trail or something. The paths don't cross, and it's literally from the opposite side of the park. As I was processing that this man was not where he should be, I realized this could be the beginning of a true crime story. I didn't understand what he said when he yelled, so I asked him to repeat it. I'll never unhear it for the rest of my life. He said, "I can see what the military was talking about when they said you can see everything from up high." Then he made a hand gesture pointing to the area where my dog and I were playing in the water. I decided to nope it out of there and started heading back to the trail we came down. There's an important part of the terrain that I didn't mention yet. Leading down to the river, there's a large ditch between a couple of the trails, probably a 20-foot steep drop from trail to the bottom, with a bridge that goes over it. I was fairly close to the bridge when I heard him, so I went that direction. The man proceeded to run down the hill of the trail, meanwhile asking all kinds of questions about my dog. I couldn't go that fast because my dog was thoroughly confused and was trying to protect me. The man then said, "I was watching you two in the parking lot. I saw you get out of the car." Chills. He caught up behind us on the bridge and asked to pet my dog. I said no. He then asked if I had a husband, so I lied and said yes. He asked what my husband does for work, and I said, "He's in the army, and he's going to be really mad when he hears that you won't leave his wife and dog alone." At this point, the man was still jogging behind us to stay as close as possible. I was trying to decide how to lose this guy. Do I scream at the top of my lungs? Do I push him? Do I just deal with it and hope it doesn't get worse? Now, we were walking on the flat part along the top of the steep ditch. I noticed gloves in his blazer pocket, and he had a little bottle in his hand. It was a clear plastic juice bottle, like vitamin water or Snapple, and had a dark liquid in it that looked like sweet tea. Not the right color for the bottle. At first, I thought it was probably a spit bottle for chewing tobacco, or at least that's what I hoped it was. Then he firmly said, "I'm going to pet your dog," and reached down at her. She's not big, but she jumped on him with force and knocked the bottle down the ditch. The man, very unexpectedly, went down into the ditch after his bottle. It was so steep that he had to slide down the bank, or he would have broken some bones. My dog and I took off in a different direction, avoiding human trails to hopefully lose him. We ran for about 2 miles through the woods until we were about a half mile from the car in a different populated area. I asked a man to walk me to my car and told him that someone was following me. He did, and then he was being silly to make me laugh and feel better. I'm so grateful to him. I made it safely back home and was livid that this guy cast a stain on one of our favorite hiking spots. But obviously I was grateful that my dog and I were alive. For a while I tried to believe that it was just some socially inept guy that really wanted to pet my dog. Deep down I know that man didn't
No.
have good intentions though. I trust my gut, and she was not okay in that moment. So I'm just left with one question. What the heck was in that bottle? And why was it so important that he
Chloroform.
had to risk seriously injuring himself to go get it?
Chloroform. Duh.
I am an only child, and when I was around 5, my dad married a woman who had 4 children from previous relationships. They have since divorced, but during their marriage, we had quite a few horrifying experiences. The first happened at the house where my dad and now ex-stepmother got married. It was
Ooh,
a
we're getting
beautiful
close.
Victorian-style home with 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a lovely backyard. They had their wedding ceremony in our living room in front of the fireplace. The pastor from our church
Getting
officiated,
close.
and I think that's what stirred up the evil that...
Okay. The rest of these seem to be Reddit stories, so we're gonna get off of that. Reddit stories, Reddit stories, Reddit stories. Ugh.
And whilst the dense forests and situated at the most northerly point of Britain's West Midlands region lies a vast nature reserve.
Order of the Chase, Part 1.
Of this area of outstanding natural beauty
I'll be right back, chat.
Year, they have also played host to incidents of great suffering and misery. Join us this week as we explore the horrors of Cannock Chase. Regular viewers of our channel will know that we have already ventured into the dark history of Cannock Chase in previous episodes. Designated an area of outstanding natural beauty, this region has played host to several haunting encounters with enigmatic entities and beings, the most notorious of which is reported to be a young girl with completely black eyes, who has been encountered by a significant number of local residents and visitors. Her apparently supernatural abilities and origins remain shrouded in mystery, although they may potentially be linked to perhaps the darkest incident in the region's past. In the recent reprise of our episode on black-eyed children, we revisited the chilling events from the 1960s in which Raymond Morris abducted 3 young girls and brought them to Cannock Chase. Tragically, it was here that he ended their lives and disposed of their bodies. Many historians and local commentators believe the mysterious entity to be the soul of one of these 3 victims, forever bound to the place where her life was so brutally ended. But as with similar sites the world over, this former royal hunting forest appears to be a focal point for a far wider range of bewildering and inexplicable activity, with apparent sightings of cryptids, instances of what are believed to be time slips, and UFO activity all having been reported there. During the 1970s and 80s, Cannock Chase and the various towns and villages which surround it became synonymous with one of the UK's oldest supernatural tropes. Numerous stories were published in local newspapers detailing how travellers crossing the region had come face to face with what was believed to be a hellhound. The entity involved in these incidents was described as being substantially taller and bulkier than the largest canine breeds, black in colour, and unlike any animal the witnesses had ever encountered. One evening in January of 1985, Sylvia Everett and her husband were driving along Penkridge Bank Road, one of the several main roads that cuts directly through the centre of the chase. It was a clear night, with the road ahead well lit not only by the headlights of their car, but also by the full moon shining above. Sylvia was forced to step hard on the brakes as she caught sight of something moving slowly across the road ahead. But when the car finally came to a halt, both she and her husband were stunned to see what resembled a small patch of mist situated directly in the centre of the highway. As the pair watched on, this mass of fog slowly materialized into the outline of a large dog-like creature, with a broad torso, powerful legs, and large head. And yet, despite the obvious canine features, both witnesses could still see the car's headlights illuminating the carriageway beyond. A pair of bright yellow eyes then formed upon the face of this manifestation, which regarded them for what seemed like an eternity. Then, with a sudden movement, the entity was gone, disappearing into a thick patch of undergrowth, not far, from where it had been standing. Another of the reported incidents had previously taken place during the summer of 1972 and involved a local resident named Nigel Lee. Unlike the Everetts, he was driving along a more open stretch of the chase during nautical twilight. Despite it being overcast, there was no suggestion of rain, and so Nigel was taken completely by surprise when a thunderbolt struck the heathland off to his right. Coming to a halt, he exited his vehicle out of curiosity, but within seconds he was back inside, fumbling to engage the door locks as a huge black form emerged from the smoke generated by the lightning strike. Nigel would later describe this animal as being bigger than any dog he had ever seen, completely black in colour and possessing a pair of glowing greenish-yellow eyes. Moving in an almost ponderous fashion, constantly sniffing the air around it, the hound moved ever closer to the road. At this point it seemed to become aware of the driver's presence, fixing Nigel with a glare that seemed to last forever. His nerve broken, he quickly resumed his journey, with the hound apparently remaining still beside the road, watching the departing vehicle. Several weeks later, Nigel was involved in a large industrial accident at his place of work, in which one of his closest friends was killed. He would remain fully convinced that the incident was pretended by his encounter with the sinister hellhound on Cannock Chase, the creature acting as an omen not only of poor fortune, but also of impending death, as it has always been known for. Situated at the southernmost region of Cannock Chase, the heritage site of Castle Ring preserves the remnants of an ancient hill fort. Seated atop the highest point in the reserve, it is believed to have been constructed around 50 AD by an Iron Age tribe named the Cornovii. This former military location has also been the scene of several bizarre occurrences and manifestations, seeming to act as a focal point for supernatural activity in the area. In July of 1986, a local resident named Pauline had gone to relax at the site, as she frequently did whenever she had time off work. Arriving early in the day, she laid a blanket at the edge of the clearing, and then settled down to read a book. But sometime into her relaxation, she began to feel anxious, without fully understanding why. It was only after she put down her book and concentrated on her surroundings that she was able to identify the cause. The everyday sounds of the chase had gradually ceased around her, to the point where she now found herself sitting in an overbearing and uncomfortable silence. There was no bird song or animal noises to be heard, with the natural swaying of the grass and trees steadily slowing to a point where there was no movement whatsoever. Then a figure came stumbling out into the open from a thick patch of foliage, situated a short distance away.
Foliage.
This newcomer was deeply unsettling in appearance, caked in dirt, unkempt and heavily bearded, wearing an assortment of animal furs and skins. He was clutching a rudimentary weapon, which seemed to have been fashioned by fixing deer antlers to the end of a long wooden stake. Upon catching sight of Pauline, this strange man became agitated, initially levelling this weapon at her and then cautiously approaching. At first, she believed she may have inadvertently stumbled across some form of reenactment or prank show being filmed for television. But despite being armed, the man moving cautiously towards her seemed terrified by her presence, struggling to make eye contact and babbling in a mysterious language. Moments later, more men materialized from within the surrounding woodland, all dressed as bizarrely as the one standing ahead of her. They began to take up positions around the edge of the grassy circle, with several of their number motioning aggressively for her to move away from them. Grabbing hold of her belongings and slowly backing out of the clearing, Pauline watched on, bewildered as they began to chant in the same strange language, raising their hands towards the sky. She then became aware of an imposing shape descending towards the assembled throng, travelling through the sky upon a pair of broad wings. It was a dark-coloured flying creature, which was bat-like in appearance, but with reptilian characteristics. This monster's appearance was so horrific and threatening in nature that it prompted Pauline to turn and flee back into the cover of the trees. Turning momentarily, she saw the men standing around the circle now engaging it in battle, using their primitive weapons. In turn, it screeched and lashed out at them with huge talons, before Pauline fled away from the conflict deep into the woodland. The sounds of nature resumed around her as she seemingly returned from wherever or whenever she had temporarily been transported to. Other visitors to Castle Ring have reported sighting UFOs in the skies above, as well as fur-covered creatures which seem to resemble the Sasquatch of North American lore. The site has also been the scene of several encounters with a sinister entity, which has been witnessed at various locations across Cannock Chase. An elongated and slender figure dressed in black, which has chased and attacked several visitors before disappearing into the depths of the surrounding forest. One such encounter with this terrifying character was relayed to a local historian named Lee Brickley. The unnamed witness account describes how during the early hours of the 2nd of January 2015, he was travelling across the Chase and walking in the vicinity of Castle Ring. Due to the extreme lateness of the hour, he had naturally assumed he was alone, only for a sudden movement.
Never assume anything.
Straining his eyes to see through the darkness, the witness became aware of another figure walking parallel to his own path across the site, almost mirroring
Okay, so we need
movements, but on the opposite side.
11,000.
As he observed, this figure continued to plod along at a
Okay,
steady
we need
pace,
11,000,
before beginning
and
to
we
somehow levitate off the
can
ground,
get a jacket
moving
or
as if walking,
pants,
and at the same speed.
or possibly
At
the
this point, having
belt
risen several
and a
feet into the air,
vest.
the floating figure seemed to become aware of the witness's presence and began to gravitate across the clearing towards him. With the distance between them closing, the appearance of the airborne entity now became clearer, illuminated by the full moon above. He was very tall and exceptionally thin, to the point of emaciation, dressed in a long black overcoat which was topped off by a corresponding Homburg-style hat. But the most disturbing aspect of this entity's deeply unsettling visage was its eyes, which seemed to be glowing a vivid red. Its speed progressively increased, lowering itself towards the witness as it approached, attempting to take hold of him. At the last moment, the witness instinctively ducked to one side, narrowly avoiding the pair of spindly hands reaching out for him. His attacker had hissed loudly in frustration, as the man quickly rose to his feet and fled the scene, leaving Castle Ring and its sinister trespasser far behind him. The earliest sighting of what is believed to be the same entity took place not at Castle Ring, but in the vicinity of the German military cemetery 5 miles to the northwest. This is the resting place of 5,000 soldiers of the 2 world wars, moved there from other sites following an agreement with the German government during the 1960s. As with Castle Ring, this is another location within the boundaries of Cannock Chase that presents a focal point for supernatural and unexplained phenomena. In the summer of 2001, A researcher named Mike Johnson selected this location as the starting point for an ecological study he was conducting on the chase. Arriving at the cemetery one afternoon in June, he set off along one of the nature trails to survey the local flora and fauna. As he walked, he paused at certain points along the route to take pictures and make notes. A regular visitor to the area, Johnson was perplexed by the lack of animal activity that day, being accustomed to seeing deer and other animals in the grounds adjacent to the trail. The distinct absence of birdsong was also unnerving, to the extent that he considered abandoning his task and returning another time. Reasoning that he may as well finish what he started, the researcher pushed on into a more open part of the chase, catching sight of a group of 4 hikers approaching him. But as this quartet slowly laboured down the trail from the opposite direction, and as their features became clearer, Johnson slowed his pace. Whilst 3 of the group looked fairly similar, presenting as older local residents out for a lunchtime stroll, the 4th stood out entirely. Walking a little behind the others, as if deliberately trailing them, this figure was far taller, apparently dressed in a formal suit made of black and dark grey material. Its skin was deathly pale, and its arms were unnaturally long, dangling down by its sides, seeming to almost touch the ground. As the distance closed between them, Johnson found himself physically recoiling from the group to avoid having any contact with them. He could see that the tall figure had no face whatsoever, possessing instead a perfectly smooth and glistening area of skin where its facial features should have been. It had since moved forward so that it was level with the 3 elderly walkers, moving its arms around them, touching them on their shoulders and their faces. And yet, they seemed completely unaware of its presence, walking and chatting to one another, the haunting entity continuing to manhandle them as they did so. As the 3 men walked past Johnson, regarding his shocked expression with a degree of curiosity, the creature travelling with them seemed to move in closer, wrapping its arms protectively around the man closest to Johnson and leering at him with its expressionless face, as if to warn him off interacting with them. They disappeared into the wooded area of the trail that Johnson had just emerged from, seemingly unaware of their unearthly fellow traveller. Lee Brickley has spent several years studying and compiling the various supernatural incidents reported by people during their travels across Cannock Chase, with the dark, long-armed figure being the most threatening and persistent of such occurrences. There are even reports of it manifesting inside houses adjacent to the area. 2 witnesses separately contacted Brickley following a newspaper interview, and despite not knowing one another, they described eerily similar accounts regarding this strange creature. Both stated they had awoken to find a shadowy portal forming in the corner of their bedrooms, through which an entity with long-reaching arms and red glowing eyes had emerged. It had rushed towards them, brandishing a set of sharp fangs, taking hold of and squeezing them to the point where they had then passed out. They had later awoken in bed to find themselves alone once again. Brickley remains unsure about the origins of this sinister figure, but draws parallels between the reports of shadow people and sleep-related demonic entities which have been witnessed elsewhere across the globe. There is also a resemblance to the Slenderman creepypasta, which has emerged from the United States in recent years, although the Cannock Chase encounters predate this by quite a margin. As we will go on to see, this long-armed intruder is far from being the most notorious resident of Cannock Chase, but there are other entities which are said to haunt the area, including one which is believed to be the byproduct of a military experiment dating back to the Cold War.
Sorry, Brian.
or to join
I gotta
us
leave you
for
behind.
part 2.
You can't be sold. And therefore, you're of no use. Okay, that's part 1. It's part 2. Mechanic Chase.
In this episode, we continue to explore reports of strange activity which has transpired within the boundaries of a rural heritage site located within Britain's West Midlands region. We will begin by examining an account that pertains to one of the area's most bizarre and haunting residents, the Pigman of Cannock Chase.
Uh-oh. Man Bear Pig.
Due to its remote and secluded location, Cannock Chase has long served as a haven for individuals in search of solitude and respite from the busyness of everyday life. For the officers of the Staffordshire Police Constabulary, the sprawling rural area has always produced a steady stream of crime reports to investigate. In October of 2006, authorities received a call about a disruptive crowd on the outskirts of the chase. The gathering included intoxicated individuals who were causing a disturbance for nearby residents. Response officers were dispatched to address the situation, and upon arriving, they discovered several cars parked along the road. The officers proceeded through the adjacent tree line and stumbled upon a camp where the owners of the vehicles were situated. Having moved this group on, the officers then resumed their evening patrol, only to later receive a report that a distressed young man had attended a local station. It would transpire that this youth had been one of the group recently encountered by the police, but had decided to return to his campsite as he had no desire to return home. Sometime in the early hours, he awoke unexpectedly, and before attempting to go back to sleep, he decided to step outside for a cigarette. Upon emerging from his tent, the teenager heard a rustling sound in the undergrowth about 200 meters away from where he had pitched. Expecting the cause of this disturbance to be one of the many deer he had seen in the area, he continued to smoke his cigarette, only to then see a pale creature emerge from beyond the bushes. It was moving on all fours, with its face pressed close to the ground, as if doggedly searching for something. Believing that this must be a sniffer dog belonging to the police or a local warden, the man began to back away, inadvertently disturbing the ground beneath him. Almost immediately, the creature reared up, standing tall on its hind legs and adopting a confrontational posture. With growing horror, the witness realized that he was looking at a gigantic figure, almost 8 feet tall, with a humanoid body and a grossly oversized and distended face. Where its nose should have been, there was instead a blunt, pig-like snout, which sat atop a large gaping mouth, through which the creature now began to howl and scream. At the first sign of this shrieking and squealing monster moving towards him, the youth had immediately turned and run, leaving his tent and car behind. Fleeing as fast as he could to the main road, he had flagged down a passing motorist, begging to be taken to the nearest police station. The description of the creature encountered by the young man is remarkably similar to that provided by a pair of local residents in an incident which took place in October of 1993. On that occasion, the couple, named John and Anne, had been out walking in the vicinity of Castle Ring when they became aware of a noise in the nearby woodland. Stopping to listen, they thought it was likely another couple indulging in a romantic encounter away from prying eyes. Deciding that it was time to go home, they returned to their car, which was parked a short distance away from where they heard the sound. But as John was putting the vehicle into reverse to leave, his wife suddenly gripped hold of his arm, her other hand pointing out through their windscreen. Several meters away, a figure had emerged from the tree line and was standing silently regarding the couple as they sat in their car. At first glance, this looked like any other adult male, dressed in a dark top and matching trousers. But instead of a normal face, it had a repulsive and horrifying blend of human and porcine features. It possessed dark, piercing eyes which appeared far smaller than normal, and a totally flat snout, framed by a pair of flat drooping ears, which hung low either side of the head. John was sitting open-mouthed, staring at what he thought looked like tusks at the side of the creature's broad mouth, when it suddenly took a step towards them. The creature then raised a hand and emitted a shrill scream. John immediately changed gear and drove away from the car park as fast as he could. Stories relating to this supposed pigman, who is rumoured to stalk the woods in and around Cannock Chase, have been in circulation since the late 1960s. Over time, this legend has been linked to another piece of local lore, one that relates to a secret military installation allegedly hidden away within the reserve. The Pie Green Communications mast lies a mile south of the German military cemetery, one of 14 such installations to have been constructed at the height of the Cold War. A reinforced concrete tower, built as part of a backup communications network in the event of a Soviet attack, it stands at nearly 100 meters tall. But rumors persist that during its construction in 1963, the opportunity was also taken by the military to hide a secretive facility beneath the ground. It was here that the Pigman was said to have been birthed, the result of a rudimentary military experiment involving gene splicing and cross-species husbandry. Over the years, a number of alleged whistleblowers have come forward with stories of how the creature came to roam the woods around the tower. Some have stated that at the end of the experimental program in question, the hybrid managed to escape from captivity, with no real will or desire shown by the authorities to recapture it. Others believe it may have been intentionally freed by its creators in order to keep people away from the facility. Regardless, having been witnessed moving across the region for roughly a 70-year period, it remains to be seen how much life this creature has left to live. In addition to the Pigman, it would appear that Cannock Chase may be home to an elusive Dogman, with stories of a werewolf lurking in the woods.
Dogman.
The most recent of such sightings took place on the nearby M6 motorway during the summer of 2006. One evening in June of that year, Highways agency staff were dispatched to a multi-vehicle collision which had taken place in the vicinity of Junction 10A. Upon their arrival, the Highways officers found a number of damaged vehicles which had thankfully already been moved off the motorway by their owners. Fortunately, nobody involved had sustained serious injury, but when the officers attempted to determine the cause of the accident, several of the drivers became somewhat evasive. It was only when police officers attended the scene that an account of what had transpired was obtained, one that would raise eyebrows when it was later transcribed. The driver of the first vehicle to be hit, a middle-aged woman driving home from work, claimed to have braked sharply to avoid a person crossing the carriageway ahead of her. But when asked to describe the pedestrian, she had stated that she could not, as it had not been wearing any clothes, and had been completely covered in a layer of hair or fur. Despite repeated questioning, she maintained that the figure had resembled a wolf or dog, but had
Or
been
Robin
hurrying across
Williams.
a busy road on 2 legs as opposed to 4. Bizarrely still, a passenger in the car which had subsequently collided with hers agreed with the account, stating that they had also seen a dog-like figure fleeing the ensuing collision. A search of the ground either side of the motorway did not reveal any trace of this mysterious entity, be it human or otherwise. The incident on the M6 is only one of a larger number of sightings of what resembles a dogman, occasionally emerging from the woods to cross the roads of Cannock Chase. Back in February of 1995, Jackie Horton had been driving from Cannock to Rugeley along the A460 road, which cuts right through the heart of the reserve. It was early morning, and as there were no streetlights on this long stretch of road, Horton engaged her high beams. Seemingly out of nowhere, a large figure suddenly stepped out from the side of the road ahead of her vehicle, lumbering slowly into the centre of the carriageway. With her reactions dulled by fatigue, Horton didn't have time to swerve, and closed her eyes in anticipation of the coming collision. When she then opened them again, the car had travelled directly past the figure, which appeared to have stepped back at the last moment. Applying her brakes, she looked in the car's rearview mirror at an unnatural creature, which remained standing in the middle of the road, staring right back at her. Illuminated by the red glow emanating from her brake lights, she could make out the features of a tall and muscular figure, covered from head to toe in dark fur. Its eyes were a piercing red, reflecting back at her out of the darkness, and the lower half of its face ended in a blunt canine snout, which was open to expose a row of sharp teeth. Then, the creature had turned on its heel and sprinted off into the bush, moving at a speed well in excess of anything any human would be capable of. The killing and mutilation of small animals and cattle in the area has often been linked to this entity, despite such events being common to most rural areas. With a combination of natural tunnels and industrial mine shafts running beneath the region, some theorize that a number of such creatures may have made their home beneath the chase,
Moo cow, moo
during
cow.
hours to hunt, and returning to their lairs as the first rays of sun crest the horizon. In addition to the ghost of a black-eyed girl, whose antics have now been recounted to audiences around the globe, Cannock Chase hosts several other infamous female ghosts. One of these is reportedly a woman dressed all in white, who haunts the land that lies in and around Springslade Lodge, situated not far from Pye Green Tower. Dubbed the Lady of the Chase, this spirit manifests in front of both drivers and walkers, somehow possessing the power to paralyze them exactly where they stand. She then proceeds to stare into their eyes for several minutes, as if analyzing everything about them, before then disappearing as quickly as she appeared. Another famous ghost linked to the area dwells within the confines of the nearby Shugborough estate, and is believed to be the spirit of one of the previous owners. Lady Harriet Hamilton was the wife of the second Earl of Lichfield and resided in Shugborough Hall during the second half of the 19th century. Since her death in 1913, visitors to the hall have reported hearing ghostly footsteps and the rustling of a heavy silken dress along the main corridors of the building. A smoky figure has also been witnessed to pass directly through closed doors from one room into another by some guests, and it would appear that not all of the chase's spectral inhabitants are confined to their home, with at least one possessing the ability to travel beyond its boundaries. During the 1990s, a man named Nigel Barrett was travelling through Cannock Chase en route to the town of Wandon. It had been a damp and miserable day, and as he was nearing the outskirts of the town, he caught sight of a young woman walking along the road just ahead of him. He wondered if she might be a hitchhiker, but when she made no effort to flag him down, Nigel increased his speed and manoeuvred his car to pass her by. As he did so, he suddenly cried out and slammed his foot hard on the brakes when he realized that her face was a mass of featureless flesh. At the exact same moment, the woman instantly vanished, leaving Nigel sitting at the wheel of his car in shock. He told himself that it must have been the effects of his long journey home, or a trick of the evening mist and murk, before continuing with his journey. But in the coming days, strange events began to take place around the home he shared with his wife. His dogs, who had resided with the couple at the property for years, became sullen and withdrawn, refusing to remain in the same room as their master. His wife complained that she had felt an invisible hand touching her hair, or running itself across her exposed forearms when she was alone in the house. Several nights later, she woke Nigel with her screams, claiming she had opened her eyes to see a woman hovering directly above him, with a hazy patch of nothingness where her face should have been. Her lifeless arms had been reaching down as if to take hold of her sleeping husband and remove him from their bed. It remains something of a mystery as to why this one particular area of the West Midlands possesses such a wide and varied catalogue of mysterious occurrences. It has often been compared to the likes of Skinwalker Ranch or the Bridgewater Triangle in the USA for its high strangeness. Some would argue that its sprawling and remote nature has allowed some species to evolve over time, free from human interference, only being glimpsed during the very late or very early hours, whilst the rest of the world sleeps. For others, the isolated region has acted as a magnet for extraterrestrial or malign entities, who are able to move around beyond the reach of human surveillance. And then there are those who believe that sites such as Castle Ring and the German military cemetery have directly contributed towards the growth of supernatural phenomena, the souls of so many who have been laid there having become restless and unable to find peace. Regardless, inexplicable activity on Cannock Chase seems to show no sign of abating nor diminishing. If anything, and perhaps unfortunately for the local population, it only seems to be increasing, both in terms of frequency and intensity. The question is, why? What may be coming around the next corner?
See if we can catch some more wolves. here at the civilian barracks. Ooh, we should look to see if we can find some train wrecks too. Those might be able to net us something. As well as all the little military areas. They seem to be pretty good for getting decent amounts of stuff.
He's so bright and milky white, shining down upon the ground. He's so bright, milky white, shining down upon the ground.
Oh, fuck, that's a fucking Barrett.
The moon is bright, it's milky white. Everyone look at the moon. Hup. I caused that. Oh, I feel sick. Bedtime stories.
Well, ballers, a lot of ballers. Ooh, Scar H Snafu. 100-round mags. Man. Dash 12. Two Scar H's. Oh, oh, oh. Well, no wolves howling, but that's all right. I was hoping for some more wolves, but that's all right. We'll head. Thought I heard the sound of a wolf howl there for just a moment, but apparently that was not a wolf. And we are gonna have to stop at a gas station somewhere. We are running low on gas. Apparently, when you put the cars in the garage on here, they don't get refueled. Batteries probably don't get charged. So we'll have to keep an eye on that shit. Just in case. We will have to see if. Wonder if we could just pull up next to the gas pump and fill our car up. Hopefully, we can do that on here. Hopefully, they got that on here. That would be kind of nice. I hope this is a road. It looks kind of like a road. Guessing it's a road? Yes, a road. The house. That is the house. Oh, fuck's sakes. We didn't even go the right way. God damn it. Get fucked. Get back over there from here. Oh, you know what we can do though? We can. Ah, you know what? We'll go over to Svet where there. I know where the gas station's at, and we will go there. See if we can fill up without the need of a jerry can. If not, we will just go to the Klein Trader and buy a gas can, which will come with full of gas. And we'll sell all the guns that we just picked up. With the exception of maybe the Scar H. Which we can run a Scar H with 100 round mags. Yeah, we'll ditch everything else and we'll just rock the Scar H. Scar H with 4 mags, 400 round mags. Yeah, we got nothing to fear after that point. And we'll check this bridge to see if it's got a train wreck on it. If it has a train wreck, we will stop and loot the train. And it does not. Oh, and we can loot this military while we're over here, too. Oh, nothing in there. 45 ammo, and that's it, huh? Someone been through here. Oh, it's 9x39. Yeah, that's trash. That's trash, but you know what? It's not nailed down. Gotta follow the rules. It's not nailed down, take it and sell it. As long as you can sell it. Oh, ouchie. Bonk. Oh, fucking. Desync. You used to be able to get something for the fucking Santa hats back in the day. Mm.
There are numerous instances in which facilities originally intended to provide care and support have instead become places of darkness and suffering. In the capital of Russia, there is just such a place. A building designed to be one of the country's leading medical facilities, but destined to become a source of misery. Join us as we delve into the dark past of Hovrina Hospital. When the doors which led from the street outside into the front office opened, the duty sergeant didn't even bother to look up from his newspaper. The sensors situated up above the entrance were so sensitive, they were often triggered by passing cars rather than people entering the building. It was not until he heard a low cough that he lowered the paper to find an elderly woman standing there, cautiously regarding him. In a blunt tone, the officer asked the woman why she was there at such a late hour, adding that for her sake, it had better be a matter of significant importance. Her nervous reply was that she came in search of help, looking for a policeman to assist her in trying to locate her dog, which had gone missing. Making no effort to hide his indignation, the sergeant told her that all of his officers were busy dealing with actual crimes, ordering her to instead enlist the help of her friends or family. Undeterred, the visitor replied that she had nobody else she could turn to, and even if she did, she very much doubted that they would accompany her into the nearby derelict Hovrina Hospital. At the mention of the abandoned building, the sergeant's eyes narrowed. Folding the newspaper and lying it flat on the desk, he leant forwards and replied, saying that nobody, under any circumstances, should be entering that place. If her dog had strayed there, then it was almost certainly dead, and that should be the end of the matter. But the elderly visitor was not to be dissuaded, unsuccessfully appealing several more times for help, only leaving when she was finally threatened with arrest for wasting police time. Going back to his newspaper, as the old woman shuffled out through the doors and into the street, the officer shook his head in frustration. The sooner that place was demolished by the city authorities, the better, because all it had generated for the local police was an unending saga of violent and unspeakable crimes. It would not be until a week later that the desk sergeant would learn the fate of his unwanted visitor. Despite his warnings, she had indeed gone off in search of her missing pet alone, only to later be discovered in both horrifying and mystifying circumstances. Having historically suffered from a lack of adequate healthcare services, during the 1970s, approval was given by the authorities in Moscow for the construction of a modernized medical facility. It was decided that the capital's new hospital would be located within the city's northern Buvrina district, not far from the Likhaborka River. From the outset, there was speculation amongst many of those involved in the project that its ambition may well have outstripped the ability to deliver it. The budget which had been allocated was deemed insufficient for the completion of a 10-story building, one which was being designed to hold up to 1,300 patients. Alongside this, closer inspection of the area designated for the construction had indicated that it was a wetland site, posing a significant risk of flooding and subsidence. But the planners who had been appointed the task were not to be deterred, and during the summer of 1980, construction of the project finally commenced. Neighbours and passers-by would spend the next few months watching on as the gigantic hospital gradually began to rise from the ground. Constructed around a 3-rayed star plan and designed using harsh brutalist architecture, the building resembled something out of a science fiction or horror movie. But after 2 years of graft, with the building's outer shell having been completed, work at the site suddenly ground to an unexpected halt. At subsequent public meetings, questions were asked as to how the funds which had been set aside for the building work had already been spent. It was then related that the site was previously used as a graveyard by the city, which had been closed down and covered over by the authorities during the late 1960s. This had resulted in the basement levels of the building continually being flooded, causing large amounts of the budget to be spent on their repair, ultimately bankrupting the project. Despite repeated appeals for additional funding, work would never recommence at the site.
Right.
46 years it would stand dormant, having never been used to treat a single
None of
patient.
that money found its way
On
into the
contrary,
pockets of
soon acquired an immortal legacy
bureaucrats.
of death and misery for those who elected to walk beyond its perimeter. Although guarded against theft and vandalism during the early days of its abandonment, funding for security at the derelict building soon ran dry. With ever greater numbers of explorers making their way through the wire fencing which had begun to fall into disrepair, calls to the local police inevitably increased. The building's internal structure had never been fully completed, and as it began to degrade over time, more and more of those who ventured inside suffered misfortune or injury.
I'm gonna hold on to one of those.
Turned to years,
We're gonna see how
the
much
remains of drunks and vagrants who had died while sheltering from the
mags
elements at the site were
cost.
discovered and reported by others who trespassed there. There were also several instances in which the bodies of murder victims were found to have been deposited within the grounds, leading to concerns of a possible slew of serial killings. Then, in 1985, the community was rocked by the discovery of another dead body at the derelict hospital, one that belonged to a well-known and beloved local pensioner. The old lady in question had been the owner of a small dog, which had run off from her while she had been walking it in the vicinity of the abandoned site. Summoning up the courage to follow, she had made her way into what would have been the reception area of the building. But in doing so she had recoiled in disgust, finding it littered with the corpses and bones of several other dogs and smaller animals. Some of these had been tied up and then killed, whilst others seemed to have been torn apart or dissected after they had died. All of this bloodshed appeared to have been carried out by human hands. At this point, conscious of the dangers of wandering through the degrading building, but still worried about her missing pet, she had turned to the local police. But on attending the police station, she had been turned away by the officer on duty there, who told her that they were too busy to help and advised her against returning to the site. Sometime later, a group of boys who had decided to explore the basement levels of the building had come across something floating in a large crater full of water. It was the body of the old lady, which had clearly been lying there for quite some time prior to its discovery. But when staff at the local mortuary were called to recover the victim's remains, they discovered horrific injuries on the woman's body. Both of her legs had been broken and shattered, along with similarly massive injuries to her back and lower torso, almost as if she had been dropped from a great height. And yet, the room in which she had been found was fully enclosed within the vicinity of the flooded basement, meaning that it was impossible for her to have come to rest in the crater of her own accord. The Moscow police would find themselves in a similarly perplexing situation in 2005, when they were asked to search the abandoned site for a missing person. They had been contacted by the family of a 16-year-old named Alexei Kryushkin, a popular boy who was known amongst his friends as Edge. Alexei suffered from both anxiety and depression during his life, and on this occasion had gone from his home, leaving a suicide note in his room. After talking to his friends, his family had then contacted the police to state that Alexei had been a regular visitor to the derelict hospital and was seemingly quite fond of the site. Several officers were duly dispatched to the building, and an initial search quickly located the missing teen's personal effects upon the 8th floor. With his rucksack having been left next to a set of open lift doors, it was naturally assumed that the youth's body would be found lying at the bottom of the unfinished shaft. But when the officers made their way back down to the ground floor, they were frustrated to find nothing but rubble and debris at the bottom. It would take several more hours of searching before Alexei's remains were discovered lying in a side room on the hospital's 2nd floor. Again, just like the elderly lady before him, he had suffered from catastrophic injuries which had apparently been sustained after a severe fall. And yet, how his body had then apparently been relocated in a small enclosed room situated 2 floors above could not be explained with any degree of conviction. Despite police warnings, several of Alexei's friends subsequently reattended the site after his funeral and held their own private vigil for him. A series of murals and paintings were completed in the room where he had been found, but it soon became apparent that this would not be his only legacy. Instead, there were multiple reports to the police from teens who had been exploring the building and claimed to have been disturbed by a glowing entity. Its outline was described as resembling a tall and slender male, and it was sighted either in the vicinity of the 8th floor lift shaft or the room on the 2nd floor where Alexei had been found. It seemed to be aware that it was being observed by those it encountered, and would immediately turn and walk away from visitors, passing directly through both solid walls and other obstacles that rested in its path. It was said to disappear from view as quickly as it appeared. Other stories which have circulated throughout the local community make mention of a trio of teens who were found slain at the site at some point during 2006. There is also the tale of an urban explorer whose body was discovered twisted and broken at the bottom of one of the empty lift shafts in 2011. The exact number of people to have been found deceased at Hovrina Hospital remains difficult to verify, as the city authorities have repeatedly refused to release any official figures. They have also declined to comment on another haunting story commonly associated with the building's history, that related to the activities of a sinister group which over time has come to be known as Nemosta. It is believed that during the mid-1990s, this group of occultists adopted the empty structure as their base of operations, and held satanic rituals in the rooms of the basement levels. When local residents began to link the bizarre and unknown nocturnal activities of this group with the bodies that had been found at the site, great pressure was placed upon the authorities to act. As a result, a police unit known as OMON, or OMON, was directed to resolve the issue, and was granted authority to use any means they deemed necessary to do so. The officers tasked with this assignment spent some time conducting surveillance of the abandoned building, until they came to a point where they were satisfied that the cult members had assembled. It is alleged that they then stormed the building, herding the cultists far down into the basement levels where they were dispatched, and their remains hidden away below the floodwaters. Depending on whereabouts one might inquire within the surrounding area, different theories abound as to what took place within the cursed walls of Hovrinor Hospital. Nobody knows for sure if the deaths which occurred there were the result of supernatural activities or the grim deeds of a human killer, but everybody seems to have an opinion. Some Muscovites blame the cultists, claiming that the number of bodies being discovered at the building site dropped drastically once the police had acted aggressively against the Nemosta sect. Others believe that the deaths were the work of a serial killer, or worse, a group of killers who may have been working together, either using the abandoned building as a place to commit their crimes, or as somewhere to display their grisly trophies to one another. Finally, for some, the fact that the land which was repurposed for the construction was a former cemetery is perhaps the true cause of the horrors that took place there, with the spirits of the dead rising from their graves, electing to punish the living who trespassed with the destruction and desecration of their burial site. Sadly, the possibility of investigating any of the other deaths which are believed to have occurred there has now passed. After many years of reported tragedy at the abandoned facility, the site and everything that was standing upon it was finally sold off to a private company in 2018. In October of that year, the building's superstructure was eventually demolished before being completely cleared away, removing all trace of the hospital once and for all, along with its sinister and mysterious past.
Anything bad happen in the new place that got built there? Or did they turn it into a park? Kind of creepy. Some of these aren't very long, but they are kind of interesting.
In past episodes, we have examined instances of mysterious hauntings which have been reported in the aftermath of high-profile accidents and infamous crimes. This week, we will be visiting one such location, an abandoned building in Manila that was once the scene of a tragic loss of human life, a location where the spirits of the dead continue to reach out to the living, forever in search of help.
All right, now we can buy a
In January of
shirt,
1981,
a
it was
jacket,
announced by the government of the Philippines that a large amount of
pants.
funding had been set aside for an extensive national media
Be
project.
150
This
slots.
proposal was the brainchild of the First Lady
Or
at the
we
time,
can get a
Imelda
vest
Marcos,
and a belt,
and was
which is
specifically
still
designed to
just
raise the global
150
profile of the
slots.
country's film industry. It would involve the creation of a new international film festival, the foundation of a laboratory to develop new filming techniques, and the creation of a permanent film archive. Key to the success of the whole program would be a national media center constructed in the heart of the capital, which would play host to all the other individual components. But whilst the majority of those who read the proposals were enthusiastic, doubts surrounding the projected cost and timeframes were soon raised. In order to stay within the $25 million budget and meet the date of the new film festival, it would be necessary to complete construction of the media center within 12 months. Ignorant of her critics, project leader Betty Benitez announced the employment of 4,000 laborers who would immediately commence work on the media center. Continually working in 3 shifts over a rolling 24-hour period, the workforce threw themselves into the task, quickly silencing those who had been skeptical of the timeline. The building's main lobby, which should normally have taken up to 6 weeks to construct, was ultimately completed within a mere 72 hours. But on November the 17th, just as the project was nearing completion, the dangers inherent in working at such a breakneck pace would be brutally exposed. At around 3 a.m., several of the building's newly constructed upper floors collapsed, along with the temporary reinforcement which had been put in place to support them. Hundreds of workers either fell to their deaths, were crushed beneath the falling debris, or became impaled upon the jagged metal remains of the scaffolding they had been working on. The collapse had been caused by a miscalculation in the amount of concrete which had been poured that evening, and as the surviving workers ran to help, a further danger presented itself.
Oops. Someone got the math wrong.
Having been too heavy for the scaffolding to support, the excess amount of concrete had not been able to dry as quickly as it would otherwise have done. Many of the would-be rescuers soon found themselves trapped alongside their immobilized colleagues, as the concrete they were walking through began to harden around their legs. Upon her arrival at the site in the aftermath of the accident, Benitez had quickly given orders for the military to cordon off the scene, stating that a total media blackout should be enforced. And it soon became apparent that her greatest priority was to ensure construction resumed as soon as possible, rather than affecting the rescue of the dead and dying. When it became clear that there was no rapid way to free those trapped within the concrete, orders were given to remove them from the site by any means possible. Trapped limbs were severed, with labourers carried screaming from the rubble, the rudimentary tourniquets which had been applied failing to stop their severe bleeding. The bodies of those who had died which were deemed too difficult to retrieve were similarly dismembered, or simply left in situ, with fresh concrete swiftly poured over them.
Oh, that
Despite
is
the loss of an
fucked
estimated 170
up.
workers, construction was quickly resumed with a ruthless and brutal efficiency. As a result, the centre went on to open in time for its maiden film festival, which took place during the final week of January 1982, with those in attendance having little to no idea that the foundations they were walking upon contained the remains of those who had died during its construction.
Okay, so we need to go
Almost immediately,
north.
rumours and stories about mysterious happenings which were taking place during the film festival started to circulate amongst the local community. The organisers received calls from a number of female visitors who complained that their dresses had been stained with what appeared to be wet concrete, or in some cases, blood. But despite a number of methodical checks of the building, no visible weaknesses in the concrete could be found, or any secretions which resembled the marks seen on the dresses. Alongside this, a number of ambulances ended up being called to attend to some of the guests, who had suffered what presented as temporary or passing medical episodes. Several visitors reported feeling extreme chills that were so overwhelming in their nature that they incapacitated them for a short period of time. In other cases, festival attendees stated that they had experienced a sudden and overpowering crushing sensation on their chests. These patients had fallen to the ground, crying out that they were being trapped or pinned, before the symptoms then subsided just as quickly as they had begun. So disconcerting were these reports that when the building had closed one evening, Betty Benitez quickly arranged for several priests to attend the site. These holy men were ordered to identify and neutralize whatever was causing the discomfort experienced by those attending the film festival. The following morning, the priests left, stating they had done all they could to appease the spirits of those who had died during construction, but that they could not remain any longer. Despite these issues, the centre's inaugural film festival was later deemed to be a complete success, having attracted high-profile celebrities from all around the globe. It also led to a massive expansion of the Philippines film industry, with movies exported around the world and several awards being received by the country's actors. But this success would be somewhat short-lived when the government pulled the funding which had initially been promised after the festival. The building would go on to be abandoned for lengthy periods of time, where it soon began to fall derelict due to the poor construction techniques which had been employed. Alongside her creation, Betty Benitez would also be the victim of an unexpected and harrowing degree of misfortune.
She's gonna lose her
While
shoe
being phoned from
collection.
her office by a colleague, the car she was travelling in had left the carriageway and collided with an adjoining wall. When police later arrived at the scene, the man who had been driving the vehicle was recovered
Oh, I
completely
forgot to
injured,
look at
whereas
Mags.
Benitez was found alongside him in the passenger seat,
Shit.
crushed to death by the vehicle's crumpled interior. One bizarre incident reported to have transpired inside the building was also rumoured to have taken place during the inaugural film festival. After closing, as the cleaning crews were tidying up on the day's events, several armed men arrived on site. It was explained that these were members of the presidential support group, sweeping the building ahead of a visit from the First Lady, which was taking place the following morning. But not long after the security staff had arrived, there was a sudden commotion, and the cleaners were herded into one of the theatres at gunpoint. A head count was carried out, before it was then demanded that whoever had been playing tricks on the government officers step forward. It was only once they had been released that the cleaners caught sight of one of the agents being led off site in a distressed state by his colleagues. They later learned that the bodyguard had been checking around the lower levels of the building when he caught sight of a movement in the darkness ahead of him. On issuing a challenge, he observed a shadowy figure running away and immediately drew his weapon and gave chase. He followed the figure along several corridors when it suddenly disappeared directly through a closed door. Approaching the doorway, torch and sidearm in hand, the agent had tried the door handle but found that it was locked. Having used his radio to call for backup, he then kicked the door open and burst into the room, only to find that it was completely empty. Standing alone in the dark space, his torch beam flitting from wall to wall, the security officer suddenly experienced a freezing sensation which completely paralyzed him. Then out of nowhere, a disembodied and hushed voice whispered a single word directly into one of his ears. Tulong, the Filipino word for help. As more officers arrived to assist him, they found their colleague backed into one corner of the empty room, his gun up and waving around from side to side, scared out of his wits. Following a major earthquake which rocked the country in the summer of 1990, the Manila Film Center was abandoned altogether and stood unoccupied for many years. Throughout this period, groups of local youths would regularly go onto the site, exploring the vacant theatres and seeing if anything of value had been left behind. One of the most haunting tales associated with the building involved one such group, who had snuck inside during daylight hours and began to roam the empty corridors. But as the boys ventured deeper and deeper into the media centre's interior, they began to notice the temperature dropping rapidly around them. The daylight streaming in from the broken windows above gradually seemed to dim, until they could only see just a few feet in front of them. It was at this point that they noticed what seemed to be some sort of viscous substance, gently flowing down the walls either side of them. Moving closer, they realized to their horror that this material was wet concrete, with the main panels of the walls appearing to be in the process of melting and dripping down onto the corridor below. Turning to flee, the group suddenly heard a chilling scream and turned back to see one of their number staring down in complete shock at the ground below him. Following the boy's gaze, they were horrified to see a human arm somehow reaching up out of the solid concrete floor, its hand wrapped tightly around the boy's leg. The disembodied limb was stained with dark blood, where it had apparently been sliced open, with portions of grey bone exposed and covered by drying cement. Crying out in fear, the youth had yanked himself free from his apparent captor, and then joined the rest of his friends in fleeing the building as quickly as they could. It was only later, after they were back in the sunlight and with the film centre now several miles behind them, that they finally stopped to pause for breath. The others watched in horror as the boy in question pulled up the leg of his jeans to reveal a series of livid and purplish bruises left on his skin, perfectly resembling the human handprint. It would not be until late 2001 that the Manila Film Center was once again being used for entertainment purposes. In December of that year, it was leased by a company named the Amazing Philippines Theatre, who would utilize it on a regular basis to perform shows. But with their tenure, rumors soon began to circulate within the city that a new ghost had taken up residence within the haunted building. Not long after performances of the amazing show commenced at the film centre, the body of a young female performer was found lying on the steps of the building. The police investigation into her death was limited and ultimately unsuccessful, with detectives stating they believed the matter to be drugs related. But ever since that time, the apparition of an unknown female has been repeatedly sighted in and around the building. On some occasions, rehearsals or live shows had to be halted when performers complained that an unknown woman had walked on stage, only to then disappear again. And these sightings were not only limited to the building's interior, with a recurring incident having been reported by several of the city's taxi drivers. On more than one occasion, passing cabs have been flagged down by a local female standing outside the centre in the early hours of the morning, who appears to have suffered minor injuries. The lone passenger looks upset and intimidated, asking the driver if he will take her to a local hospital to seek treatment for her injuries. But at some point during their journey, sometimes even midway through a conversation, this young woman will simply vanish. Both at the time of the Manila Film Center disaster and in the years that followed, the Marcos regime denied that any workers had been buried within the building foundations. But in the aftermath of their ousting from power, it proved impossible to verify their claims, with no trustworthy or accurate records to be found regarding the incident. Testimony from the families of those involved and the few photos taken by journalists who were able to gain access to the scene suggest that many labourers did indeed lose their lives. The stories that have emerged from the building since it was constructed all seem to suggest the same argument, that the brutality and horror inflicted upon those dying in the incident by their employers was so incomprehensible, their spirits could never move on from what occurred. They forever remained trapped within the concrete walls and foundations they had worked so long and so hard to construct, constrained between this world and the next, reaching out in search of anyone who can offer the one thing they were ultimately denied: help. Given their history, it is perhaps of little surprise that America's southern states are home to a wealth of allegedly haunted locations. This week, we will be examining one of the most infamous of these sites, a rural dwelling which possesses a past saturated in sadness and tragedy. Join us as we examine the misery of the Myrtles Plantation. Waiting until she had heard the last faint traces of conversation trailing off through the main entrance, the maid finally rose and made her way into the parlour. A regular visitor to the address, the guide for the plantation's ghost tours had just stepped back inside the foyer, having waved off the last members of that evening's party. After a brief exchange, the guide had then gathered her things before heading off herself, leaving the maid to carry on with her evening routine. Although she had not been working at the sprawling location for long, the young cleaner had already evolved what she believed to be a suitably efficient schedule. Starting off at the far end of the first floor, she slowly made her way back to the stairs, wiping and polishing until she was satisfied everything was up to the required standard. Methodically working her way down the wide staircase, she found herself frowning when she again reached the ground floor, having caught sight of a set of dirty handprints at the base of the mirror which hung there. She had first heard of the mirror many years before, during her own attendance at an evening ghost tour of the site, how it was supposed to be home to the spirits of a mother and her children who once died in the house. In the few weeks she had worked at the plantation, she had not seen anything strange or suspicious in or around the mirror. She quickly formed the opinion that one of this evening's guests must have made the prints in order to provoke conversation. Wiping away the marks, she resumed her chores, spending another hour traversing the ground floor before returning once again to the parlour. But as she stood, having placed her bucket on the floor and removing her gloves, her attention was once again drawn to the same mirror. There, directly in the centre of the lower half of the glass, were a further pair of palm prints, too small to have been made by a grown adult. Feeling a growing sense of unease, the maid called out several times, asking if anybody had perhaps come across from one of the other buildings while she had been busy with her work. When there was no reply, her uncertainty quickly turned to frustration. Somebody was apparently pulling a prank at her expense. Taking up her cloth, she advanced across the hallway towards the mirror, ready to wipe away the dirty marks once again. But as she approached, a small hand suddenly pressed itself flat against the centre of the glass, seemingly from the other
Oh,
side.
that's creepy.
Instantly recoiling in horror, the maid turned and fled, screaming into the grounds outside. The vision of the pale and emaciated young girl with the blonde ringlets, who had been staring back at her from inside the mirror, tormenting her as she ran. The location that would in time become known as the Myrtles Plantation is found roughly 18 miles north of St. Francisville, in the southern state of Louisiana. When the first buildings were constructed at the direction of David Bradford, the original owner who had purchased the land in 1796, the 600-acre site had originally been christened Laurel Grove. Bradford had been a politician of some repute in his native Pennsylvania, but had been forced to flee his home there due to his role in a period of unrest known as the Whiskey Rebellion. It would not be until some years later, when he finally received a presidential pardon for his actions, that he was able to invite his wife and children to come and live in their new home. Bradford and his family would go on to reside at the plantation for many years, but sadly, a significant number of the younger members of the household would lose their lives there, during a slew of localized outbreaks of yellow fever. Eventually, the surviving members of the estate would go on to sell the property to the Sterling family, who owned a number of similar plantations situated elsewhere in the state. It was under the direction of their patriarch, Ruffin Grace Sterling, that the property was extensively renovated, using the finest materials available at the time. Sterling ordered that the size of the existing house be expanded, and several more buildings be added alongside it, renaming the property the Myrtles. But just as it had been for David Bradford and his descendants, the Sterling family's time at the plantation would be dogged by misery, with several members dying at a young age, having contracted tuberculosis.
Oh,
Their
they
seeming
caught the
to ally
TB
themselves
and
with the cancer
died.
it caused during the American Civil War would also result in tragedy, with their home being seized and ransacked by members of the Union Army. After a Sterling family member, William Drew Winter, was murdered on the front porch by an unknown assassin in 1871, the plantation was sold on to the first in a long line of short-term investors and businessmen. And it was not long into this seemingly unending cycle, as each successive owner seemed unable to retain control of the property, that rumours of unwanted guests began to circulate. Over time, as an increasing number of stories involving spectral entities and poltergeist activity began to surface, the Myrtles became something of a local attraction. In 1992, the plantation would see itself thrust into the public eye, after a seemingly innocuous act by the owner at the time generated national media interest. Whilst renewing her policy, she had been asked by her insurance company to provide photographic evidence of the distance between two buildings at the site, the general store and the butler's pantry. Having sent off a picture to the insurers, she was confused to find the photograph returned a week later, having been rejected. In the letter accompanying the photograph, the company pointed out that the image was not suitable as it was not supposed to contain any people. Taking a closer look, the owner was astonished to see what appeared to be a female figure wearing a turban and a long dress, who had not been present when she had originally taken the photograph. The wooden boarding of the building which the mysterious figure was standing in front of was clearly visible through her upper body, seeming to indicate that she was somehow not fully formed. Bewildered, the owner went on to send the picture and corresponding negatives to the National Geographic magazine, which analysed them and came to the conclusion that there had been no trickery or manipulation involved. This now infamous image is believed to depict the Myrtles Plantation's most infamous spectre, that of a slave girl by the name of Chloe. According to the stories which had been passed down by a number of previous owners, Chloe was a slave at the plantation at the time it was being run by Clark Woodruff. Woodruff was a former law student who had studied under David Bradford. He would go on to marry his mentor's oldest daughter and would eventually be elected as the local judge. But despite his easygoing and gentlemanly outward appearance, it was rumoured that Woodruff was a violent and abusive master who would regularly force himself upon the female slaves at the plantation, including Chloe. One day, Woodruff found her eavesdropping at the door during a business meeting. Flying into a rage when she refused to explain her actions, he had dragged the girl to an outbuilding and cut off one of her ears as punishment for her misdeed. In order to hide the disfigurement, Chloe took to wearing a green turban, which covered the top of her head, and privately swore revenge. Taking great care to hide her intent, she waited several months until the family was preparing to celebrate the birthday of their eldest daughter. Intending to poison the man who had ruined her, she slipped several oleander leaves into the birthday cake, which had been prepared for the occasion. But in a tragic twist of fate, Clark Woodruff would be the only family member not to consume the offering, with his pregnant wife and two daughters dying from ingesting the poison. An alternate version of this tale exists in which Chloe intended only to make the family sick, so that she could nurse them back to full health, and therefore demonstrate her value to the family as a household slave. She had since been relegated to working in the fields after being caught eavesdropping. In any case, as the truth of what happened came to light, Chloe was captured by her fellow slaves trying to escape, and was hanged by them in an effort to appease their master.
That's fucked up.
In addition to having been captured on film, Chloe has allegedly been sighted by numerous guests and visitors, with reports of her presence dating back to the 1950s. One evening in the spring of 1987, Frances Myers was asleep in one of the downstairs bedrooms when she was awoken by the uneasy feeling that someone else was present in the room with her. Cautiously opening her eyes, she found a woman standing watching her from the end of the bed, wearing a green turban and holding a lighted candlestick in one hand. Myers herself was surprised by the brightness of the light emanating from the candle, which was powerfully illuminating the rest of the room. In addition to this, she was similarly struck by the old-fashioned style of the lengthy dress this unexpected visitor was wearing. The intruder was staring down at Myers in a manner which completely unnerved her, to the extent that she reached out in order to push the woman away. but the second her hand made contact with the apparition, she immediately vanished into thin air, plunging the room back into a deep darkness. It is rumoured that the ghosts of Chloe's unfortunate victims have also been sighted from time to time around the grounds. More than one group of visitors has reported being approached by a small girl, only for her to fade away and disappear when they attempt to interact with her. The large ornate mirror which hangs in the parlour at the bottom of the main staircase is said to be a focal point for the spirits of the deceased mother and her two daughters. Staff on site have allegedly found phantom handprints of varying sizes pressed onto the glass. These have proven difficult to clean off, only to reappear hours later, sometimes in different positions on the face of the mirror. More terrifying experiences include seeing the reflections of a woman and two girls, dressed in period clothing, staring back at them when visitors have attempted to clean the handprints from the glass. The inexplicable marks found on the parlour mirror are not the only mysterious blemishes to have been historically encountered by the owners of the property. There are several testimonies which pertain to a large, deep crimson stain, which appeared one day on the floor of the gentleman's parlour. Possessing the rough dimensions of an adult human body, this strange impression proved impossible to clean, despite numerous attempts to remove it. But a short time later, it suddenly faded away as quickly as it had appeared, seemingly of its own accord. It has been theorized that this odd occurrence may somehow relate to the historic sacking of the property by soldiers of the Union Army. In one of the stories relating to that event, an infantryman who broke in to loot the building was shot and killed by the owners as he had entered the room in question. If other sightings are to be believed, the ghosts that inhabit the Myrtles are not limited solely to one political affiliation. A number of visitors claim to have seen a limping figure, wearing the tunic of the Confederate Army and possessing a bloodied leg injury, moving slowly around the grounds. In addition to the strange visions and unnatural markings associated with the main building, there have been numerous reports of ghostly footsteps making their way through the main hall. These steps are described as uncoordinated and clumsy in nature, as if the person making them is tripping and staggering forwards as they make their way deeper into the interior of the house. They are described as entering the main hall, continuing past the downstairs rooms until they meet the bottom of the staircase, where they then terminate. This short phenomenon is believed to be linked to the most infamous murder associated with the residence, that of William Drew Winter. One afternoon in January of 1871, Winter was teaching his children a school lesson in the gentleman's parlour, when an unknown male rider arrived at the property. The stranger demanded that Winter leave the premises to speak with him, and moments later, the quiet afternoon air was shattered by a series of gunshots. As the servants hurried to see what had occurred, Winter staggered back in through the doors, whilst the unknown rider fled the scene. It is reported that the dying man staggered forwards, desperately trying to find his wife Sarah and their children one last time, before dying on the main staircase. As with the other alleged incidents taking place at the Myrtles, the phantom footsteps are indicative of the benign nature of the spirits who reside there. There have been no acts of aggression or hostility directed towards those who have seen them, though on occasion, the forces which dwell within the location have proven somewhat mischievous. During the summer of 1984, a film crew commissioned several rooms in the main building in order to shoot scenes for a remake of the movie A Long Hot Summer. One evening, several of the crew members had spent many hours clearing some furniture away in preparation for the following day's filming. But when they returned the following morning, they were frustrated to discover that all the furniture in question had been returned to the exact positions they had been moved from. on making inquiries with the staff, the producers were assured that nobody had been in the room overnight, which had been locked and secured ready for them to use. This phenomenon would occur several further times during the course of the shoot, prompting the crew to hurriedly achieve the shots they needed before cutting short their stay. As a result of its colourful and haunting history, several investigators have undertaken extensive research into the plantation's past. Analysis of family records regarding previous owners has produced evidence which strongly undermines many of the more popular and outlandish stories. It has been repeatedly highlighted that there seems to be very little truth behind the stories of Chloe and the murderous revenge visited upon her former lover. Parish records clearly demonstrate that yellow fever was responsible for the deaths of both Sarah and her children. Further, the unfortunate youngsters were a boy and a girl, not two daughters, as the legend recounts. In a similar vein, analysis of witness testimony
They
pertaining
don't
to the
call
death
them
of the
legends
winter
for no
confirms
reason.
that he died out on the porch of the address and never attempted to make his way back inside. It has been suggested that many of the ghost stories are the result of successive buyers being unable to afford the cost of maintaining the property. Taking existing legends and aggressively embellishing them, cash-strapped owners might have created the ghost stories in an effort to make the property more appealing to prospective investors. However, this theory does not seem to fully account for the sheer number of tales generated by this atmospheric and brooding rural location. There is still no meaningful explanation for the famous National Geographic photograph of Chloe, which was proven not to have been faked. And there are many other photographs which have been taken by visitors purporting to show ghostly forms moving around the grounds. As with many of the cases we have previously examined, it seems apparent that the truth of these legends lies somewhere between two extremes. A significant number of the stories are completely fabricated, or at best embellished to the point of misdirection, and yet at the same time, there are too many photographs and witness testimonies of ghostly activity to ignore. We have seen how locations steeped in misery have apparently trapped the spirits of those who have been wronged, forcing them to replay their final moments over and over again. All we can hope is that in the case of the Myrtles plantation, with the passing of time, these unfortunate souls may find the peace they are searching for.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Any oinkers around here? Huh? No piggies? No piggies?
Hey guys, I hope you don't mind, but I thought I'd do another personal stories episode off the back of phone calls from the dead. I hadn't intended to do this, but after reading Simon's script for that episode, I was shocked at how similar some of the stories were to something which occurred within my own family. I had no idea how common the apparent phenomenon is of receiving a communication from someone who has passed away.
Got this new chair and I still have the worst posture ever.
The experience I'm about to share with you, which may end up sounding crazy, but it's something that's deeply personal to me, and especially to my mom, who felt the full force of what she believes is a true example of life after death. None of what you are about to hear is really dark or creepy, but instead something life-affirming and hopeful in the face of a tragic loss. As some of you may or may not know, I come from a fairly large family. I grew up with 4 brothers and a sister.
Okay. If it's not scary and spooky, then you want to listen to something else. Ooh. Okay. Thank you for the posture check, and I will definitely hydrate. Gonna do their Vanished Without a Trace one. I don't think I've listened to this one. It looks interesting.
The northwestern state of Alaska remains one of America's most unsettled and unexplored regions. It is a place of wonder and mystery, but also of great danger, with roughly 2,500 people going missing there every year. And one settlement, situated far to the west of the state, remains the setting for some of the most bizarre of these disappearances, where people seemingly vanish without a trace. Timothy Smith had been in the process of making his first cup of coffee of the day when the mobile phone in his pocket had begun to vibrate. Stopping what he was doing to take the call, the state trooper found himself speaking with Tracy Bowie, one of the clerks from the nearby city courthouse. Initially apologizing for having called so early, knowing the officer would still be preparing for his shift, Bowie went on to ask Smith if he was aware of any missing persons reports having been filed over the weekend. Moving over to his computer terminal and checking the logs, he informed her that there wasn't any, his reply in turn leading to a protracted and awkward moment of silence. The clerk had gone on to relate that her colleague, Joseph Balderas, had not turned up for work that morning. The last she had heard, he had been going out hunting for the weekend and was now failing to answer his phone. Promising to look into the matter, Smith retrieved his coffee and went on to ask his colleagues if anyone had seen the missing clerk during their travels over the weekend. A popular and easygoing guy, well known around the town of Nome, it wasn't surprising when 2 local officers did recall having recently seen Balderas' car parked out near mile 44 on the Nome Council Highway. After clearing things with his superior and phoning Bowie with a quick update, Smith then grabbed hold of the keys to his cruiser and made his way out of town towards the location. Sure enough, as the marker post for mile 44 came into view, Smith could see a dark blue Dakota truck parked up on a nearby verge. Having checked the parked vehicle was secured and unattended, Smith had proceeded to remove the loudhailer from inside the cruiser and then call out for the missing man several times. All he received was silence, which seemed to grow more ominous with each passing second. Checking the Dakota once more, he saw no signs of damage and no obvious tracks leading away
And I
to the
forgot to
bushes
get
alongside it.
Yes,
The
yeah.
state trooper considered the parked truck for a moment
Shit.
and began to feel a familiar tingling sensation as the hairs on the back
Get
of
the
his
feeling
neck
like maybe I
bristled
should
with
write down a
unease.
grocery list.
Shortly afterwards, at his insistence, additional units were soon on their way, in possession of thermal cameras and search dogs. But when the hounds had been walked up to the vehicle in order to catch its owner's scent, they had proceeded to track only a little further down the road, before coming to an abrupt halt. Despite several more attempts and the repeated urging of their handlers, the pair of tracker dogs instead remained sitting stubbornly on the spot where they had come to rest, in the middle of the highway, several yards from the abandoned vehicle, with no forward progress in any direction. It was as if the missing man had simply ceased to exist on that very spot. At the time of writing, it has been 6 years since Joseph Balderas set out alone to hunt game in the countryside around his hometown and never returned. The search for him would last 5 months, involving workers from numerous law enforcement agencies and emergency services, and costing tens of thousands of dollars. But no clue as to the fate of the missing hunter was ever uncovered, and 12 months later, he was declared legally dead by a local court. The Balderas case remains one of the most mystifying and frustrating missing persons cases in the history of the city of Nome. The 36-year-old was a fit and healthy outdoorsman who held a position of responsibility within the local community and was part of a large circle of family and friends. Balderas had no known medical or mental health issues at the time of his disappearance, and was in the process of making plans to marry his fiancée and move across state to settle down in Juneau. Investigators have never been able to come up with a viable hypothesis as to why Balderas would disappear of his own volition, and they have met with little success in evolving a working proposal as to how he may have vanished in circumstances beyond his control. There was little evidence at the scene that he had ever left the immediate vicinity of his vehicle, with no tracks or damage found amongst the foliage nearby. The idea of an animal attack would be ruled out due to a lack of blood or torn clothing, and there was nothing to suggest that an accident or criminal act may have taken place. But perhaps the most concerning element in the disappearance of Joseph Balderas is that it's only one of many similar incidents, all within the same seemingly unassuming city. Nome was first settled at the beginning of the 20th century, when it was established that there were significant gold deposits lying hidden in the ground nearby. Countless adventurers and prospectors swarmed to the remote region in search of fortune, and as they did so, various businesses and services associated with their enterprises were also established. Over time, as the gold rush slowly waned, so too did investments in the city. But due to its isolated and remote location, it has remained an important transport and trade hub. It boasts 2 airports, along with a busy dock area, and it is via these facilities that most visitors enter or leave the city, as the roads leading into the countryside do not extend to any larger highways or settlements of significance. There have always been rumours of unexplained disappearances in and around Nome, mostly relating to members of the native population. But it was not until the late 1990s that the scale of these disappearances became clear, with up to 30 members of the town's population having vanished under mysterious circumstances. Every town or city inevitably has its own array of missing persons, and whilst 30 cases over 50 years may not sound of particular concern, the fact that Nome has a population of less than 4,000 pushes this number well above the national average. The families of those who had gone missing had campaigned for many years for external assistance with the investigations, stating that they did not feel the local police were doing enough to solve the disappearances. But it was not until the summer of 2005 that they were finally successful in this endeavour, when the mother of Erica Pataki petitioned the state attorney in relation to her missing son. 21-year-old Eric hailed from an Inupiat settlement on nearby St. Lawrence Island and had been visiting Nome at the time of his disappearance. His family had repeatedly warned him not to travel to the city, due to the many disappearances amongst their community which had occurred there, but he was adamant that no harm would come to him. When Eric's pregnant girlfriend informed the family that he had never arrived, a broad land and sea search was initiated for the missing man, which uncovered no clues as to his whereabouts. Upon reviewing the case, and those of the other missing persons associated with the city, the authorities duly handed ownership to the FBI, who went on to conduct a full review. Their report, in which they were asked to consider the presence of a killer or group of killers operating in the local community, found no apparent evidence of foul play. It instead noted the harsh weather conditions and flat open topography of the land surrounding the town. Alcohol was said to be a factor in most of the identified cases. The profilers found that many of the victims were male, had frequented local bars, or had been drinking to excess at the time they vanished, and had likely died of exposure having meandered out of the city and into the surrounding area. And yet this does not explain how the remains of the missing have never been found, given the lack of undulating terrain or thick undergrowth situated anywhere near the city limits. There is also little explanation as to how or why anyone would wander away from the relative safety of the community in such a vulnerable state. In any case, the disappearances in Nome have continued, with the most recent having occurred during the summer of 2020. A local woman named Florence Okpiluk had been camping out on the beach near the city. Many locals had encountered her during her stay, but on August the 31st, her tent was found unattended, with her jacket and shoes mysteriously folded neatly away inside. There was no damage to speak of. An extensive search was immediately undertaken, featuring the use of cadaver dogs and remote underwater vehicles to search the waters bordering the nearby beach. Alongside this, the local police conducted over 100 interviews with Okpiluk's friends and family, as well as those living near to the scene of her disappearance. In addition to her mobile phone data being handed to FBI profilers for further analysis, hundreds of hours of CCTV footage from nearby cameras were downloaded and analysed. Not one person was seen to have either entered or exited the city limits during the time Okpiluk was last sighted, and the only vehicle to be seen moving was quickly eliminated from the police inquiry. She was in a loving relationship at the time of her disappearance, with her parents and young child waiting for her to come home. The area around her tent was open flatland, with no sign she had passed through it, and had she drowned in the nearby waters, her body should have quickly washed back ashore, much closer to the town. As with Joseph Balderas, she remains an open and active missing persons case, for which the authorities are desperate for information. In 2009, the city became embroiled in a very public controversy with Universal Studios concerning a viral campaign which had been launched by the company relating to the Mila Jovovich film, The Fourth Kind. The movie is set in Nome, and the plot ties the disappearances to wider UFO activity reported within the state of Alaska. A series of fictional abduction cases purporting to be genuine and to have originated in Nome were published online, causing anger and outrage amongst the families of those involved in the real-life incidents. After a swift climb down, the studio released a statement clarifying that the cases featured in their online campaign were purely fictional, and donated money to the local community by way of an apology. But as distracting as the argument with Universal Studios may have been, it did highlight the large number of UFO sightings in and around the region. Even with the confirmation that the stories published by the film studio were untrue, Many believe that extraterrestrial visitors may well be the reason for the vanishings, citing the disappearance of two brothers from Wasilla as proof.
Dun, dun,
On the 4th
dun.
of June 1999, 15-year-old Michael Palmer was cycling home from a party with two other boys in Meadow Lake when he had begun to fall behind. Having stopped to wait for Palmer, his friends had eventually headed back to look for him, only to find no trace of their fellow cyclist. A daylight search located Michael's pedal cycle, lying discarded near the Little Susitna River. More concerning still, his trainers were then discovered lying in open ground, close to a nearby airstrip. 11 years later, in April of 2010, 30-year-old Chuck Palmer was part of a group riding their snowmobiles up to a cabin near the town of Talkeetna. Just as his younger brother had done before him, Chuck fell behind and became separated from the rest of his group, who then turned back to search for him, but were unsuccessful. Once the authorities had been alerted, an aerial search was carried out, and Chuck's snowmobile was found unattended in an open patch of snow. There was no trace of the vehicle's missing rider, but more worrying still, the particulate lying on the ground was completely pristine and undisturbed. There was nothing to suggest why the vehicle had come to rest where it was, or to indicate that Palmer had alighted and walked off in any direction away from it.
No
It was
footprints.
as if the missing man had simply been plucked from his seat atop the snowmobile, which had then come to a rest of its own accord. In addition to allegations of alien abduction, there have been numerous other paranormal explanations put forward by commentators in relation to the known disappearances. Some have suggested that the region is a place prone to time and dimensional slips, similar to other areas such as the Bennington, Bridgewater, and Bermuda Triangles. These theoretical weaknesses in space and time are thought to have been responsible for the disappearance of a number of ships and aircraft, which have historically vanished in the state. It has also been suggested that reclusive cryptids such as direwolves or Sasquatches may dwell in the isolated and unsettled regions surrounding the city, and it is these secretive predators which are responsible for the disappearances. However, it is perhaps more likely that the reason for a significant number of these incidents is far less supernatural, but equally as horrifying. In 1999, a local man by the name of Lancelot Imogen went missing whilst making a journey home from Savunga to Nome. In the aftermath of his vanishing, his sister came forward to claim that in the years prior, he had been brutally beaten by police officers on numerous occasions. Her allegations, and many others against the local police, were largely ignored, until a tragic and horrifying series of events, which would take place in August of 2013. Investigators probing the murder of a 19-year-old student followed a trail of evidence which led to one of their own coming under suspicion, Officer Matthew Owens. When an attack, which Owens had tried to pass off as an ambush on him, was proven to be faked, he was arrested and later charged with the murder of the young woman. It would later transpire that Owens had used his position to abuse and intimidate numerous local women, leading to further accusations and allegations against other members of the police force. Whilst to the wider world the disappearances in Nome have become something of a cultural phenomenon, to the families of those involved, they remain painfully unsolved. With no obvious motive for their loved ones to have come to harm, and the topography of the area meaning that evidence of any apparent crime should be easy to locate, these disappearances remain both tragic and perplexing. It seems that even the advent of modern technology, such as CCTV cameras and mobile phones, has not been able to determine just who or what is stalking this city. Whether it is a serial killer yet to be apprehended, drunken misadventure, or something otherworldly, we can only hope that the truth will soon become known, and that the families of those who have been taken may find the answers they so desperately need.
No gas can.
We have previously explored reports concerning the spirits of those who have passed on, but this week we will be examining a phenomenon which is even more bewildering. Instances in which friends and relatives have received what should have otherwise been an impossible phone call from the dead.
That would be insane to get a call from somebody that's dead.
When the phone fixed to the far wall of the kitchen began to ring, Bonnie McConnell had been on the other side of the room preparing dinner. It was a Sunday evening, and although she had not been expecting the call, her first instinct was to answer it, something she could not act upon because of the thick layer of foodstuffs covering her fingers. Calling out to her husband, who was sitting in the adjoining room watching television, she finished what she was doing and hurried across to the sink to clean up. While she quickly toweled the remaining water from her hands, Bonnie had listened out for any hint of who the unknown caller might be, as her husband lifted the receiver. After a few polite words, he had turned and offered the phone to her, whispering that it was their old friend Enid on the other end of the line. Bonnie could not help but smile as she had lifted the receiver to her ear, aware that she had not spoken to Enid Jolson for over a year. The subsequent conversation had gone on for some time, with Jolson informing Bonnie that she was quite well, and that she had recently moved to a nursing home, much closer to the McConnell residence. The call had ended with Bonnie promising to visit the following day, and that she would purchase a bottle of Enid's favourite brandy on her way over. But the old lady's tone had suddenly changed, remarking that she had no need for such vices anymore. With that, the phone call ended. This unexpected contact from their old friend took up the majority of the McConnells' dinner conversation that evening, with Bonnie eagerly looking forward to her trip across town. The next morning, upon asking the receptionist at the nursing home which room Enid was in, the look she had received was one of concern. The worker had informed her that unfortunately, Mrs. Jolson had recently passed away, offering sympathy for Bonnie's loss and apologies for her wasted journey. Shocked at the news, Bonnie inquired as to how this had happened, as she had only spoken to her friend the night before. Almost immediately, a confused expression fell upon the receptionist's face. In a soothing tone, she politely informed the visitor that she must be mistaken, as she had been on duty when Mrs. Jolson had been found deceased in her bed the previous morning, many hours before the alleged phone call had taken place. In their 1979 book, Phone Calls from the Dead, parapsychologists Raymond Bayliss and D. Scott Rogo examine the aforementioned phenomenon in great depth. For as long as there have been methods of electronic communication between the living, there have been reports that spirits of the departed are somehow able to access these devices and make contact from beyond the grave. Having looked at numerous examples of this, the authors noted several common themes. The majority of such contacts occurred within the first 24 hours of the deceased caller having passed on, although in a limited number of cases, this period could be extended for up to 2 years. A significant number of the callers seemed to be almost confused or disorientated for the duration of the call, discussing subjects which were either cryptic or irrelevant with the recipient. Quite often, the witnesses involved reported that the quality of the line was very poor, with the words being spoken difficult to distinguish because of static or white noise. In addition, it was common for the voice of the speaker to be described as muffled or metallic, sometimes sounding as if they were standing some distance from the handset. Eventually, after analysing and assessing the various reports they had managed to unearth, the two scientists formed the opinion that such calls could be divided into 2 different categories. The first of these classifications involves receiving a call from someone who has passed away, although the caller does not speak when the phone is answered. The second presents as a seemingly innocuous call from a loved one, where it is later discovered that the conversation should have been impossible, as the friend or relative in question had recently passed on. In the spring of 1969, a young man named Carl had rented a cottage for a weekend vacation. On arriving at his accommodation, the holidaymaker was pleasantly surprised to find an old-fashioned telephone handset sitting on the bedside table. But on the first evening of his trip, he had been drifting off to sleep when he was unexpectedly awoken by the sound of the phone ringing insistently beside him. Half asleep and glancing at his wristwatch, Carl could see that it was 11:15 p.m., which led him to believe that the call must be important. Lifting the handset, he was somewhat bewildered to hear his father's voice on the other end of the line, informing him that his mother needed to speak with him. When he tried to ask what the issue was, his father had continued to speak, almost as if he was not hearing Carl's replies. The younger man had become increasingly concerned and frustrated as he was repeatedly urged to call her. He demanded to know why his father could not simply pass the phone over, as his mother should have been there with him. After a minute or two, having made no progress, his father had suddenly made reference to the fact that he was in a beautiful place, and then hung up. Replacing the receiver, Carl had then tried several times to call his parents' home number, only to find that the phone on the nightstand seemed unable to make outgoing calls. Irritated, he got out of bed and searched the rest of the cottage for another phone, only to discover that the one in the bedroom appeared to be the only phone inside the premises. Having struggled to sleep that night, Carl had risen early the following morning and made his way into the nearest town, so that he could place a call to his parents. Upon locating a public phone booth, he He was shocked to discover from relatives that his mother was unable to speak to him at that time, as she was still far too upset. She had been lying in bed with his father the previous evening when he had suddenly begun to convulse, dying of a heart attack a short time later. On making further inquiries with his family, he was even more unnerved to discover the time of his father's death, which had been recorded by the attending paramedics as 11:15 p.m. It was only afterwards, as he had hurriedly packed his things back at the cottage, that the bewildered and traumatized holidaymaker discovered that the phone by his bed was purely ornamental and had never been connected to a working phone line.
Oh, that's creepy.
During the course of some of these exchanges, the caller demonstrates a definite purpose or agenda as they speak, determined to ensure that the reason for their call is fully understood by the recipient. It is during these incidents that Bayliss and Rogo noticed the highest percentage of allegedly robotic or distorted speech patterns reported by witnesses. Perhaps the most famous example of this kind of call, and indeed the most high-profile person to have allegedly received one, is horror author Dean Koontz. In September of 1988, Koontz had been at work when his office phone began to ring. As his number was unlisted and only known to a select group of people, the writer had answered, reasoning it must be important. For a few seconds, there had been no sound on the line save for crackling and static. But then, a female voice had suddenly uttered the phrase, "Please be careful." Bewildered, Koontz had inquired as to the caller's identity, only for her to ignore the question and instead repeat her request 2 further times, before hanging up. After the call, and as only a few people knew his office phone number, Koontz spent time puzzling over the caller's identity. She had sounded much like his grandmother, but she had died some 20 years prior. Finally, reasoning that it must be a mistake or prank, he had shrugged the incident off and carried on with his work. 2 days later, whilst he was visiting his father at a care home, the old man had become confused and agitated. The incident quickly escalated, to the point where staff had left Dean struggling with his father, who had gone on to arm himself with a fishing knife. After what seemed an eternity, Koontz was finally able to disarm him. At that exact moment, a police officer arrived and aimed his weapon at the author, mistakenly thinking he was attacking the old man. The words from the strange phone call 2 days before had hit Koontz like a sledgehammer. In a heartbeat, he dropped the knife and backed away. For years afterwards, Koontz would relate to people how, if he had not suddenly realized the significance of the call from his deceased grandmother, he would likely have walked towards the officer holding the knife and would probably have been shot as a consequence. Of course, the direction of these calls is not always one way. There are examples in which a living person may phone somebody only to find out afterwards that the person they spoke to had died before the call was even made. In these cases, there is often far less of a tangible link between the parties involved, and the conversations are usually much more mundane in nature. One such example which the parapsychologists cited in their work was that of an employee at a phone company named Mary, who in late April of 1985 had attempted to close a sales call to a residential number in Pennsylvania. The call had been answered by what sounded like an older woman, who identified herself as Mrs. B, the wife of the homeowner. Mary immediately began to recite her tried and tested sales script, inquiring who the family's current telecoms provider was, and gently increasing the pressure when she was subsequently informed it was AT&T. For a time, the saleswoman sensed that she may be close to successfully closing on a new contract. But then, just prior to the end of the call, Mrs. B had somewhat relented, stating that her husband was a lifelong and loyal AT&T customer and would not want to change providers. On inquiring if she could speak with him, Mary was told that he was unavailable at that time. He had recently retired and was always out fishing. Having noted down that the couple were unhappy with what they were being charged by their existing provider, Mary then agreed a time to phone back and ended the call. The following evening, she rang the couple at the prearranged time and was relieved that on this occasion, it was a male voice that answered. However, upon identifying herself, the conversation quickly became uncomfortable, with the man stating that he did not appreciate cold callers trying to sell him things he had no interest in buying. Used to being rebuffed by reluctant customers, Mary had apologized for the intrusion and stated that there must be some misunderstanding, as she had spoken to the man's wife the day before and that they had agreed on an appropriate time to call back. For a few moments, the line had remained silent. The man then became angry, stating that the reason he had not been home the day before was because he was at his wife's funeral. The line then went dead as he terminated the call. When examining these cases, it seems easy to dismiss out of hand the idea of people being contacted by the dead. Often it is alleged that the person receiving the call must have been tired or mistaken about what they heard on the line. Sometimes incidents are explained away as dreams or the product of overactive imaginations. The fact that in most cases there is no tangible evidence to prove the call ever took place offers no lead in finding the truth of the matter. Witnesses have reported that the dead have phoned them from withheld or private numbers, sometimes from phone numbers they recognize or those which are already saved in their device. But examination of call histories and phone bills never show any record of these communications, only further undermining the testimony of those reporting them. But this does not necessarily prove that the witness didn't experience something strange. Bayliss and Rogo postulated that in these occurrences, no call ever takes place. Instead, the spirits of the dead might merely manipulate communications devices to give the impression that a call was received. Some commentators have attempted to tie these experiences to other phenomena. For instance, a middle-aged woman traveling through Nebraska one evening observed a strange object in the skies which followed her car for nearly 2 hours. Just as she returned home, her phone began to ring. The man who spoke to her on the other end of the line had a metallic tone to his voice and identified himself as Roger. When
Roger.
she informed him she didn't know anyone by that name, he told her that he was her brother and then hung up. The woman, who was an only child, shrugged the incident off as a wrong number. But some years later she learned that long before she was born, her mother had given birth to a stillborn baby boy, who, had he survived, would have been named Roger. She couldn't help feeling that the sighting of the strange object and the subsequent phone call was somehow related. The fact remains that these instances are so commonly reported throughout the world, from witnesses across multiple communities and backgrounds, that it seems almost cynical to simply pretend they do not happen. If the spirits of the dead can manifest themselves physically to their loved ones, leaving no trace of their appearance, then why should they not be able to do the same in utilizing technology? Perhaps the most defining characteristic of this phenomenon, unlike others we have examined, is the positivity surrounding these interactions. During such conversations, recipients receive important information from the callers, often providing them with one final, unexpected chance to speak with their loved ones. And in some cases, such calls have even been known to help an individual avoid misfortune or tragedy. Regardless of whether these phone calls are a supernatural phenomenon or a trick of the mind, there is no denying the beneficial impact they have on those involved. The opportunity to speak with a loved one last time, and make peace before they are finally gone, is a truly heartwarming and life-affirming thought. For those of you who, like me, choose to ignore calls from withheld numbers, just know that it might be from someone you least expect.
Anybody in chat ever get any weird phone calls like that? Early in phone calls?
The space between these orbs suddenly darkened, the night sky behind them disappearing. During a cold February evening in 2016, a bewildering incident would transpire on the outskirts of Cardiff, which would in time go on to become known as the Welsh Roswell incident. Did the British military genuinely ambush a UFO in the Welsh valleys, or was this instead a misunderstanding of more earthly events? Join us as we delve into the mysterious Penturk incident. But first, thanks to this episode's sponsor, Skillshare. For those of you who don't know, Skillshare is an online learning community catered towards anyone with a creative streak, offering thousands of inspiring classes on anything. I've been using Adobe After Effects for about from scratch to see if there was anything levels.
This stream is not sponsored by that. By Sharer of Skills.
The control room supervisor slipped back into the main office, having finished his cigarette break, and then made his way back across the sprawling space towards his computer. Logging back into the system, he scanned through the calls which had come in during the
At
last
least
10
it's
minutes.
not cold.
To his relief, it appeared the call handlers had not had to deal with anything too contentious for the brief period he
I'm
had been
guessing you're
absent.
talking about in-game?
Those listed on screen were standard fare for a Friday late shift, several assaults or cases of antisocial behaviour in the city centre, and a couple of domestic incidents. Having convinced himself that there would be nothing in particular to pass on to his night-turn counterpart when he was relieved, the supervisor decided to treat himself to one last cup of coffee before the end of his shift. But he had not long been in the kitchen when one of the controllers stuck their head round the door. A number of calls had come in of bizarre activity taking place out to the northwest of the city. Several local residents were complaining of strange lights in the night sky, which were disturbing their livestock and causing some alarm. Reassuring the operator that this was most likely standard air traffic, or possibly even aircraft from the nearby Sentathan military base, the supervisor finished making his drink before heading back to his screen. But before he had managed to cross the room, one of the staff shouted across that more aircraft were now being reported. Low-flying helicopters and military transports were being seen in high numbers. Hurrying back to his desk, the supervisor quickly placed a call to the communications room at Sentathan to inquire if there was indeed a military exercise underway. Having been placed on hold by an operator, he then scanned through his emails from the previous week, in case he had missed any notifications, but found nothing relating to the events being reported. Checking his watch, he saw that it was just after 2 a.m, an odd time to be conducting an exercise, especially over residential areas. Eventually, having waited some time and with further bizarre reports still filtering back to him, a calm voice came on the line. He was politely informed by the unknown speaker that the increased military presence in the area was all accounted for, and was indeed part of the pre-arranged exercise. But over the course of the next hour, the calls coming into the police switchboard became increasingly bizarre. One local resident had seen a squad of armed soldiers hurrying across a nearby field, apparently in pursuit of something. Another stated she had seen a huge pyramid-shaped object, covered in red lights, silently hovering near her home. But by far the most worrying was the report of an explosion in some nearby woods, followed by an Apache helicopter crash landing in a farmer's field. During the course of the evening, the police control room would struggle to cope with the volume of reports it was receiving, leading to several more frantic calls to their military counterparts in an effort to query what was taking place. Each time they were given the same response. There was nothing to worry about. All of this was pre-planned, and that everything would be back to normal by the following morning. But nothing could have been further from the truth. The strange events which allegedly took place in and around the village of Penturk on the evening of the 26th of February 2016 would not pass unnoticed by the media. Several articles were published after the incident on local news websites, featuring accounts from some of the witnesses, as well as formal responses which were obtained from both the police and the Ministry of Defence. There were also several follow-up pieces, which made their way into national news outlets, with the more spectacular witness accounts concerning the incident reproduced as part of a wider analysis of British UFO incidents. But many who resided in Penturk felt that their voices were intentionally being silenced, and that in some cases, their accounts were deliberately undermined in order to invalidate their reports. It appears evident from the sheer volume of calls received by the police control room in Cardiff on the evening in question that something unusual did indeed take place in the skies over the region. And it seems equally clear that the residents contacting the authorities were utterly convinced that what they were witnessing was not of this earth. One of the first callers to contact the police that evening was a local man named Mike Henbury. He reported having witnessed a series of pulsating red spheres. These went on to align themselves into the shape of a triangle, which then slowly descended from the clouds. Henbury had watched on in wonder as this large pyramid-like object had come to a halt about 10 feet above some nearby fields, before going on to disgorge a series of smaller red and green orbs. These orbs began to dance around, just above the ground beneath the hovering craft, before then merging into a larger sphere which continued to emit bright pulses of light, alternating between red and green.
Christmas lights.
Henry's statement is perturbing enough, but even more so when viewed in conjunction with the account of the main witness to the evening's events, a local resident by the name of Kaz Clark. For Clark, the incident in Penturk had begun 3 days earlier on the 23rd, when she and one of her friends noticed military planes circling the area. For the next 2 days, she continued to see unexpected aircraft in the skies above her village, both during the day and the hours of darkness. Then, at around 2 AM on the 26th, she was in her back garden with 2 of her neighbours when they were disturbed by a loud drone in the skies overhead. Looking up, they saw a large military jet, an E-3 Sentry, with what appeared to be a circular radar dish rotating above it. They watched on as the plane began to circle the area, apparently searching for something. It was then that they became aware of a vivid crimson light, slowly descending over some nearby woodland. Clark and one of the neighbours decided to move in for a closer look. As she and her companion continued to observe, this light broke apart into a series of smaller, glowing red orbs, which began to align themselves into a roughly triangular formation. The space between these orbs suddenly darkened, the night sky behind them disappearing, as a massive pyramid-like craft seemed to materialize out of nowhere, framed by red lights. From their vantage point, roughly 200 yards away, the 2 witnesses watched as the pyramid gradually began to rotate on its axis. At the apex, a bright green object was ejected at great speed, which took up position hovering in the night sky a short distance away. Whilst this was happening, a series of what appeared to be lightning bolts issued forth from the lower far corner of the pyramid, which seemed to be striking the ground beneath it. These bursts of light were so intense that they backlit and illuminated the sheer size of the craft hovering above. More orbs were ejected from the top of the pyramid as the military jet continued to circle overhead. These new lights appeared to dance and mingle with one another, as if protecting the main craft. As Clark and her friend looked on, a number of additional aircraft soon arrived to join the E-3 Sentry. After conducting some research, Clark would later go on to identify these as Hercules and Globemaster military transport planes. The new arrivals, which numbered 4 in total, formed up on the E-3 Sentry and then began to circle the pyramid craft, in an apparent attempt to hem it in. At this point, 2 things occurred. The red lights marking the outline of the floating pyramid initially dimmed and then disappeared, with the larger craft also vanishing from sight. At the same time, the smaller green object which had been hovering nearby flared brightly 3 times, before setting off at speed away from the location, bobbing and weaving as it went. Clark and her friend observed the progress of this green orb as it led the pursuing planes away and off to the west, varying its speed and course until all of them had disappeared into the night. Shortly after this, 2 smaller objects which were red in colour appeared from the right side of the field. One of these paused overhead, appearing to scan Clark, before it then turned green and moved away. Over the next hour, the skies above Penturk were filled with yet more activity. Other witnesses reported seeing unknown objects, which were in turn chased away from the area by a group of Apache gunships, before all activity finally ceased. Clark and her friend decided to venture out into the field where the pyramid had been hovering, in search of any physical evidence, but frustratingly, there was nothing to be found. Roughly half an hour later, after they had returned to Clark's address and were discussing the events they had witnessed, the pair were startled by the sound of a distant explosion. They realized it had come from the west, the direction in which the military aircraft had been chasing the green object. she quickly formed the opinion that it must have been shot down. The following morning, with the entire community discussing the previous night's events, Clark asked her friends and neighbours if any of them had heard the explosion. Several other witnesses stated that they had, some even reporting 2 separate explosions in close succession, the first of which seemed to have come from the skies above, and the second from the ground, in the vicinity of the nearby Llantrisant Forest. Llantrisant Forest is a 600-acre woodland, known locally as Smilog Woods. Determined to find out if her theory was correct, Clark immediately set off towards the forest. Upon her arrival, it did not take long to locate signs of an apparent impact. Sure enough, deep in the woodland, she found a debris field of countless trees which appeared to have been splintered or shattered, as if recently impacted from above by a heavy object. Bizarrely, it also seemed to be snowing, but only in the local vicinity of the damaged trees. That same day, Clark also visited the area where the lightning bolts from the pyramid-shaped craft appeared to make contact with the ground, expecting to find the grass there burned. Whilst there was no obvious damage, she did find that all plant life in the immediate vicinity appeared to be dying. Again, it was snowing, but only inside the field. Clark states that to this day, nothing grows in this area, and that it has become known as the Bald Patch. Military personnel were also witnessed on the outskirts of Penturk, who when questioned, told passers-by that they were performing training exercises. But when plainclothes civilians suddenly arrived and camped out in the fields behind Clark's house, they gave conflicting reasons to local residents as to why they were there. Some witnesses were told by the outsiders that they were a fracking survey team, whilst others were informed that they worked for a cellular network. The authorities also enforced unexplained road closures in the immediate aftermath. The reason given was due to an overturned lorry, but the number of highways that were closed, which included the M4 motorway, seemed excessive. Clark has spent the years since her encounter searching for evidence which might validate her account. She has revisited the crash site with local UFO enthusiasts, who claim to have detected what appear to be very high levels of electromagnetic radiation. Using the Freedom of Information Act, she has also produced evidence from local air traffic control outlets, as well as geological and seismological data, which she believes supports her account of the night's events. She has produced witness testimony from residents as far afield as Port Talbot and Swansea, who say they observed objects that evening, which were similar to those sighted above Penturk. They state that the explosions were so powerful that it shook their houses. Patients in a nearby hospital claim that the sheer intensity of the blast shook them awake in their beds. But despite the efforts of Clark and other local residents, the authorities continue to dismiss her findings, stating that what she and her companions witnessed was simply a military training exercise. What makes the Penturk incident stand out from the majority of other alleged British UFO encounters is the sheer volume of the people involved. The southwest region of Wales is no stranger to reports of strange lights moving around in the night sky, but these are usually isolated incidents, with only 1 or 2 witnesses. On this occasion, an entire community was affected, to a degree where a significant number felt the need to request urgent assistance from the emergency services. Are we really to believe that all of the witnesses involved were simply mistaken or confused about what may have been nothing more than a simple military training exercise? Commentators on the incident believe that the answer to that question is a resounding yes. They dismiss the more fantastic elements of the witness accounts, citing aspects of mass hysteria and attention-seeking, and point to what they believe are more tangible facts. Wales is home to a large number of significantly sized military installations, and the incident occurred around the time of a biannual military training exercise named Operation Chameleon. The Ministry of Defence purport to be quite open in describing the practices which take place during these drills, applying for no-fly orders in advance of the whole exercise, and listing all their training practices on their website in the aftermath. Observers state that the red and green objects described by witnesses were most likely drop zone markers, and the lines of lights in the sky believed to be the outer edges of a large spacecraft were likely descending paratroopers. For the purposes of the exercise, each of the soldiers involved would have been wearing a light on their gear to indicate their position to the rest of their unit. To a member of the public seeing several straight lines of red or orange glowing lights descending slowly from the sky, it might be possible to mistake their alignment for the edges of something large hovering above. It would also not be unusual for aircraft to be simulating crash landings, or for soldiers to be moving around with their weapons on open display. But for Clark and many of her fellow witnesses, such arguments represent a classic government cover-up. First and foremost amongst the alleged contradictions is that Operation Chameleon took place a week before the Penturk incident, and was situated in the north of England, not Wales. Secondly, nobody knew anything about any pre-planned exercise. Not the police, not the local government, not the media, and most importantly, not the local residents. No one had been informed of any such manoeuvres, which itself is a huge red flag. Before any military exercise involving aircraft, a NOTAM, or Notice to Airmen, must be issued in order to warn commercial and civilian pilots not to enter the airspace, to prevent mid-air collisions. NOTAMs are usually raised well in advance, but in the case of Penturk, one was not issued until 9 PM on the 25th, mere hours before the alleged exercise. Not to mention that the boundary of this NOTAM was exceeded by over 50 miles, something that would never happen because it would endanger other aircraft. In any case, the idea of conducting such a high-intensity drill at low level over a residential area at such a time in the morning is almost inconceivable. Not just because of the obvious disturbance, but because of the very real risk of causing an accident. Clark was right below the alleged drop zone, and categorically states that no soldiers or parachutes were present in the field when she and her friend went to check. No paratroopers were deployed that night whatsoever. The soldiers witnessed on the ground fast roped from helicopters over Llantrisant Common. Elsewhere, the military continues to deny that any explosions occurred, despite seismological data confirming otherwise. Finally, many witnesses state that what they saw was a real physical craft, not just an outline depicted by lights, which in any case were far too steep in orientation to be armed forces parachuting into the area. Kaz Clark has resolved not to give up her quest to uncover the truth, and continues to submit Freedom of Information requests to local organisations in search of evidence which supports her account. Since she first came forward, she has successfully passed 3 separate polygraph tests conducted by the leading government examiner, and reports that she and her family have also received threats against their lives for speaking out. Whilst the arguments for the Penturk incident being a pre-arranged military exercise are somewhat plausible, when viewed in context, it would have been completely out of character for the British Armed Forces. The commonalities in the testimonies of local residents do make their stories compelling. The very fact that so many were upset by the commotion proves that this was completely unplanned and unexpected. This is truly an interesting case with many complexities. Unfortunately, too many to mention in the space of this episode. For those who would like to hear a more detailed depiction of events from Kaz Clark herself, we recommend watching the excellent video put together by the paranormal scholar, which we will link in the episode description. In time, it is possible that the efforts of those who continue to investigate aspects of this story may pay off, and the truth behind what occurred in the skies above this quiet Welsh village may finally be presented.
Government cover-up.
Previous episodes, we have looked at instances where unwitting victims have been targeted by apparent demonic possession. But this week, we examine a case in which an entire family were allegedly driven from their home by a host of demons, forcing them to enlist the help of both the church and the police in an effort to save their children.
Morning, Will. How are you, homie? How's everything going this morning? You know what we're gonna do with
The
this?
interview with the
We're
children
gonna
had already taken several
that
hours,
right there.
and as evening approached, Valerie Washington found herself longing for the end of her working day. She had been asked that afternoon by her supervisor at the Department of Children's Services to go across
34
town to
months
the
of salty
hospital in
pants with
Gary
cat
to
ears.
assist the staff there in assessing a family
Well,
which had been
thank you
brought in.
very much for the resub.
With the children's mother and grandmother seated next door in a separate
34
room, she and one
months.
of the nurses had spent most of the day questioning the three siblings in an effort to find out why the police had removed them from their home. And whilst the interviews with the family's 12-year-old daughter
Dang.
went well for the most part, sadly,
Did the sound
the
alert
same
go off
could
for
not be
that?
said
I didn't
for
hear
her two
anything.
brothers. The younger of the pair, who was 7 years old, had a tendency to growl and bare his teeth when asked questions. He would roll his eyes right back in his head until only the white showed, announcing that it would soon be time for those who were present inside the room to die. His older brother was less aggressive, but had largely remained silent when questioned, simply staring back at the caseworker with a disconcerting smile.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you guys heard
Realizing
it.
that she was making little headway, Washington was about to end
Although,
the interview.
that's
when
not
the
what
younger
it's
brother
supposed to
launched
be.
himself across the table at his 9-year-old.
The alert's supposed to be, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles doing their elevator rap. All the resubs are supposed to Oh, wait, you did a TTS? Because subs are supposed to be this one.
MC Mikey. MC
This is a subscription test.
That's what it's supposed to be. Normally, that's what it's supposed to be. That's for all subs, resubs, gifted subs. Supposed to be that. With Mikey dropping the mic. But if you heard a British lady, so, although I was messing with it last night. Let's see. So, oh, oh, it did go through. Okay, got a resub with the lady doing it.
This is a subscription test.
Hmm.
This is a subscription test.
Hmm. Doesn't show anything. At least not on. It's weird because it doesn't show up on my thing. Now I want to see it. If I pull up my own stream, but I silence it. Go. Which is kind of weird that it doesn't show up on my shit. My shit.
This is a subscription test. This is a subscription test.
Okay, well, it doesn't show up for me. I don't know why. Mine. Oh, maybe that's delayed a little bit for me. Oh well. Anyway,
old brother.
back to the story.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
Washington watched
I
on
have
wearily
brain
as the
damage.
older boy then
Well,
began
that
to
one
hit the
works.
old woman in the chest, provoking her to take him by the hand and commence praying out loud.
Oh,
Suddenly,
well,
the
the
boy
voice
became
should
completely
be.
stiff, his head rotating slowly to fix upon the two healthcare workers with a dead-eyed stare. He then began to walk backwards.
That was me doing it.
Washington's jaw suddenly dropped open in disbelief as the child reached the wall behind him and then continued to walk
Text
backwards
in along
up
with it. Yeah, if you hear,
staring at her,
if
sporting
you
that
do a
terrifying grin,
TTS
stepped
with
off
it,
the wall, his feet now standing flat against the ceiling
then
before he dropped down
it
again.
should be an Australian female
With a frightened
voice.
cry, Washington grabbed her notes and ran from the room,
I
with the
think.
male nurse following closely
I think
behind
she's
her.
Australian.
As the waiting police officers jumped up to see what was going on, she ordered them to
But
take
when
the
you hear
children
anything
into
say it's a
custody,
test, that's
and then
that's
shakily
me
began
doing
to
shit.
phone her supervisor. The first signs for Latoya Ammons that something might have been amiss with the one-story house in Caroline Street, where she had just relocated her family, were the flies. The weather in Gary, Indiana in that December of 2012 had been characteristically cold, and yet, after less than a week at the address, she found that the porch area and screen door was somehow permanently carpeted in a thick layer of grossly distended black flies. No matter how
Ew,
many
black
times she tried
flies.
to kill or remove the dead insects, they quickly returned, causing her to call the landlord and ask for assistance. For his part, he seemed as surprised by the issue as she did, saying that he would get someone to come round and look into the problem. He also stated that nothing like this had ever been reported by any of the previous tenants. Several nights later, Latoya had been sitting in the living room with her mother, Rosa Campbell, when both women had been startled by the sound of loud footsteps, apparently ascending the stairs from the basement below them. Thinking that this could potentially be one of her sons playing a prank, Latoya had gone across to the cellar door and opened it, only to find nobody there. Bewildered, she switched the basement lights on, before suddenly recoiling in horror. There on the wooden steps, illuminated by the solitary light bulb shining down from overhead, were a large set of glistening boot prints. Latoya had quickly locked the cellar door, and then checked every room in the house to ensure there were no signs of a break-in. All three children were still fast asleep in their beds, with the windows and doors to the address
Sugar
apparently
plum
locked and
fairies
secured.
danced in their heads.
After several minutes, when she went back to check the stairs, the mysterious boot prints had now seemingly faded away. A few days later, officers from the Gary Police Department were called to the address following a frantic 911 call from Latoya. When they arrived, they found the tenant hysterical, seated in the living room of the house with her three children hugged close, eyes darting frantically around the room. Latoya explained to the officers that she had arisen in the early hours to get a drink from the kitchen, only to encounter a dark figure standing in her path in the living room. She had cried out in fear as the shadowy intruder had lunged towards her, only for it to fade into nothingness as it made contact with her. Consumed by a freezing sensation and a sudden urge to vomit, she had briefly collapsed to the floor before regaining her senses and managing to call the police. Despite their best efforts, the police officers could find no trace of an intruder either inside the address or its surroundings, and advised the mother of three to try and get a good night's sleep.
Oh
As
yeah, 'cause
terrifying
that'll
as these
solve it.
encounters were, they were only the start of the horrific ordeal that was yet to come. 2 weeks later, on the evening of March the 10th, 2012, The police were again called to Caroline Street. Once more, Latoya was hugging her children close to her, tears streaming down her face. The officers listened impassively as the children's grandmother explained that both she and her daughter had been awoken by panicked yells coming from her granddaughter's bedroom. Hurrying through the house, they had found the 12-year-old girl levitating several feet above her bed, apparently fast asleep. It had been her brothers who were screaming in distress. Unable to rouse the floating child, Rosa Campbell had immediately ordered the others to join her in prayer, at which point the girl had descended to the bed. She awoke with no apparent memory of the event. It would transpire that the local churches which the grandmother had contacted in the aftermath of this incident were as skeptical as the police officers who had attended. With the religious community refusing to help, the family instead turned to a local clairvoyant, who stated that she could feel the presence of multiple demons inside the address, advising the terrified tenants to vacate the residence immediately. Lacking the finances for such a move, Latoya instead attempted to cleanse the address herself. She erected a simple altar in the basement, made the sign of the cross in oil on the children's foreheads, and read a psalm out loud. The situation quickly deteriorated. Latoya and her mother later discovered her 7-year-old son hiding inside one of the closets, apparently talking to an invisible child. The boy explained that he was conversing with the spirit of a dead boy, who was describing to him how it felt to die. Almost immediately, both he and his brother seemed to become repeatedly possessed by demonic entities. They would growl like dogs, laugh maniacally, and speak to her in strange voices which were not their own. Following an incident where an item of furniture apparently levitated by itself and then flew across the room, injuring her daughter, the Department of Children's Services were contacted by a neighbor who had concerns for the safety of the children. It was whilst Latoya and the rest of the family were at the hospital
Thanks,
treatment,
neighbor.
that a caseworker attended to interview them. The meeting did not go well, and when her eldest son apparently became possessed and walked backwards up a wall and onto a ceiling, her children were taken into care. Desperate to get them back, Latoya made repeated appeals to anyone she could think of, including religious leaders and a local police captain named Charles
did the
Austin.
kid walk backwards up the wall and hang out on the ceiling in front of
30 years prior to this case,
the
Austin was initially
caseworker?
skeptical of the account given by the hysterical mother. A visit to the family physician, Dr. Jeffrey Onyaku, would do little to persuade him of her claims. On speaking with the doctor, he was informed that in all likelihood, the children were acting out delusions suggested to them by their mother's deeply religious beliefs. But the accounts of the social worker and nurse from the incident at the hospital concerned him. Both witnesses were trained professionals, completely terrified by what had taken place there. Accompanied by another officer, along with social worker Valerie Washington, he decided to pay a visit to the family home in Caroline Street. Despite his many years on the force, Austin found himself completely unnerved by the encounter. The video recorder they were using repeatedly failed whilst in use, the batteries apparently sucked dry by some unknown force. Whilst reviewing the photos they had taken at the premises, the outlines of shadowy figures could be seen standing watching the officers, which were also present on the images he had taken using his personal mobile phone. When he later went to review the audio notes he had recorded, Austin heard a mysterious voice talking in the background, which had not been heard at the time of the recording. He would later experience electrical issues at his home address, with devices shorting out or failing when he touched them. Another individual who agreed to help the family was the Reverend Michael Maginot, who had been contacted by the chaplain from the Methodist hospital. When he spoke to LaToya, she pleaded with him to conduct an exorcism at the house. Agreeing to a preliminary visit to the address, he found that lights flickered when he went near them, and the window blinds would move around despite the windows being securely fastened. He would go on to conduct 3 separate exorcisms at the residence, 2 in English and 1 in Latin, none of which passed without incident. During one of these visits, a strange oil began to ooze out of the fixtures, dripping onto the floor below. Even after officers cleaned this up and checked that these fittings had not been filled up with oil by LaToya, more of the fluid began to drip from inside. In another
Here it
incident,
was oil.
a social worker named Samantha Illich, who had taken over the family's case when Washington requested to be removed, suffered an adverse reaction. As with the officers on the previous visit, she discovered a strange fluid oozing out of the wall in the basement. When she ran her finger through it, it was freezing cold and highly viscous. Suddenly, the strange gel seemed to change its chemical makeup, hardening and quickly solidifying. A sharp pain then shot through her finger, as if it had been snapped or broken. Illich was instantly paralyzed, as her entire body was then engulfed in a similar agony. Unable to speak or breathe properly, she fled the house and refused to go back inside. After the 3rd exorcism, whatever was taking place inside the address seemed to cease. LaToya was reunited with her children, moving out of the house shortly afterwards. The highly public way in which LaToya Ammons has described the events which took place in Gary, Indiana, have opened her up to accusations of manipulation and sensationalism. She has given multiple interviews about the alleged ordeal which she and her family went through, with some commentators accusing her of fabricating the accounts in order to profit from them. It is true that LaToya
Oh, why do they always say that?
The disturbances, and was several
And they're
months
trying
behind
to
with
profit
landlord.
off of it. Hey,
There
you
is
know
further
what? If
criticism
it
too
works,
in the written assessments of the children, which were carried out by state psychologists. Most were of the opinion that the boys in particular were attempting to please their mother by acting out her fantasies to the authorities. And yet, many of the professionals who were involved with the family and who worked on their case simply cannot explain some of the things they saw and heard during that time. Some are veterans in their field, highly respected and upstanding in the local community, with absolutely no reason to embellish or lie about what they encountered. There is also the issue that LaToya has given the press direct access to her medical records and those of her children, in order to verify and support aspects of her account. If she were to be fabricating what transpired, surely this is
but
something she would have
what's
sought
a
to
stupid
hide
idea?
in order to assist her narrative. With no further incidents of a supernatural nature having been reported by either the family or any of the subsequent tenants of their old address, it seems that whatever forces targeted LaToya and her children have long since moved on. Did a demonic entity fixate on this mother of 3 and her young family in an effort to claim their souls? Or was this a case of a mother affecting the mental health of her children through fantasy and indoctrination? In truth, we cannot be sure. But what we do know is that this case possesses a wide and diverse range of evidence, far in excess of most others we have looked at. And for that reason, it should be viewed as a cautionary tale of the potential threats waiting at the fringes of our reality.
Now, I know I heard more than one wolf. I know I heard more than one wolf. Ah, a little late to the party. Hmm.
While stories of haunted dolls can be traced back many generations, until the arrival of Hollywood characters such as Chucky and Annabelle, that the concept of possessed puppets truly cemented itself within the wider public consciousness. In this episode, we examine 3 allegedly true stories of toys which seem to have a life of their own, and try to determine exactly what is behind the devil in the doll. Thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring this episode. Surfshark is offering an amazing deal for our subscribers only. By going to surfshark.deals/bedtime stories, you can save up to 83 with a 30-day money-back guarantee. You can't go wrong. Robert Eugene Otto was born on the 25th of
Just swore
October
that sounded
1900
like more than
into one of
just the
wealthiest
2, though.
families in the Floridian city of Key West. From a young age, he preferred his second name over his first, and was known to everyone in his household simply as Gene. By the age of 3, his parents had duly commenced the search for a nursemaid to supplement their staff and attend to their son's needs. After several interviews, a Bahamian lady was finally employed, who quickly went on to form a close bond with her young charge. But the nurse was soon to discover why there was such a speedy turnover of staff within the family, when she was handed her notice for the most trivial of matters. It was never established if the hand-stitched doll she handed to Jean prior to her departure was created to ease the boy's heartache, or to perhaps simply irritate his parents. Regardless, Jean immediately fell in love with his new companion, a 3-foot-tall puppet dressed in a sailor's uniform, who he named Robert. In no time at all, he was spending
Robert
hours with his
the
new
puppet.
friend, and as the servants went about their business, they would regularly catch the sound of 2 young boys conversing with one another, coming from behind the closed door of his bedroom. Quite naturally, it was assumed that Jean was providing the voice for Robert, affecting a slightly gruffer tone to differentiate it from himself. But soon, Rumours began to circulate amongst some of the servants that they believed they had in fact heard two distinctly different voices coming from the young boy's room. Then, one day, Jean's panicked screams brought his parents running upstairs. As they hurried across the landing towards his bedroom, they also heard what they thought was devilish laughter, which continued as they then struggled to open his door. Finally, with the help of a servant, they managed to force entry. Inside, the Ottos found their son cowering on his bed, his furniture and toys lying overturned and broken all around him. When they tried to find out from Jean what had taken place, all he could reply was that Robert had done it, whimpering and pointing across to the doll, which was now sat on the window ledge, staring back into the room. As time passed, Jean and his possessions were plagued by further supernatural occurrences. These included some of his other dolls being discovered hidden around the house, mysteriously torn and mutilated. There were also incidents where servants working in a particular room subsequently found themselves locked inside, when no other person was present in the house with them. Several items of family silverware were also discovered bent or warped out of shape. More than one of the servants openly stated that they believed the nursemaid had used voodoo or some other form of black magic to curse the doll she had given to the boy before she left. Eventually, when his parents passed away, Jean would go on to inherit the Otto family home. With his love for his childhood friend undiminished, he happily gifted Robert his own bedroom, where the doll was placed in a chair by the window to sit and stare down at passers-by. In time, Jean fell in love and married a local woman called Anne. But his insistence that Robert should sit with them at the dinner table and sit on a chair in their bedroom at night would go on to put great pressure
Oh,
on the marriage.
hell no.
Finally, at the behest of his new wife, Otto agreed to lock the doll in the attic and have no further contact with it. Unsurprisingly, this only seemed to make things worse. Parents from the neighborhood began to attend the address, complaining that the doll was pointing and gesturing from the attic window, terrifying their children who were playing on the road outside. Anne Otto was plagued by the sound of footsteps coming through the ceiling above their room, only to find nobody up there besides the doll when she and her husband went to investigate. Eventually, she suffered a full mental breakdown and was committed to a local asylum. Jean went on to pass away in 1974, at which point both the deeds of the Otto household and its hand-stitched occupant passed to new hands. When the 10-year-old daughter of the new owners became plagued by visions of Robert the doll trying to kill her, the aging puppet was quickly removed from the address and donated to the nearby East Martello Museum. Robert remains there to this day, safely contained in a glass case, but stories of his supernatural shenanigans persist. It is said that it's almost impossible to take a photograph of him, with cameras and electronic devices regularly malfunctioning when visitors attempt to do so. There have also been reports that some tourists have seen the doll's facial expressions change, with his hands sometimes twitching down by his sides inside his display case. It would seem that whatever strange powers the doll possesses remain undiminished following the death of its beloved owner. The tales of Robert the doll's mysterious movements in his new public home are eerily similar to those of another doll, which resides nearly 4,000 miles away
Annabelle?
on the opposite side of North America. Resting in a near-identical container in the depths of the Quesnel City Museum is the enamelware doll of a small girl named Mandy, sitting with a baby lamb upon her lap. The full history of this doll is much less well known than that of her American counterpart, as the woman who donated the toy to the museum in 1991 insisted on remaining anonymous. From the first evening that Mandy arrived in her new home, haunting events began, which would totally unnerve the staff members who had been tasked with preparing her for public exhibition. When it arrived, the toy's clothing was filthy. For a short time, it was placed into a clear plastic bag in order to shield it from the elements whilst the garments were taken away to be cleaned. Almost immediately, staff working in the vicinity of the bag began to detect a faint rustling sound. Some workers even reported having seen the plastic twitching and moving, apparently by itself. But when the bag was opened, only the doll was present inside, with no power source or mechanism which might cause it to move of its own accord. It had been hoped that once Mandy's laundered clothing was restored and she had been placed in her display case, that such incidents might cease. But it turned out that quite the opposite would be true. Visitors passing by the new exhibit reported hearing faint tapping sounds, as though the toy was drumming its tiny fingers against the glass. On one occasion, Mandy's toy lamb was found placed on the floor outside her case, despite nobody having been anywhere near it at the time. Then, several months after her arrival, staff opening up the museum one morning found that all the exhibits had mysteriously been opened overnight. A number of these pieces had been petulantly hurled across the room, as if by a child suffering a tantrum. Mandy's display case, however, remained sealed and untouched. It was at this point that one of the workers suggested inviting a medium to come and assess the toy. The museum's curator was quick to agree to this idea. A local seer was duly approached, who conducted a psychic reading of the doll, and apparently deciphered that it had previously belonged to a little girl. Unfortunately, when her owner had died at a very young age, the child's spirit had been transferred into the doll she was holding at the time she passed on. Like any small child left to their own devices, the girl's psyche would possess and animate the enamelware toy, in search of excitement and attention. But when the curator contacted the woman who donated Mandy to the museum, he was unprepared for the entirely different tale he created. The donor explained that she lived alone, and one night had been pottering around her house when she had heard the sound of a baby crying downstairs. Cautiously descending the stairs into her cellar, she had found a doll she did not recognize, lying on the floor in the middle of the room. Despite all of her efforts to dispose of the unwanted toy, even including throwing it in the bins on the way they were due to be collected, it is here further going on to discover that the doll had been back into her cellar. At her wit's end, she had offered Mandy to the museum, in the hope that regular human contact would satisfy the toy's hunger for attention, an idea which now seemed to have paid off. Much like Robert the doll, Mandy appears to have an issue with being photographed, with many attempts to take her picture failing due to unexpected malfunctions of the devices being used. Mandy remains at the museum to this day. The owners are adamant that the doll is not bad or evil in nature, merely childish, and prone to the occasional temper tantrum. Naturally, haunted dolls do not reside solely within dusty museum display cases, and on the other side of the globe, in the state of Queensland, Australia, one such haunted curio remains a fully functioning member of the family that owns it. Much like Mandy, the exact origins of this Australian example of the haunted doll phenomenon will never now be known. It was first discovered by two brothers during the early 1970s, when they were exploring an abandoned house in the suburbs of Wagga Wagga. As they
Wagga
were making their
Wagga.
way through the shattered husk of the premises, the younger of the two had suddenly cried out in terror. There, Staring back up at them through a gap in the floorboards was a human face. Cautiously, the pair had edged closer, only to discover a crudely carved wooden doll, dressed in boys' clothing. Reasoning that the toy had been abandoned when the house was vacated, the boys decided to take it home with them.
Nope, you never take dolls with you anywhere. If you find them abandoned, burn them.
The older brother, Kerry Walton, discovered the doll again when he was cleaning out the attic of his home in Warwick. It was at this point, when he brought letters up, that the doll's apparent supernatural powers began to manifest. The family dogs became agitated when in the same room as Letter, to the point where they had to be removed to prevent them from becoming aggressive. On a number of occasions, the family would leave the doll in a certain pose or position when they went to bed, only to find that it had mysteriously changed when they awoke the following morning. Kerry also found a series of small scuff marks on the floor around the house, and was shocked when he discovered corresponding marks on the soles of Letter's shoes. Determined to get to the bottom of the doll's origins, Kerry placed it in a sack and took it to a toy expert, who stated that they believed the doll was European in origin. They theorized
He's
it
a
had been
peon.
hand-carved, possibly by gypsies, and that the thick black hair woven into the top of its head may well be human. Dumbfounded, Walton returned home with Letter, only to recoil in horror when he parked on his drive and found the doll now out of its sack, lying across the rear seat of his car. Finally, when his children awoke screaming in bed one night, stating that they had dreamed that Letter wanted to kill them and could move of its own accord, Walton called for a spiritualist. The medium who agreed to hold the doll stated that they believed it was possessed by the spirit of a young boy who had drowned many years ago. Reasoning that the toy was lonely as opposed to malevolent, Kerry decided to sell his story to the local media. Since that point, the supernatural occurrences within the Walton home have ceased, only manifesting themselves when visitors come to see and hold the haunted doll. During one interview, when a journalist began to ask about the spirit of the drowned boy, a nearby clock flew off the wall and smashed upon the floor. Several other interviewers have also become disconcerted and upset, as they have allegedly felt the doll moving around as if trying to make itself comfortable when they have been holding it in their lap. So, are we to believe that the human soul can transfer into an inanimate object, thus prolonging its time?
Work for
amongst
Chucky.
living? There is certainly a key number of similarities in each of the cases we have examined, which seems to suggest that such supernatural possession may be a reality. And yet, psychologists have a very different theory about the phenomenon, which dates back centuries, all through the evolution of children's toys. The oldest surviving dolls still in existence from the 17th and 18th centuries possess angelic, exaggerated human features, designed in such a way to bring joy to the child playing with them. But over the years, more and more effort has been put into making the dolls look realistic, producing an end result that is very similar to a real child, but still not quite perfect. As a consequence, such dolls are unnerving because of their subtle differences to a genuine human child. People will accept the presence of a doll as it resembles a human being, but will also subconsciously remain hypervigilant and guarded if they know it is not a real thing, building an almost instinctive distrust of it. As a knock-on effect, the mind can overinterpret and misunderstand situations which occur when the doll is nearby, mistakenly attributing accidents or coincidences to its presence. In essence, what
Called
has
the
been
Creepy
abandoned
Valley
is intended
effect.
to be frightening, but as it sits there staring back at you with glassy eyes and a big smile. It is inherently unnerving. With the popularity of the Conjuring film series, more and more stories of creepy dolls have now come to light. It is clear that some of these lack merit, but others, such as the ones we have examined, remain intriguing. So, when looking to purchase lifelike companions for your children, it may be worth ensuring that you know its full history before you bring it into your home.
Creepy Valley thing, man. I'm telling ya. Oh, 2 minutes to go and we'll start to howl. Really close by. You bastards. Let's see if I can find something real quick to put on to entertain you guys while I go use the Ghosts of Kadena Air Base. That looks good. It's 20 minutes.
It is common for locations that have played host to major military
I'll be
conflicts to
right
feature
back.
persistent manifestations of ghosts or other such paranormal entities. But the Japanese island of Okinawa is the site of a somewhat disproportionate number of supernatural sightings. Join us this week as we walk amongst the ghosts of Kadena Air Base. The midday sun was relentless as it beat down on the nursery's play area, much to the jubilation of its occupants, who were out enjoying the remainder of their afternoon break. But whilst the smothering heat appeared to invigorate and energize the children as they raced from one adventure to the next, it seemed to have exactly the opposite effect on the adults entrusted with their care. As she made her way around the restricted patch of asphalt, ensuring that each of the youngsters was sufficiently hydrated, Patsy Schneider was finding it ever more difficult to keep pace with her juvenile charges. Breaking into a brief jog, she managed to catch another minor, and was in the process of applying a liberal covering of sun lotion when something unexpected caught her eye. Over in the far corner of the play area, one of the children had his arm drawn back, and had apparently thrown something up and over the wooden fencing. Finishing her current task, Patsy began to thread her way through the crowded playground, observing the child again picking something up from the ground and tossing it over the fence into the yard next door. Drawing closer to the boy, she recognized him as Angelo Conti, whose father was a senior NCO attached to the 19th Tactical Electronic Warfare Squadron, which had recently deployed to the base. On closer inspection, the items at his feet were the die-cast toy cars he regularly brought to the nursery with him from home, and he proceeded to throw a further two before she managed to reach him. Patsy tactfully questioned the boy, wondering out loud if he would be sad at the end of the school day when he realized that he couldn't get his cars back. Angelo announced that he was giving them to the children who lived next door, as they didn't have any toys of their own to play with. It was a statement which immediately sent a shudder through the young teacher's body. She gently explained to Angelo that he must be mistaken, as there weren't any children next door, and that nobody had lived there for a long time. This statement was met with a warm-hearted smile from the youth, who replied that there was a little boy and a little girl next door, and that they had asked to borrow his toys. As Patsy processed what Angelo was telling her, she was startled by the shrill whistle which announced that playtime was over. Collecting his two remaining cars, the young boy dashed off to the main building, leaving his teacher staring pensively at the wooden fence paneling, which separated the playground from the small neighboring property. Explaining to one of her colleagues that she would be a minute or two late in rejoining the children, Patsy made her way next door, negotiating the wild foliage which surrounded the boarded-up building. Once she reached the point where she estimated Angelo's cars must have landed, she began to root through the long grass and weeds, hoping to recover them. She had been searching without success for several minutes, when there was a sudden and unexpected noise just behind her. The unmistakable sound of a young girl giggling immediately caused the teacher to stop in her tracks. There was a moment's silence, followed by the sound of two children whispering, only a few feet away from where she was. Patsy turned in the direction the sounds had come from.
Okay, let's see if this is ready to reload.
There was no place for anyone to hide, and equally, no sign of any children. But a few feet away, directly in the middle of the trail of flattened grass which marked her path across the yard, were Angelo's cars. There were 7 of the toys, all arranged in a perfect circle, pointing inwards to face one another. Realizing that it was impossible for the small boy to have thrown the cars so that they landed in such a fashion, and that someone or something must have arranged them whilst her back was turned, Patsy felt a sickening feeling rising up from the depths of her stomach. As she stared at the toys, she realized that the yard was now eerily silent, without even the sounds of passing traffic or birds noticeable. Ever so slowly, one of the toy cars started to rotate, until it pointed away from the center of the circle, directly towards her. With a cry of pure terror, Patsy ran screaming from the yard. Just another in a long line of people to have experienced something deeply unsettling at the airbase's most notorious building. On the morning of April 1st, 1945, the United States 10th Army attacked the Japanese island of Okinawa, with the intention of using the location as a staging post to finally bring an end to the Pacific Campaign. The battle which followed would continue for 82 days, and feature some of the bloodiest and most savage fighting of the Second World War. One of the most crucial elements of the American battle plan was the seizure of the Yara Hikojo airfield, which had recently been constructed by the defenders near to the village of Kadena. By the end of the 3rd day of fighting, the badly damaged 1,400-meter airstrip was in American hands, and work could begin on restoring it to operational use. Over the next 6 months, Kadena Air Base gradually increased in terms of size and importance to the American forces. Initially used to deploy fighter aircraft in support of further localized operations, it eventually became a key outpost, in preparation for the massive bomber campaign designed to end unyielding Japanese resistance. With the war over following the deployment of atomic weapons, the United States elected to retain the facility, which remains operational to this day. In the years which followed the end of the conflict, a steady and disconcerting number of reports were submitted to the military police in relation to inexplicable incidents which had taken place on the airbase. It soon became apparent to investigators that these issues were centered on one of the accommodation buildings, designated number 2283.
We may
It became
wind up
difficult to house airmen and
keeping
their families in this
this.
particular dwelling for any length of time, due to the bizarre occurrences that were allegedly taking place there. A number of families reported hearing a woman singing softly to herself around the house, only to find the rooms empty where the voice had been coming from. Sometimes, taps would be found running in the bathroom, despite there being no one inside the house. One resident even reported encountering the ghost of a young Japanese woman washing her hair in the bath, who promptly vanished when he tried to communicate with her. But as disconcerting as these occurrences were, far more tragic events lay in store. During the 1970s, an officer who had recently been posted to the base with his family was housed in number 2283. The man's mental health quickly deteriorated, to the point where he killed his wife and children before ending his own life. This horrific incident subsequently led to an immediate increase in the number of reports of paranormal activity at the dwelling, to the extent that nobody was prepared to live there. Neighbors reported that the phone inside the house could be heard ringing at all hours of the day, only for the staff who were sent to disconnect it to discover that it had already been removed, and there was no longer even a phone inside. On a number of occasions, military police officers who were driving past the address at night noticed an unnatural glow coming from behind its drawn curtains, and were inevitably unable to locate the source of this light when they then entered. During one such encounter, a lone MP was dispatched to number 2283 one evening, following a report that bangs and clattering noises had been heard inside. Having entered the address, The soldier was shining his torch around the living room when he realized that there was someone standing next to him, who had apparently entered the room through a solid brick wall. As he spun round, the light from his torch illuminated a Japanese soldier, clad in ornate battle armor. As the samurai's hand dropped down to the sword it wore at its waist, the airman screamed out in horror and ran from the address. His colleagues were quick to make light of his account, until 2 other officers reported having encountered a ghostly armored warrior traversing the base. Now unable to house residents in the building, the authorities instead repurposed it for storage, but the issues stubbornly persisted. Airmen attending number 2283 to collect supplies reported the sounds of children laughing and running through the rooms. Over time, personnel housed in the surrounding accommodation claimed to have heard similar sounds emanating from the air vents in their houses. Eventually, the staff at the daycare centre, which was located alongside the haunted building, formally requested that it be torn down, as it was allegedly having a negative effect on the mental health of the children in their care. A number of the youngsters told their teachers that they were friends with the children who lived in the house next door, to the extent that their parents refused to let them attend the nursery. The base commander eventually acceded to the demand, and ordered that the building be demolished so as to extend the play area of the nursery. This move took far longer than planned, however, as the contractors who were allocated the task reported severe nausea and headaches, to the extent that they could not continue with their work. It would not be until 2009 that the cursed residence was finally destroyed, and all trace of it removed from the ground it once stood upon. Kadena is not the only location on the island to be the scene of unsettling paranormal incidents. Camp Hansen, which is situated half an hour's drive to the northeast of the airbase, was constructed during the 1960s and is home to the 12th Marine Regiment. It is built on the site of another airfield which was captured by American forces during the Battle of Okinawa, having incurred heavy losses from Japanese snipers and mortar teams. Not long after the base was completed, a sentry was on duty in the early hours of the morning at the Gate 3 guardhouse during a severe thunderstorm. As he sheltered from the driving rain in the open entrance to the guardhouse, he noticed a Marine dressed in a poncho, slowly making his way up towards the gate. Stepping out into the downpour to greet the approaching soldier, he suddenly recoiled in horror. The man was dressed in a blood-soaked World War II-era uniform, with severe facial injuries. As he reached out with one blood-slicked hand towards the sentry, there was a flash of lightning, and then he was gone, leaving no trace that he had ever existed. The ghost of the unknown soldier continued to visit Marines who were allocated overnight guard duties at Gate 3. On one occasion, a terrified young sentry felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to find the bloodied Marine holding a cigarette out in front of him, asking for a light. Eventually, the base authorities decided to close down the Gate 3 guardhouse and keep the gate itself secured at all times. Banyan Tree Golf Course is located a stone's throw from Kadena Air Base, and was the site of a Japanese field hospital during the war. Down by the beach there is a cave which few local residents are brave enough to enter, where the sounds of crying and wailing have been heard echoing out across the water. A number of nurses from the hospital are believed to have taken their own lives there, out of fear of the invading American forces, and the deaths of several local swimmers have been attributed to their vengeful souls. A similar phenomenon has been reported to the north at Maida Point, the site of another wartime field hospital. Over the years, spectral figures have been observed throwing themselves from the cliff tops, but vanishing in mid-air and never landing in the swirling waters below. It is believed these are also the spirits of Japanese soldiers, who elected to take their own lives in order to avoid capture. Several of these alleged spirits have been captured on film, by tourists who are visiting the picturesque location. Can it be that these manifestations are somehow linked to the protracted battle which took place there nearly 80 years before? Given the proximity of these apparitions to sites which played key roles during the conflict, it is difficult to argue that there is not some form of mysterious connection between the wartime events and these modern-day hauntings. The sheer scale of suffering which took place during the invasion of Okinawa set it aside from similar battles in the campaign. Its own losses aside, the 10th Army documented over 140,000 bodies in the aftermath of the operation, of which nearly a third were civilians. Controversy still rages over the number of these victims who were either forcibly deployed against the American forces or executed by the Japanese army for refusing to fight. Is it possible that some powerful force was generated as a result of such a large scale and tragic loss of life, and that it somehow prevents the souls of the departed from leaving the field of battle? Or are the individuals who refuse to move on to the afterlife unable to do so out of confusion or even anger? The fact that so many of the witnesses to these incidents are service personnel acts as something of a double-edged sword in terms of their plausibility. On one hand, the stigma and ridicule attached to a professional witness claiming to have encountered a ghost makes it hard to understand why any soldier would make up such a story. On the other, members of the armed forces have something of a propensity to embellish mundane encounters, which then become ever more fantastic with each successive retelling. A certain percentage of these occurrences can be attributed to the mental stresses and strains which naturally accompany the undertaking of military duties so far from home. But the sheer volume and similarity of the Okinawan encounters does seem to indicate that something very much out of the ordinary is occurring there. As always, it is our sincerest hope that whatever force seemingly compels the souls of the wartime dead to remain on this earth eventually frees them and allows them to move on to a place of peace.
Well, I freed up a little more room. Not enough to house anything. Do-do-do, run for the hills. Run for your life. Tragedy in Death Valley.
America's Death Valley is aptly named, being the site of the highest ambient air temperature ever recorded on Earth. Over the centuries, this region has claimed the lives of countless travelers who were poorly prepared for the extreme dangers such an unforgiving environment presents. Join us as we examine one such tragic case. Thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring this episode. For a limited time, Surfshark is offering our subscribers an amazing deal on their VPN service. Head over to surfshark.deals/bedtime stories and get 83% off a 2-year plan. What's more,
Lined
you get
them
3
up,
months
3
extra
in a row.
completely free of charge. That's 27 months worth of premium VPN service for just under $60 total, or more precisely, just $2.21 per month. The sun had yet to fully rise when Dave Brenner had arrived at the airfield's main gate, but then his duties for the day dictated the earliest of starts. The park ranger had been tasked with carrying out a search for suspected drugs labs, which were rumoured to have been set up within the confines of his jurisdiction. This morning, armed with all the most recent intelligence reports, he was determined to finally pin down their location. Once the search pattern was eventually agreed over a hastily drained cup of coffee, Brenner had waited for the pre-flight checks to be completed before the military helicopter finally lifted off into the dawn skies. Unfolding the map across one knee, he directed the pilot to head on a southern bearing in the direction of Willow Spring, where the steep slopes and thick vegetation could easily cover any illicit activity.
Hi, Glug. How are
After
ya?
several fruitless passes over the location, Brenner
How's
realized
it
that he would
going?
better turn east, proceeding towards an area located some miles away.
How's your
San
day
Juan
starting
Canyon.
out?
As the chopper flew on, closely following the path of the waters which were gently meandering through the landscape beneath them, Brenner continued to scan the ground. Frustratingly, there was no obvious trace of criminality to be found, but his attention was suddenly drawn to bright sunlight glinting
I did.
on something metallic, which was
I did. I had a good
situated
holiday.
a short distance away.
Visit with family and stuff, and
Moments later, the nose of the helicopter swung around
then
and slowly made its way across to the source of the reflection.
was able
With his
to
the park ranger was soon able
have
to
dinner
identify a
and
green-colored passenger
do
van
do the
sitting
normal
in the canyon's wash directly below the
holiday
hovering
kind of
aircraft.
thing.
Despite
Was
feeling
pretty
slightly
good.
dejected, Brenner asked
How
the
was your
pilot to
holiday?
set him down nearby.
Fun with the
The vehicle's
grandkids?
presence was a clear breach of the legislation put in place to protect the park's natural beauty. It was hardly the sophisticated criminal setup he had been hunting for. But as he drew closer to this mysterious vehicle, he found himself consumed by a growing sense of unease. The van, a Plymouth Voyager,
Stayed home and was fat.
axles. Three of
Well,
his
that's
daughters
all
were
right
at the
too. There
helm,
ain't
and
nothing
his
wrong
eyes
with
were then
doing
fixed on
that.
his estate for some distance. There was nothing resembling a main road for miles around, from which it might have strayed. and only the most confident or desperate of drivers would have considered braving this unforgiving terrain in such an inadequate vehicle.
Doesn't matter where I go.
The car was empty.
Whether I stay or go, I'm always fat.
Brenner hurriedly made a note of its license plate and then jogged back to his waiting transport. Clambering back inside, he was hopeful that the remainder of the day would yield more exciting developments. Little did he know that he had already become embroiled in a mystery that would remain unsolved a quarter of a century later. The initial checks conducted by Dave Brenner and his colleagues on the morning of October the 21st, 1996, revealed that the vehicle he found abandoned in the middle of the Death Valley National Park had been listed as
Have to go
stolen 3
spend
years
it.
prior. It
Have
belonged
to
to a
go
rental company
down
based in Los
on
Angeles
Christmas Eve
and had been reported
and
to the
sleep
police
on
2
the
days
floor
after
for
it failed to be
Christmas
returned
morning.
on the agreed date.
Yeah,
Company policy.
that's not a lot of fun.
Further inquiries with the rental company painted a deeply concerning
But
picture
spending
of
time with the
circumstances
grandkids
surrounding its loss.
is usually,
The last
it
customer
would
who had
usually
used the
be a
missing
lot of
vehicle was
fun.
a foreign tourist who had collected the minivan on
It's
the morning
just
of
the
July 8th, the day
not
after
wanting
the
to
fellow
sleep on the
travelers
floor
arrived in the
thing.
United States via Los Angeles International Airport. Egbert Rimkus
Got
was
your
a
computer
professional
back together.
engineer who
That's
was holidaying in the
nice.
United States with his 11-year-old son, Georg. He was
Georg.
separated from his ex-wife, and accompanying him in his
Ruined?
travels were his girlfriend Cornelia Meyer and her
Fortunately, I
son,
think I
Georg.
can sell
At the time he
ruined
collected the
stuff.
Voyager, Rimkus had been unable to provide the company with a valid license, and so Meyer had been designated as the driver for the duration of the holiday. The party had based themselves in the San Clemente area of Southern California, where they seemed to have enjoyed the complete tourist experience. On the 12th of July, Rimkus had tried to request additional funds from his bank in Dresden,
Grenaded
only for the
2
transaction to fail.
M2 hard
The
drives.
following week,
Oh, that
he had then sent a
sounds
fax to
not
his
good.
ex-partner requesting the same, only for this attempt to also result in failure. During the early hours of the 22nd of July, the quartet had checked out of their hotel and travelled across the boundaries of the Death Valley National Park. 1 week later, on discovering that they had not returned to Frankfurt via the return flight which had previously been booked, Egbert's ex-wife contacted the German authorities. On the 14th of August, an Interpol alert was subsequently circulated, officially reporting the family as missing. Having now located the missing minivan, the American authorities quickly swung into action. Additional park rangers, aided by resources from the local sheriff's department, returned to the abandoned vehicle and began to search the surrounding area. Other than a few discarded
In the
photographs,
dough.
there was little of note, with no obvious trails of footprints or
New
signs of
style
disturbance.
hard drives don't need to be
Nothing to show for this initial
formatted.
search. A more extensive
Okay.
effort was then carried out utilizing tracker dogs and helicopters, predominantly examining the area to the east of the minivan.
Good to know, I
It was
guess.
felt that this direction was most likely the one that the missing tourists would have headed had they broken down.
Probably a
Search
good
started
thing
with
to know.
containers, which appeared to match others that had been recovered from inside the vehicle, and the telltale signs that a group of people may have rested on a ledge 2 miles east from where the Voyager was found abandoned. No additional clues were forthcoming as to the fate of the missing family. Checks of the various tourist sites and guest houses within the park did, however, uncover several clues which served to assist with the investigation. On the 22nd of July, the group had visited the Furnace Creek Visitor Center and purchased a German language map of the park. They had subsequently signed the visitor's book at a geologist's cabin in Warm Springs Canyon the following day, suggesting they must have camped out overnight alongside their vehicle. Despite a rescue effort including 2 helicopters and more than 50 search personnel, no trace of the 4 missing tourists was to be found. Assertions relating to their fate included a variety of colourful and outlandish theories, containing various degrees of plausibility. Some media reports speculated that they may have been killed by unknown offenders, who they had unexpectedly encountered. The inhospitable environment which resulted from the park's remote geography and murderous temperatures had previously drawn Charles Manson and his followers to the location to carry out their work away from the prying eyes of the authorities. Could this have been a case of history repeating itself? For a time, there was speculation that they may have faked their deaths in an effort to escape some unknown threat in their home country and to start a new life in the United States. But by far the most bizarre theory pertaining to their disappearance was that Egbert was an undercover agent working on behalf of the German government and had used his holiday as a front to spy on American weapons facilities. With both the infamous Area 51 facility and the China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station located within a 2-hour drive of the national park,
Oh,
and Egbert's background working on hybrid propulsion systems back in his home country, rumours began to spread that he had been captured by the American authorities attempting to access a restricted area, potentially being eliminated in the process.
eliminated.
13 long years
Nice
before
way
any
of
clues
saying
to
they
the
shot
fate of the
him.
Germans came to light. And rather than successfully solving the mystery, all that this new evidence created was heartbreak and further unanswered questions. As
Hey, you know what? If he was
stories of
spying,
missing Germans became the stuff of legend.
fuck it.
But for some members of the Riverside Mountain Rescue Unit, the failure to solve the mystery remained something of an unwanted mark against their team's otherwise stellar reputation. The original rescue effort to find Egbert and his family was continually revisited and assessed, in the hope that something which might have been overlooked would suddenly become apparent. To two members of the team, Tom Mahud and Les Walker, the answer to solving the riddle potentially lay in the most unlikely of directions. Confident that all possible efforts to find the family to the east of the minivan had been exhausted, the pair began to suspect that where the rescuers should have instead been searching was to the south. Whilst some speculated that the minivan's presence in such a remote and inaccessible part of the national park added credence to the theory that the family had been murdered and their vehicle concealed by the offenders, Mahud came to a very different conclusion. A hypothesis which took into account Anvil Canyon's topography in relation to the surrounding area. On the day the family disappeared, temperatures at ground level within Death Valley were approaching 51 degrees Celsius. But these temperatures reduced by roughly 3 degrees with every increase of 1,000 feet in elevation. Mahmoud theorized that having become lost within the confines of the park, Rimkus had realized that he and his companions were ill-equipped to survive the killer heat, and had driven the minivan to the highest area of ground he could find. Sadly, the rental vehicle was completely unsuited for traversing such an environment, but Mahud believed that Egbert had driven on, until the Voyager had sunk into the sandy ground after its tyres had deflated. By now, isolated and far from any nearby roads, Egbert may have consulted his map to find that the China Lake military facility to the south was the nearest point of reference. But unlike smaller military installations back in Europe, which benefited from regular perimeter patrols and CCTV systems, the sprawling nature of the American naval base itself was seen as its main protection, meaning that huge sections of the fencing were not patrolled. Mahud believed that the family must have perished whilst attempting to locate or access the base, and this was the area in which their remains would be found. On the morning of November the 12th, 2009, after several days of combing their planned search area, Mahud and Walker encountered a debris field of personal effects. After locating abandoned identity papers and long-discarded food containers, the two men then came across what appeared to be a pile of assorted human bones, lying at the base of a nearby cliff. Initially, when these remains had been recovered, it was believed that they were too bleached and weathered by their lengthy exposure to the elements to be able to provide any DNA evidence. But 4 months later, forensic scientists were able to positively confirm that what had been recovered accounted for the bodies of Egbert Rimkus and Cornelia Meyer, but of their 2 missing sons, there remained no trace. The fact that Tom the Hood and his colleague were able to successfully locate the final resting place of Rimkus, where so many attempts beforehand had met with failure, adds great credence to his belief about the cause of the couple's deaths. And yet, questions about this theory still remain, largely revolving around the continued absence of the children's remains. It is inconceivable that the couple could have become voluntarily separated from their children in such a harsh and dangerous environment. And had the 2 boys tragically passed away as a result of dehydration or an accident, it seems equally unbelievable that the adults would simply have moved on and left them where they died. On occasion, rumours of Egbert's supposed involvement in secretive engineering programs back in his
You're
homeland
back. Gotta
prompted
go
some to
put
revisit the
on
assertion that he was
put
using
on the
these
monkey
stories
suit.
as a cover to spy on American military research programs. In reality, closer inspection of his employment demonstrates that he was associated largely with the kind of hybrid technology that the automotive industry now takes for granted, and nothing more sinister. The suggestions that the couple were attempting to disappear for a new life also seem equally unfeasible. Both had arrangements in their personal and professional lives mapped out following their return from America, and nothing has ever been found hidden away in the depths of their everyday lives, which might have prompted them to look for a way out of their existing situations. Death Valley remains one of the most enigmatic locations in North America, and is the site of several mysterious phenomena. Over the years, rocks have been found to slowly make their way across the valley floor of their own accord, leaving lengthy trails behind them in the sand, a mystery which was only recently solved. There are also reports of strange metallic noises which echo out across the plains, seemingly generated from inside the ever-shifting sand dunes. There have been numerous reports of UFOs moving through the night skies, seeming to stalk the boundaries of the nearby military facilities. The vast and bleak terrain has also been the site of a number of
Keep
other
the
unsolved disappearances,
50 cal or
leading
go
some
with the
commentators to draw
338,
parallels with the missing 411 theories of David Pelayo.
because that one
Could it
might
be that
have
the
the
circumstances behind the
25
disappearance of
round
David's
mag.
party are something other than simple misadventure? Whilst America's great open spaces such as the Death Valley National Park are areas of great beauty, their sheer scale also means they are places of great danger. And far too often, those who visit them in order to find peace and a touch of solitude instead find themselves never again returning to their friends and loved ones. Whatever the true reasons behind the deaths of Egbert Rimkus and Cornelia Meyer, it is hard to see past the sheer tragedy of their situation. The fate of their children remains unanswered, with hope of further evidence coming to light evaporating with each passing year. Our hearts go out to the families of these 4 individuals. It remains our sincerest hope that by revisiting their story and others like them, these cases may be re-evaluated by the authorities or other interested parties at some future point, so that the many unanswered questions can finally be laid to rest. Whilst some
Oh,
speculate
yeah.
that Rayvan's presence in such a remote and inaccessible part of the national park added credence to the theory that the family had been murdered and their vehicle concealed by the offenders. For fuck's sake, how long's this fucking sentence? In previous episodes, we have examined cases in which people have allegedly travelled through time, alongside common inconsistencies that are all too often associated with the reporting of such incidents. At some point in the far future, has humanity discovered the means to journey back to its distant past? Or are we so enamoured with this concept that it somehow blinds us to logic and reason?
Okay. Now we can strip the rest of this stuff.
Stories of individuals travelling through time, either of their own volition or through some misfortune, can be traced back in various forms for several centuries. But amongst the wider field of unexplained phenomena, much like UFOs or shadow people, detailed and documented instances of time travel remain a relatively recent concept. In the oldest of such examples, many cultures possess similar tales in which notable figures have fallen into a deep sleep and have somehow been propelled into their own future or dragged into the past to commune with themselves or their ancestors. For the vast majority of these stories, the time traveller is relatively helpless, finding themselves unable to influence the strange force being exerted upon them. They end up spending the duration of the tale acting as an unwitting pawn, moving around at the mercy of some higher power. It would not be until the turn of the 19th century that protagonists in such stories would be presented as having some degree of control over their own fate. The idea of humanity developing the ability to visit a specified point in time under controlled circumstances quickly became popular in literary circles. Gradually, stories of time travel involving the use of arcane spells or magical totems came to be replaced with the construction of a machine or electronic device. From this point onwards, mankind would utilize science rather than magic in order to achieve its desired goal. And this notion would come to a head in 1895 with the publication of an iconic novel by British author H.G. Wells.
The time
The
machine.
device utilized in the time machine changed public attitudes towards the concept of time travel virtually overnight. Suddenly, readers began to believe that such technology might one day become a reality, like so many of the author's other predictions. In time, the line between fact and fiction has begun to blur, as rumours and reports of people who have apparently been encountered outside of their own timeline have found their way into the mainstream media. Many of these stories have now been accepted as genuine examples of time travel, only for closer scrutiny of them to suggest otherwise. But it was with the advent of internet forums and chat rooms that belief in time travel and of visitors from the future finally achieved a foothold in society's perception of such things. In this episode, we will examine 3 of the most famous examples and try to divine how much, if any, truth there is in each of these cases. In the closing
Not
months of 2000,
much.
internet chat rooms became saturated by rumours of a time traveller from the future who was visiting modern-day Florida in order to recover legacy technology. As more and more people began to search out his work, In February of 2001, this enigmatic stranger finally revealed his identity to the world as John Titor. Titor's description of the future he had travelled back from was bleak to say the least. Towards the end of the noughties, America would be consumed by a vast political civil war. This would rage on for several years, finally culminating in a global conflict, during which the US and Russia exchanged nuclear ordnance. With large parts of the United States subsequently rendered uninhabitable, the survivors formed new city-states, with the nation's capital relocating to Omaha in Nebraska. As the conflict had been coming to an end, Titor was fighting as an infantryman for the state of Florida, but then went on to join the newly formed National 177th Temporal Recon Unit.
Temporal
Titor had
Recon.
been selected by the authorities to utilize newly created technology in order to return to the past to collect essential resources. These would then be used to repair and update what hardware and devices had been salvageable following the end of the war. At the time of his writing, Titor explained that he had initially travelled back to the year 1975, as at that time, his grandfather had been working at IBM as part of the team developing their 5100 computer model. This particular device contained several unique features, which could be used to cleanse and repair similar technology in the future. As more and more people began to question his account, Titor gradually revealed more detail. He explained that having acquired the device, he had chosen to stop off in this timeline to collect personal belongings and photos from his old family home, but would soon go on his way. When asked
Well,
if
that
he was
would be a
primary,
big no-no in
Titor replied
time
that he was a
travel.
soldier and not a scientist. Although he did not know the specifics of the science behind the device, via his training, he did possess a working knowledge of it and some understanding of its component parts. Amongst these, he listed cesium clocks, an electronic injection manifold, and magnetic housing units. During the course of a 4-month period, Titor posted somewhere in the region of 570 replies, before announcing that he was finally ready to return to 2036. After this, all further
Bullshit.
contact with him ceased, and in the years since his apparent departure, elements of his story have gone on to provoke fierce debate. Experts have come forward to confirm that components described by Titor as being part of his device were consistent with scientific theory about time travel. Alongside this, the intricacies he described in relation to the IBM 5100 do exist, and would not be familiar to anyone outside the computer industry. In addition to these findings, several incidents mentioned by Titor in his account of America's future have also come to pass. His description of an imminent pandemic in the country was quickly followed by an outbreak of mad cow disease, although some now believe he may have been referring to a more obvious candidate. He also identified that no evidence of atomic weapons would be found following the fall of Saddam Hussein, as well as predicting a high-profile Chinese space launch in 2003. But critics are keen to point out that in the 20 years since the Titor messages were posted, many more of his predictions have not come true. These include the Olympic Games being indefinitely cancelled in 2004, the outbreak of the US Civil War in 2008, and a nuclear conflict in 2015. So is this proof that this alleged time traveller was nothing more than a fabrication? Proponents of his writings point out that by choosing to post his glimpses of the future, Titor may well have changed the timeline himself. They also argue that other incidents such as a disputed general election and a rogue US president, whether you believe that refers to Trump's unpopularity with the mainstream media or alleged controversies around Biden's win in the last election, indicate that Titor may simply have been mistaken about the dates he gave. Several high-profile investigations into John Titor have been funded over the years, with a number of individuals identified as potentially having pretended to be him, although nothing has been conclusively proven, As more time passes since he made his predictions, Titor's believers have gradually dwindled, even though America has not been so politically divided since the Civil War. It may just be that his prediction of a new civil war is not as far-fetched as originally thought. In March of 2003, a number of media outlets in the United States broke a story of how federal investigators had arrested and charged a stock trader with fraud. It was alleged that the man in question had managed to accrue a $350 million portfolio from an initial investment of just $800. Naturally, this eye-watering level of profit had alerted the US Security and Exchange Commission, who had in turn contacted the FBI. As a result of their investigation, federal officers had then managed to identify the individual concerned as 44-year-old Andrew Carlson. It was reported that on the morning of January the 28th, FBI agents had conducted a raid at Carlson's home address, where they had detained him and then removed him in handcuffs. After a 4-hour interrogation at the local field office, the trader had subsequently been charged with fraud and remanded in custody for a court hearing. The reason this story was more widely reported than other such crimes lay in the alleged testimony offered by Carlson during his interview with the agents. When asked how he had successfully made so much money, his reply was that he had travelled back in time from the year 2256 and had used historic financial records which he had memorised to make his vast fortune. It was further reported that in an effort to have the charges against him thrown out,
Sounds like
a number of spectacular offers to the
bullshit
investigators.
to me.
These included divulging the location of Osama bin Laden to the United States government, as well as revealing cures for certain viruses. With his attempts to gain freedom falling on deaf ears, elements of the media readied themselves for what promised to be a spectacular court hearing on the 3rd of April, only for further apparent intrigue to take place. The hearing had been cancelled, as the defendant was now nowhere to be found. It was claimed that a mysterious individual had come forward, fronting Carlson's $1 million bailout bill, and no sooner had he been released from custody that the alleged time traveller then immediately disappeared from the face of the earth. During the 17 years which have elapsed since the incident, it has proven impossible to verify any of the elements concerning the case. There is nothing to confirm Andrew Carlson's birth or death, with no documents to be found pertaining to his alleged arrest or arraignment. Many believe the story was a work of fiction, crafted by a smaller news outlet, and then unwittingly amplified by larger media organisations. And yet, there is still a significant number of believers who state that there is an explanation for this lack of evidence. If Carlson had travelled back from the future, there would be no record of his birth, as he had not yet been born. And if the US government had accepted his offers of information, it's quite possible that they secretly liberated him from prison, or even killed him, ensuring they had hidden any possible evidence that he had ever existed in the process. Whilst doubts over the existence of our first two alleged time travellers exist, the same could not be said for the third and final case study, a Missouri resident named Mike Markham. He achieved notoriety when in 1996 he claimed to have created a working time machine, but his movements and ultimate fate following this remain an enduring mystery. There is no question that Mike Markham was a real person, with birth and banking records for him easily accessible, as well as documents detailing his subsequent brushes with the law. During the early 90s, he was to be found residing in the city of Stanbury, where he was studying to be an electrician. Then, in January 1995, Markham was arrested by officers from the Gentry County Sheriff's Department, following the recovery of stolen property which had been located during a search of the 21-year-old's home address. The items in question were 6 powerful electrical transformers, which had been stolen from a power station in neighbouring King City. Upon being released from prison several months later, Markham had proceeded to give an interview to a local radio station, where he had admitted to stealing the Transformers. Whilst he had been using them, he had inadvertently caused a localised power outage, and it was this that had brought the police to his door. He went on to explain that prior to the incident, he had been experimenting with a modified CD laser to reduce the air resistance between two poles. As he had done so, he had noticed a circular vortex of heat forming in the continuous arc which was now passing between the 2 points. Mystified as to what this manifestation could be, he had tossed a metal screw into it. The item had promptly disappeared, only to rematerialize a few feet away. On making further efforts to replicate the phenomenon, Markham's equipment had overloaded and caught fire, which is what had prompted him to steal the higher spec Transformers. Mike Markham used his interview to announce that he believed he was close to achieving time travel, asking for help and financial support from the audience, so he could travel back in time and win the lottery to benefit both himself and his backers. A year passed before Markham was then invited back onto the radio show to provide an update. Emboldened, he explained that he had used donations from listeners to successfully replicate a rotating magnetic field within his machine, and that he was not far off using it to make his first attempt to travel back in time. Not long after this, Markham was reported missing, and a search of his home address by the police found no trace of him, save for large amounts of electrical equipment. For several weeks, local residents puzzled and speculated over the fate of the missing student, before an unknown caller contacted the same radio show with some intriguing information. They claim that in the 1930s, an unidentified corpse fitting Markham's description had been found lying on a beach in California. The body was that of a young male, who was apparently crushed to death inside some kind of metal cylinder. When the authorities had managed to free the remains from inside, they had located what sounded very much like a 90s-era mobile telephone, clutched in one of his hands. It is indeed an intriguing theory that Markham somehow successfully managed to travel 60 years into the past, only to die in the process. But more rational explanations have been put forward, with some claiming that he fled public attention to live elsewhere in the country under a newly assumed identity. More recently, a number of users of internet forums claim to have seen him living homeless on the beaches of Hawaii, begging for money to get back to the mainland and to help fund his continuing experiments. Certainly, in Markham's case, as opposed to those of Titor and Carlson, there seems an outside chance that the mystery surrounding his disappearance may perhaps one day be
Took the
solved.
money and he ran. That's what I think he
The
did.
overwhelming lack of tangible evidence surrounding the cases of alleged time travel that we have already examined, such as those of Rudolph Fentz or the Zanetti train, seem to be in keeping with the overall subject matter itself. Few scientific ideas have produced as much fierce debate or oppositional theory as time travel. From the exact mechanism of how such a feat may be achieved, to the potential consequences or side effects of accomplishing a successful trip to the past, it seems that the scientific community is still no closer to agreeing on the finer detail of the concept. The inclusion of propositions such as wormholes and infinite dimensions only add further argument to the debate, raising yet more questions.
You're already over this
And it
week.
is argued that the fact there has never been any definite
Mm.
proof of a visitor from the future
Sounds like a
successfully arriving in the
typical
past
Monday
is clear
type of
evidence that the
statement.
technology does not and will never exist. It could be that such visitors have already arrived, but have gone unnoticed by society, or perhaps choose to keep a low profile out of fear of their presence altering too much in the future. Perhaps, in the fullness of time, we will know one way or the other. Alleged interactions with extraterrestrial craft and their occupants come in many forms, each providing varying degrees of evidence with which to validate their provenance. A small proportion of these cases has resulted in significant illness or injury to those involved, with no definitive explanation as to how or why the witnesses came to develop such harmful symptoms. This week, we examine 2 such instances of close encounters of the second kind. Before we get to that though, a quick word from this episode's sponsor, Surfshark. We have already been over the many benefits of getting a VPN. From added security and privacy for money, you'll also get 3. In 1972, famed ufologist J. Allen Hynek devised a system which would group incidents of alleged extraterrestrial contact into distinct categories. In recent decades, this system has been expanded to include every possible type of scenario, but at the time of its inception, there were only 3 classifications. The lowest level of Hynek's system, encounters of the first kind, were defined as distant visual sightings of supposed alien craft. Conversely, the highest categories, encounters of the third kind.
Oh, god damn, Looney. Look, I didn't have a hand on my mouse
In which the
at
craft
the moment.
involved left some form of physical evidence of their passing.
Thank you for shooting at me and waking me up.
These were classified as close encounters of the
Appreciate it.
Examples of the evidence left behind at such incidents have included lasting damage being caused to vegetation and buildings, documented interference with electronics and other telecommunication systems, and in the most extreme cases, death or serious injury being inflicted upon humans or animals. Thankfully, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and we have already looked at some of the more tragic accounts during previous episodes. These incidents have also provoked a disturbing debate amongst commentators on the subject, as to whether the harm caused to those involved is deliberate on the part of these visitors, or merely an unfortunate byproduct of their presence. What is clear is that close proximity to alleged extraterrestrial craft and their occupants has proven time and time again to be extremely dangerous, with unseen and powerful forces exerted during these incidents. Forces which can lead to long-term injuries and lasting health implications for those who are lucky enough, or perhaps unlucky enough, to have witnessed such an event. At approximately 9 p.m. on the evening of the 29th of December 1980, drivers travelling along the Texas State Road 1485 would likely have seen an Oldsmobile Cutlass slowly labouring along the highway towards the city of Dayton. The car's owner, Betty Cash, had been returning home from a dinner with her longtime friend, Vicky Landrum, along with Vicky's 7-year-old grandson, Colby. The 2 women were in good spirits and were happily chatting away as the car proceeded to enter a heavily wooded section of the road. A short time after this, Landrum commented to her friend that she could see a brightly lit object crossing the woods ahead of them, high above the trees. As Cash slowed the car down, she also caught sight of it, and after a brief conversation, the 2 women agreed that what they had seen was most likely an aircraft trying to locate Houston International Airport, which was nearby. A little further along the highway, Cash suddenly became aware of an intense light up ahead, which was illuminating the carriageway. Thinking this must be an approaching truck with its headlights still on full beam, she instinctively slowed her own vehicle down, only to realise that the light up ahead did not appear to be altering in intensity. As the car coasted to a halt around a blind bend, Cash now saw that the roadway ahead was somewhat obstructed by a large craft, which was hovering several feet above the ground. She would later go on to describe it as roughly the same size as the top of a water tower, being metallic in appearance and shaped like a diamond with the tips cut off at the top and bottom. The central portion of this vessel was surrounded by a ring of blue lights, and every so often, a series of intense flames would issue forth from the base of the object. When they did so, the craft would immediately coast forwards a few feet towards the car, and then come to a halt, until the next burst would then propel it forwards again. As she surveyed this mysterious floating object, Cash's first instinct was to turn the car around and drive back the way she came. But at the same time, she was conscious that it had been raining heavily that day, and the ground either side of the road was muddy, leading her to fret that she may become stuck. It was at this point during the incident that Landrum commented about how hot she was feeling. Cash suddenly realised that since the moment they had first encountered the object, the temperature appeared to have been steadily rising inside the car. Landrum, a long-standing and devout Christian, told her friend that she believed what they were witnessing was some form of religious visitation, and stated that she wanted to get out of the vehicle. But as she went to do so, she stopped herself, as Colby was becoming visibly agitated and upset in the rear seats behind them. Cash, however, did exit the vehicle, and then slowly started to walk towards the mysterious floating craft. She was swiftly stopped in her tracks by the intense heat it was producing, forcing her to retreat to the car. When she did so, she found that the door handle was now too hot to touch. She would have to wrap her coat sleeve around her hand in order to open the car door. When she got back into her vehicle, Cash then watched on in amazement as Landrum proceeded to place her outstretched palm on the vinyl of the dashboard. By now, the material was so hot that her hand seemed to sink into it, leaving a lasting impression behind when she removed it. As they continued to observe in complete bewilderment, the object gave off another almighty burst of flame, and then slowly ascended into the air to a point above the treetops. The two women then became aware of another sound as a series of large military helicopters swiftly hovered into view. The strange vessel then made off, with the army helicopters pursuing it across the forest. The two women watched on for a time as the lights receded into the distance, before carrying on with their journey, talking animatedly about what they had just witnessed. Later that evening, after she had dropped Vicky and Colby back home, Betty Cash suddenly collapsed in her kitchen and began to vomit. Over the course of that evening, she continued to be violently sick, as well as succumbing to severe nausea and diarrhea. The following morning, she made a phone call to Landrum, who immediately admitted that she too was experiencing similar symptoms, as was Colby. Over the next few days, the condition of the two women would continue to steadily deteriorate. They both became weak and found themselves struggling to focus on anything. Cash's skin went on to develop painful blistering, akin to a severe bout of sunburn, and when she finally got checked out at the nearest hospital, it was also discovered by the clinicians there that small portions of her hair were beginning to fall out. A radiologist who examined the patients stated that their symptoms were similar in nature to people who had been exposed to high levels of ionizing radiation. But in the majority of such incidents, the patients involved had sadly passed away shortly afterwards. Instead, both women would go on to recover, though not without sustaining long-term health issues. For the next 18 years until her death, Betty Cash would be admitted to hospital on an annual basis, before she finally succumbed to her long battle with breast cancer, which had first been diagnosed in the immediate aftermath of the alleged UFO encounter. For her part, Vicky Landrum developed severe cataracts in both eyes, a condition that would impair her vision until her eventual death in 2007. Much like his grandmother, Colby was significantly less affected than Betty Cash, and he managed to escape the incident without developing any long-term health implications.
Cavalry.
In the years which have passed since the Cash Landrum sighting, there has been great speculation as to what could have caused the illnesses sustained by
They have
both
2
witnesses.
mags for that one already,
Some believe
so
that in addition to low-level radiation, the women may have been exposed to something with an infrared property, and potentially even an aerosol or gas. The prevailing theory is that Cash was more heavily affected than her passengers, as she had temporarily abandoned what little protection her vehicle had afforded. 30 years prior to the incident involving Betty Cash and Vicky Landrum, an even more unnerving encounter would allegedly take place in a remote area of countryside situated not far from the outskirts of Buenos Aires. The primary witness of this incident would be a Venezuelan physician by the name of Enrique Botta, who before qualifying as a doctor had originally mastered a degree in engineering. It was his credentials in this field which had resulted in him being invited to Argentina during the summer of 1950 in order to work on a rural engineering project. One morning, he was driving the rental car from his hotel along a remote highway towards the isolated rural area of Bahia Blanca, where he had been working. Due to the early hour, there was no other traffic on the road, and so he had easily spotted what, on approach, appeared to be a car overturned in a field. But the closer Botta came to the crashed vehicle, he realized that it had no obvious windows or doors, and instead resembled a featureless metal disc of some kind. Pulling up a short distance away, he continued to observe for several minutes, before deciding to exit his car and go in for a closer look. After circling around the strange vehicle, he noticed an aperture in its side, which he then used to gain entry. Inside, it was difficult for him to see anything, as there was only one blinking red light attached to the roof of the hull. But slowly, as Botta's eyes adjusted to the dim interior, he realized that he was not alone. Over to one side was a large control panel of some kind, filled with various gauges and meters, the likes of which the engineer had never seen before. Situated around this strange console were 3 metallic seats, all of which had small figures belted into them. The doctor described the craft's occupants as roughly 4 foot tall and wearing tight-fitting grey coveralls of some kind. He called out to the figures, but having received no response, he then moved closer to see if he could rouse them. Botta would later recall that as he shuffled around towards the chairs, he ran his hand along the interior of the disc and was amazed to find that it had the texture of rubber, despite being apparently metallic in appearance. When he then shook the shoulder of one of the seated beings, the skin beneath his fingers felt solid and almost charred in texture. At this stage, believing the craft's occupants had perished in the apparent crash, Botta ran from the object and drove directly back to the hotel, where he told his 2 colleagues, Horatio and Leo, what he had seen. The 3 men duly armed themselves with pistols and then drove back to the location, only to find a mysterious pile of dark ash where the machine had once stood. When one of the men scooped up some of this particulate in his palm, the skin on his hand gradually transitioned into a livid shade of purple and stayed that way for the next 3 days. As the men began to spread out and walk around the vicinity of the ash pile, they suddenly caught sight of a series of strange red lights approaching in the distant sky. Losing their nerve, the men ran back to their car and made off as fast as they could, taking a couple of blurry photos of the flying lights as they did so. Just as with the Cash Landrum sighting, in the days following the event, Enrique Botta's skin began to severely blister. On his face, the imprint of where he had been wearing his sunglasses on the day of the incident remained seared into the skin and did not fade away for many weeks.
Seems them already found out, but when I went to
Botta was finally rushed to hospital.
say Windows installer
Doctors
gave
carried
me
out a battery of tests on him, concerned that he had succumbed to a form of radiation poisoning.
option
Yet no
to
trace of this compound
format,
at all
and my
had been
dumbass
detected.
did that.
For several
And the
years,
trouble started.
neither of the three men allowed themselves to speak about the incident,
You're
until
fine.
Botta was finally persuaded to attend a UFO conference, where he
Select
opened up about his
create
experience
partition.
there to fellow delegates. This would lead him to commit his memories of what had happened to paper in a book he titled Situation Red. The similarities between these two incidents and the life-threatening symptoms which manifested in those involved are concerning,
Yes.
particularly as they are also found in many of the stories from countless other witnesses who claim to have been visited by extraterrestrials.
400
It
rounds.
could be that this radiation-like poisoning is some sort of side effect from a scanning device being employed by the alien craft, or perhaps even a byproduct of the vessel's propulsion system or fuel source. Another theory is that the atmosphere in which the entities usually reside is somehow toxic to humans, and as a result of them having to replicate it within their craft and also their immediate surroundings, it then proves dangerous to the witnesses who they come into contact with. Thankfully, the overwhelming majority of alleged UFO sightings remain close encounters of the first kind, although, with the amount of UFO stories currently appearing in various news sources, the prospect that these visitors may one day choose to make direct contact with humanity is ever present. Perhaps such cases should be taken as cautionary tales. In December of 2000, an entire family was murdered inside their home address in western Tokyo. Despite leaving numerous clues behind at the crime scene, the killer has never been identified, with the police investigation continuing to this day. This week, we look into the harrowing case of the Setagaya murders. Staring at the crime scene photos which had been laid out on the desk of his dimly lit office, Takeshi Tsuchida felt consumed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. It had been over a week since the elderly lady had discovered the bodies of her family, brutally slaughtered in their own home, and the police investigation thus far still had yet to identify a suspect for the crime. As chief officer of the Seijo police station, Tsuchida had inevitably been entrusted with this high-profile case, along with orders to bring the matter to a quick resolution. And at first glance, that had seemed a foregone conclusion, with personal belongings and forensic evidence left behind by the offender yielding vital clues, which should have irrefutably uncovered the killer's identity. But within a short space of time, it had become apparent that the DNA which had been recovered from the crime scene did not relate to any held in the national database, effectively curtailing what should have been the most obvious and effective line of inquiry. In the absence of this, his investigators had quite naturally fallen back on witness and surveillance evidence, only to come to the realization that there was frustratingly little to go on. The killer had not been captured on any of the CCTV cameras which surrounded the premises, and what little witness testimony had been uncovered thus far had proven sorely lacking in any useful detail. Gathering the photographs together and returning them to the case file, he glanced across at the sheet of A4 paper he had intended to use to map out the next stages of the investigation. Apart from going further afield, beyond Japan's borders to inquire if the DNA evidence matched any records held in neighbouring countries, the page remained dauntingly empty. A career investigator, Tsuchida had encountered few cases during his service which had affected him as much as this, given the sheer brutality and horror the attending officers had documented at the scene. And despite their best efforts to keep the specific details of the murders from escaping into the public domain, the department's reputation was already under sustained attack. Whilst updating his superiors on the progress of the case, he had noted the concerned glances and weary sighs his remarks had elicited. He'd also been asked to comment on several newspaper articles, accusing his men of incompetency and inefficiency, citing largely historical issues within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, which had long since been resolved. Taking up his pen, he stared again at the empty page before him, silently determined that he would find and punish this brutal killer. No matter what the cost or personal sacrifice, no barrier would stand in his way as he worked to identify the man who had savagely robbed 4 innocent family members of their lives. It did not take long for the investigators assigned to the Setagaya killings to piece together a timeline regarding the final hours of the victims, who had spent the 30th of December like so many other families in Tokyo that day, preparing to see out the end of the year together. During the course of their day, they had gone out shopping before returning home and making arrangements for the following day's celebrations with relatives over the phone. After dinner, they had then spent the evening watching television before finally retiring to bed. The head of the household, 44-year-old Mikio Miyazawa, worked for a marketing company and had periodically logged onto his computer throughout the course of the day to check for and reply to work-related emails. Whilst he did this, his wife, Yasuko, had entertained their 2 children, 8-year-old Nina and her little brother Ray. But as the 4 of them had later been sound asleep in their beds, at approximately 11:30 p.m, a dark figure had slowly emerged from the interior of the park, which bordered the rear of their home. This shadowy form had silently slipped from a group of trees, before cautiously scaling another tree which stood in the garden of the address. He had then reached across and removed a protective screen which covered the second-floor bathroom window, before hauling himself in through the now insecure opening. Once inside, the offender had walked into the nearest bedroom where 6-year-old Ray was asleep, before strangling the boy to death with his bare hands. This horrendous act must have caused some level of disturbance, as it immediately brought Mikio running upstairs from the first floor, where he had been sleeping. The struggle that took place between Mikio and his assailant was short and brutal, The intruder was armed with a traditional Japanese kitchen knife, which he used to repeatedly stab the father of two in the head, so hard that the end of the blade broke off, lodging itself deep inside the victim's skull. Before he died, Mikio had successfully managed to inflict some minor injuries on his attacker, but he simply could not survive the strength and brutality of the onslaught he had faced. As his lifeless body fell backwards down the stairs into a heap, the killer then followed it down to the first floor landing, where he repeatedly hacked and slashed at it with the broken knife. After concluding this senseless desecration, he then turned and walked back up to the second floor. Here, he attacked Yasuko and her daughter, inflicting injuries far more savage than those he had inflicted upon the male members of the household, before finally ending their lives using a Sanko knife from the Miyazawa kitchen. His goal now seemingly complete, the murderer unplugged the phone line, but then elected not to make good his escape. Instead, for the next few hours, he chose to remain inside the house, carrying out a series of seemingly mundane tasks. Ignoring the bloodied and battered bodies of his 4 victims, he had located the family's first aid kit and then treated his injuries. But he made no effort to clean up the blood he had lost, or to hide or conceal the dressings he had used. He simply left them lying on the floor in plain sight for the authorities to find. Having cleaned and bandaged his minor cuts, the killer then moved into the family's kitchen, where he made himself a pot of barley tea. To go with his drink, he removed and ate some melon slices from the fridge, before going on to consume 4 ice creams from the freezer. After this, it seems the attacker went for a nap on one of the living room sofas for an hour or 2. He then awoke and logged onto Mikio's computer for a time, before using one of the toilets and making no effort to flush away the waste he had left behind, and then finally exited the address in the early hours on New Year's Eve. The police were quick to discover that the family's killer had left the broken murder weapon at the scene, which bore traces of both his blood and that of his victims. He had also inexplicably left a small bag lying on the floor, which contained highlighter pens and a small quantity of sand. All of these items were duly recovered and sent for forensic analysis, in the hope of identifying the killer.
Oh yeah, getting a
And
jacket.
along with clothing fibers which were also discovered, they did provide
No,
vital
wait,
clues as to
I
the
can't get a
identity of the
jacket.
murderer. It could
Ooh,
be
we
made
can
clear
get a
that the
vest,
hunt for him
though.
would not be an easy one.
We can get the,
The
I think we
killer's
can get
DNA
the
and fingerprints
vest
were both
and
identified and analyzed,
belt.
but did not match anything held within any of Japan's national
Let's
databases.
go do that.
What could be ascertained from the analysis is that he was
That'll
found
give
with
us
Japanese
another
heritage, with
150
blonde hair
slots.
likely to have come from southern Europe or the Mediterranean
I
region.
think, yeah.
His blood was identified as type A, and from the nature of the wounds he had caused to his victims, he was believed to be right-handed, of a slim build, and measuring roughly 170 centimeters tall. Analysis of the force used to commit the murders produced an age range of between 15 and 35 years old, but beyond that, nothing more of a conclusive nature could be confirmed. Analysis of the fecal matter, which had so carelessly been left behind in the toilet at the crime scene, indicated that at some point during the day, before he had committed the murders, the murderer had consumed a simple meal of string beans and sesame seeds. It would later be confirmed that both the kitchen knife used to commit the murders and the clothing that the killer had worn had been purchased somewhere in Japan's Kanagawa prefecture, situated over an hour's drive away. In time, the police were able to confirm that only 130 units of the sweater worn by the murderer had been made and sold, but frustratingly, their inquiries would only lead them to 12 consumers who had purchased these garments. However, perhaps the most surprising and intriguing clue as to the attacker's identity would come from detailed analysis of the sand, which had been found inside the discarded bag. Scientists were able to narrow the source of this particulate down to the Nevada desert in California. More specifically, the area situated around the Edwards Air Force Base. Since the time of the murders, there have been a number of different hypotheses put forward regarding who could be responsible for the senseless killing of this young and seemingly unassuming family. These vary somewhat in terms of their viability and credibility, and sadly, the nature of the evidence recovered by the police investigation appears so limited that no single suggestion seems to be any more realistic than the rest. Perhaps the most prevailing hypothesis suggests that the family fell victim to a stalker or sexual predator. The apparent discrepancy in the level of injury caused to the female members when compared to that of their male counterparts has led some psychologists to suggest that the killer likely possessed a pathological hatred of women. Others have suggested that the extreme violence that was used against the family as a whole is more indicative of a crime of passion. Potentially this was a man who was completely obsessed with Yasuko Miyazawa, or conceivably an associate of the family who believed they had been wronged or dishonored by them at some point in the past. But investigations into known sexual predators and crimes which have occurred since the slayings, as well as inquiries with friends and extended family of the victims, have not produced anything to escalate either of these theories beyond mere speculation. If the Miyazawa family were perhaps guilty of some past misdemeanor, then it has yet to be uncovered. Looking outside of the family and its history, another popular theory is that the killer may have been a migrant or drifter. The location, like many other houses in Japan, was located a short walk from a transportation hub, causing some to believe that the killer was travelling around the country via its extensive rail network. This chilling hypothesis is worryingly similar to that of the man from the train, which we have previously covered. It is believed by some that a man named Paul Mueller was responsible for a series of killings in the southwestern United States in the 1800s, including the infamous Villisca Axe murders. He would allegedly travel by train through isolated rural areas in search of casual labour, before breaking into family homes and killing the occupants using their own tools. Since the 1980s, Japan has seen an influx of immigration from neighbouring Asian countries. In addition, the country has also developed an issue surrounding drifters. The 1990s were a time of serious financial instability in Japan, with many workers becoming unemployed or experiencing severe losses. Some of these people have never fully recovered from this, and have elected never to re-engage with the society that they feel so badly failed them. Rather than someone associated with the Miyazawa family, is it possible that their targeting was instead completely random? That their house was picked because it was the first one that the killer had encountered as he had left the adjoining park, or that he had seen them out shopping and decided to follow them home on an impulse? A similar theory involves the presence of the sand recovered from the bag left at the scene, which potentially links him to Edwards Air Force Base. This has led some commentators to assert that the murderer was one of the 50,000 US military personnel stationed in Japan at the time. Sadly, American servicemen and contractors have regularly been involved in high-profile crimes in the country, prompting national outrage and a demand for their removal. Were this to be the case, this theory would also comfortably explain the mixed DNA profile recovered from the killer. But perhaps the most reaching theories about the murders pertain to the open space situated behind the family home. There have been suggestions that the Miyazawas had been offered up to 100 million yen to move, so that the authorities could demolish their house along with others in order to expand the park. There is also a rumour that in the weeks leading up to his death, Nikio had been involved
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
To get my 2 hours of sleep
I'ma just
in.
grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. This shit, I'm out.
5 officers assigned to solving the mystery of the Miyazawa
All right, Looney.
murders.
Go,
The
go
investigation
get 2 hours of
over
sleep.
12,500 different evidential exhibits, and there have been in excess of 15,000 tip-offs from members of the public to an information line set up by the police. After spending 8 long years heading up the case, Takeshi Tsuchida was eventually forced to retire, but has continued to pursue the matter independently from the ongoing police investigation. And after 20 years of the police conducting an annual service of remembrance at the crime scene, it has recently been announced that the building will now be torn down due to the structural damage that has naturally occurred through neglect and lack of maintenance. Although the Miyazawa family home will soon be lost, sufficient detail and evidence from inside it has been suitably preserved, in the hope that the man responsible for the crimes which took place there will one day be identified and brought to justice. Our hearts go out to the relatives of the Miyazawa family. May their loved ones rest in peace. We have all heard stories of guardian angels who are said to attend upon us at the most desperate of times to offer guidance, but there seems to exist a strange contrast to these visitations. For many people who are at their weakest and most vulnerable also report seeing dark entities, whose intentions seem malevolent and sinister. What are these demons on the fringe? Regardless of where mankind's many civilizations and religions originated, there is a prevailing notion that death is not the end for us. The belief in some form of afterlife is almost universally accepted amongst the cultures of this world. In almost every religion, there are theoretical realms which mirror the Christian concepts of heaven and hell, with morality being the arbiter of our final destination, all dependent on how we elect to live our lives. And contained within those two opposing kingdoms, there are escorts and emissaries waiting to usher the deceased onwards into the spirit world. Counterbalancing the depiction of angelic beings, there are writings and drawings of far more malevolent entities. Dark creatures dispatched by their masters to lay claim to the souls of those who have been selected to continue their existence in a place of purgatory and punishment. There exist countless
Purgatory.
reports regarding the actions of such entities, testimonies from those who claim to have survived attempts to remove them from the living world, from witnesses involved in near-death experiences, or others who have been present during the passing of those dearest to them. And if such accounts are to be believed, regardless of your own personal interpretation of heaven and hell, it is clear that these beings are utterly indifferent to our wishes and desires. Be they evil in nature, or mere
Oh,
servants to
forgot the
instructions of a
gas
higher
can
power, they will never
again.
achieve their goal. Commonalities in the physical description of such beings across the ages make for troubling reading, adding credence to the arguments that they have always moved amongst us, claiming our loved ones. Features such as glowing red eyes, horns, and jet black skin seem too recurring across the various cultures to be mere coincidence. And nowhere are such stories more prevalent than inside the corridors and side rooms of countless hospitals located around the globe, where so many people find themselves in a kind of limbo when they are at their weakest and most vulnerable, sometimes receiving a visitor who is both unexpected and most definitely unwanted. In late 2019, a British man in his late 60s named Martin Kirk was admitted to a hospital in Staffordshire for heart surgery. Obviously, due to the nature of the operation, he was required to remain in hospital as an inpatient for several days after the procedure, so that the doctors could monitor his recovery. On the first night after the surgery had been completed, Martin awoke in his hospital bed, dazed, confused, and in quite a lot of pain. It took a few minutes to get his bearings and remember exactly where he was. Although it was dark, he had an overwhelming sense that someone else was with him in the small room, and for some reason, he did not feel safe or comfortable with that presence. So vivid was this feeling that he reached across with a heavy arm and fumbled with the switches next to his head, until he found the one that turned on the bedside lamps. In the dim light, he began to see movement in the shadows being cast against a nearby wall. At the very edge of these shadows, there was a strange shimmering, as if something was shifting around within them. The more Martin stared in bewilderment, the more intense this movement became, until something began to snake out from it onto the wall. Martin, still feeling the effects of his anesthesia, found it difficult to move, but seeing this strange phenomenon redoubled his efforts to find the emergency button. As he pressed it, the shadow immediately retreated, and a nurse arrived shortly afterwards. She was understanding that Martin believed what he had seen, and made a show of searching the area he had indicated. When she found nothing, she left him with some words of reassurance, stating that he had been heavily sedated, and that this could sometimes cause hallucinations.
It was the drugs, man.
The surgery had taken its toll, and he couldn't help falling back to sleep. Later that evening, he was awoken by a faint tickling sensation on the calf of his right leg. Opening his eyes, he was horrified to see a jet-black hand snaking up from underneath the bed and touching his leg with its slender and clawed fingers. Screaming in terror, Martin kicked weakly at the appendage, which promptly retracted. With a great and painful effort, he managed to shuffle himself up into a sitting position and called the nurse in once again. She left after telling him that there was nothing under the bed and that it was probably just a bad dream, but he was so haunted by this experience that he remained awake for the rest of the night, only allowing himself to sleep when daylight came. The following evening, terrified of what the darkness would bring, Martin tried to stay awake, but such was the trauma of surgery and the fogginess of pain-numbing medication that he inevitably fell asleep. When he awoke some time later, he found himself in complete darkness, but again, he felt that someone was nearby. Looking over towards the corner of the room, he saw what looked like a pair of red eyes staring at him. As his sight adjusted, he soon saw the outline of a figure standing there. He could not make out any features other than the bright red eyes, which remained focused upon him. Suddenly, He felt restricted. Looking down, he could see several pairs of deformed hands coming up from under the bed, grabbing at his limbs. He could feel their coldness through his bed sheets. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, straining under the effort as he squirmed to free himself, until finally he felt something like a sledgehammer blow to his chest, and then everything went black. When he awoke, it was the afternoon of the following day. One of the nurses informed him that his heart had stopped during the night, and that they almost lost him. For the rest of his stay, Martin continued to see dark shapes moving around inside his room, but they kept their distance and gradually ceased to visit him. He rarely slept at night, constantly terrified that they might return. As soon as he was well enough, he was discharged, and he never saw those shadows again. Martin had never been particularly religious prior to his experience, but has maintained since his stay in hospital that there is definitely a dark place to which the dead and dying are sometimes taken, and that he worries about what he will see when he takes his final breath on this earth. A similar story was related by an American woman named Jessica Martinez, who was admitted to hospital in the mid-2000s for a protracted period of essential medical treatment. Unlike Martin, Jessica was placed on a ward with several other patients, and as a result of her treatment, found it difficult to get any meaningful amount of sleep. As she lay in bed staring at her surroundings, Jessica had suddenly caught sight of an unexpected movement at the far end of the ward. With all the other patients apparently asleep and no medical staff in sight, she was curious as to what this movement might be, and peered through the darkness in an effort to identify it. At first, she saw nothing. Then, as she watched on, a slender shape suddenly unfurled itself from the shadows and slowly made its way across the room. Its outline was blurry, but she could see the definite contours of a head, arms and legs as it wandered from one end of the ward to the other. It was a brief sighting, but she was disturbed by how slowly and deliberately it moved. And it was tall, at least 8 feet. Finally, it passed out of the doorway and down the corridor out of sight, leaving a stunned Jessica in a terrified silence. Nothing else took place that night, but over the coming days, she began to notice more of these shadowy figures moving around the hospital. She would observe them out of the corner of her eye, travelling along the hospital corridors and slipping into rooms through doors that were only open ajar. The doors never moved, they simply slid through the cracks. However, the most disturbing aspect of her visions was when she would observe them wander onto the ward and then bend down to whisper in people's ears. The other patients, doctors and nurses apparently couldn't see them, as they didn't react to their presence whatsoever. They never approached Jessica herself, or gave any indication that they knew she could see them. One evening, she saw one of these entities bending over the patient opposite, apparently whispering in their ear, and within a few seconds, they had cried out and sat up in their bed, as if awaking from a terrible nightmare. The figure had then casually wandered out into the corridor. Jessica could only wonder what these beings were whispering to these people, but the thought chilled her to the bone. When she was well enough to leave hospital about a week later, she shared her experiences with her family, who told her that they were most likely just side effects from the pain relief she had been given in the aftermath of her surgery. But she disagreed, saying that apart from some sleep deprivation, she was in full control of her faculties. Another account involving such entities came from an anonymous nurse working palliative care at a hospice in Scotland. She wrote about her experience in an online nursing forum, and was shocked when other nurses also wrote that they had either heard similar stories from their colleagues or experienced such things for themselves. The author described how an elderly patient had been admitted to her care, who was expected to pass away within the month. It was the nurse's job to ensure that the woman was as comfortable as possible during her final days, but she found that this particular lady spent very little time awake, and instead slept for lengthy periods of time. One morning the nurse was doing her rounds, when she heard a pained scream coming from room 2B, in which the new patient had been sleeping. She hurried over and opened the door, to find the patient sitting upright in bed, mumbling about a dark shape which had tried to drag her away. The nurse calmed and reassured the patient as best she could, but even as she began to relax, she repeated over and over, "Don't let the darkness take me." She sat with the older woman for an hour or so before she fell back into a deep sleep, and then left the room. Little did she know that this would be the last time she saw the old woman alive. Several hours later, she had been sharing a coffee with another nurse when they were disturbed by the sound of a heart monitor flatlining and being broadcast to them at the nurse's station. It was coming from room 2B. Putting down her mug and hurrying across the corridor, she opened the door to see a dark shape next to the patient's bed. What looked like an arm was reaching down from what she assumed was its torso, with its hand disappearing into the older woman's chest, where her heart was situated. The nurse took a step back in shock and then ran forwards out of concern for her patient, at which point the shape promptly dissipated. Attempts were made to resuscitate the old woman, but unfortunately to no avail. The nurse couldn't quite believe what she had seen as she had entered the room. In her post, she did entertain the idea that it was a momentary visual anomaly, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something else was afoot, given the fact that her patient had mentioned the dark shape prior to her passing. When she spoke to her colleagues about it, some of them confirmed that they had seen similar figures around the hospice, and in particular next to the patient's beds, at, or at least close, to the time of their death. Others on the forum also shared this experience, especially those who worked in palliative care. Much like the assumption made by the family of Jessica Martinez, such experiences are almost universally put down to the effects of medication on the human brain. Patients undergoing lengthy and serious procedures, such as heart surgery, will often be exposed to large amounts of powerful drugs, like morphine, which can cause hallucinations and other emotional side effects. These visions can be caused by a hormone imbalance in the brain, even in milder painkillers, which do not list hallucinations as a possible side effect. The patient is already experiencing a large amount of stress and anxiety as a result of their admission to hospital. Their bodies have experienced trauma, and all these factors acting together could result in some sort of mental divergence. Those involved may find it difficult to process simple movements, such as an insect in flight or a curtain caught in a draft, and their minds may create phantom shapes or elements to justify the movement. This could go some way to explain why such visions are a regular occurrence within a hospital environment, but how do we explain instances where the staff, who are not on any form of medication, have also reported seeing these entities? Cultures such as the ancient Egyptians believed in the existence of demons, and theorized that these entities targeted specific areas and points within the body. They believed that there were key parts of the human nervous system designed to combat evil, similar to chakra points or energy intersections. When a person was close to death, it was believed these points became weaker and less functional, and it was at this time that a demon would attack and take control of the person's body, shutting it down and then taking their soul. As such, ancient Egyptian medicine centered around the various channels which circulated through the human body, and efforts were made to keep these channels and energy intersections free from interference, which would otherwise allow an entity to exploit such an obstruction and use it to cause death. With this in mind, it may come as no surprise that patients of heart surgery in particular report seeing these so-called demons more than any other, and subscribers to the concept of chakra points would argue that it's because the heart chakra, the body's main energy intersection, has been severely disrupted. It is perhaps interesting that religious belief seems to play little part in the existence of these proposed entities. Regardless of whether those involved accept the existence of a higher power, encounters with these so-called demons take place across the world, irrespective of the culture and faith of those involved. In any case, whether these beings are real or imagined, they are no less terrifying to the person seeing them. If they are imagined, it is still an extremely disturbing vision to experience, and maybe we need to investigate why so many people have such similar hallucinations. However, if they are real, well, that is another story entirely.
All right, everybody. I am going to call it a day right there. I am tired. I need some sleep. I am worn out. I'm not going to raid out tonight because I am just tired. I will be back Thursday like normal. I may do a New Year's countdown stream, so just in case, be on the lookout for it. If you can tune in, we can count down the New Year together here in the Mountain Time Zone. If I do it, if not, it means that I fell asleep and I don't really care about New Year's. So if I don't see you sooner than Thursday, enjoy your New Year's. If you drink, drink responsibly. If you partake in anything else, do that responsibly as well. And enjoy the start of the week. And I will see you all in the near future. If not before the new year, I'll see you in the new year. You guys remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it.